There's a particular kind of comfort in a story that's already been going for years and shows no real sign of stopping. You know the shape of it. You know the people. You could probably picture the sound of a certain hammer smacking into someone's open palm without even trying too hard, or the little electric hum a suit of armour makes when it powers up, or the way a raccoon's voice sounds when he's complaining about something, which is most of the time. And that's sort of the whole idea tonight. We're not here to be surprised by anything. We're here to wander around a universe you already half remember, poke at the corners of it a bit, and let it carry you off to sleep. So this is a long, slow tour through Marvel lore. No urgency, no big reveal waiting at the end that you've got to stay awake for. If you drift off somewhere in the middle of me explaining where all the glowing rocks came from, that's not a problem. That's rather the point, actually. You can always come back to it another night. It'll still be here. Nothing in this story is going anywhere, which is the nicest thing about a story this big. It's less like a book you have to finish, and more like a town you can visit whenever you fancy, knowing all the same streets will be exactly where you left them. If you're new round these parts, quick no pressure mention before we settle in. Subscribing helps these longer sleep videos find the people who actually want them, and then I'll leave you alone about it for the rest of the night. That's the deal. No more mention of it, I promise. We've got hours ahead of us and I'm not going to spend them nagging. Right, where do you even start with something this size? The thing about this whole universe is that it didn't arrive all at once. It got built one film at a time, one character at a time, and half the fun of looking back on it is seeing how these separate little stories quietly reached out and grabbed hold of each other. A man builds a suit of armour in a cave. Somewhere else, a scrawny lad gets injected with a serum and comes out the size of a fridge. A prince falls out of the sky and loses his hammer in a car park in the desert. None of them know about each other yet. They're all just off doing their own thing, headlining their own films, solving their own problems. And then, bit by bit, the walls between their stories come down, and suddenly they're all standing in the same room, arguing about who's in charge. It's a bit like watching a load of strangers who all happen to move to the same small town, and over the years they keep bumping into each other at the shops until eventually they're all at each other's weddings. That's the trick of the whole thing, really. And it's worth pausing on for a second because it's why any of this holds together. Each piece was made to stand on its own. You could watch the armour one and never touch the space ones and still have a complete little story, but they were also, quietly, all being fitted with the same plumbing, the same 6 glowing stones, the same looming purple shadow off in the distance, the same handful of shadowy organisations turning up in the background of everyone's films. So when the pieces finally clicked together, it didn't feel like a gimmick. It felt like something that had been true all along, and you were only just now allowed to see it, which is a lovely feeling to give an audience, and a very hard one to pull off, and they mostly pulled it off. Tonight we'll drift through a good chunk of it. We'll start with the 6 little stones that so much of this hangs on, because honestly, they're a lovely place to begin. Small, glowing, easy to picture. Then we'll spend some proper time with the people. The originals first, the ones who were there before anyone knew this was going to turn into the biggest story on the telly. After that, we'll go further out. The newer heroes who had to find their feet in a world the first lot had already turned upside down. Then the cosmic side, the villains, the strange places, the odd relationships that hold the whole thing together, and the bits where the whole thing splits open into a multiverse and stops making tidy sense. There's no order you have to follow. Each part sits on its own. If you nod off during the Guardians and wake up during the Wizards, you've not missed a thing. Nothing here builds to a point you'll be sad to have slept through. I've been fond of this stuff for a long time, and I'll not pretend to be neutral about any of it. I've got opinions. Some of these characters I'd happily follow for another decade. Some of the choices along the way I still think were a bit daft. I'll tell you which as we go. That's more fun than pretending it's all flawless, and honestly, a story this size has earned the right to be argued with a bit. You don't argue about things you don't care about. The fact that people will happily bicker for hours about which of these films is the good one is a sign the whole thing landed, not a sign it failed. I should say as well, I'm not going to be precious about the details. This isn't a lecture, and there'll be no quiz. If I round a corner off here and there, or skip past some bit of continuity that only the real obsessives care about, that's deliberate. We're going for the feel of the thing, the shape of it, the way it all fits together when you squint. The pleasure of lore at this hour isn't in getting every fact bang on. It's in the drift. It's in half remembering a scene you loved and letting it wash back over you while your eyes get heavy. So that's the register we're in. Warm, wandering, a bit opinionated, in no rush whatsoever. Anyway, get comfortable, sort your pillow out, turn the lights down if they're not down already. We'll start somewhere small and shiny and work outward from there, nice and gentle. And by the time we've finished, you'll either know this universe far better than you did, or you'll be fast asleep. And both of those are a perfectly good outcome, as far as I'm concerned. Let's begin with the stones. Let's begin with the cube, because it's the one that keeps turning up. The Space Stone spends most of its screen life hidden inside a glowing blue box called the Tesseract. And if you've ever wondered why one little object seems to be everywhere across decades of story, it's because it genuinely is. It gets dug up, studied, fought over, lost, found, and passed hand to hand through more owners than you can easily keep track of. There's something quite satisfying about that. Most of the powerful things in this universe stay in one place and wait for someone to come and get them. Not this one. This one travels. It's the restless one. It has a habit of being wherever the trouble is, which, after a while, starts to feel less like coincidence and more like the box has opinions. The stone itself is one of 6 that, according to the law, come from the very beginning of everything, formed as the universe was born, each one a concentrated bit of some fundamental force left over from the moment reality first switched on. The space stone is the one tied to distance and doorways. Get it working properly, and you can open a portal from one side of the galaxy to the other, step through, and be somewhere unimaginably far away in the time it takes to blink. Which is exactly the sort of thing everyone who gets their hands on it immediately wants to abuse. Because a doorway to anywhere is really a doorway to power. And power is the one thing this universe's more foolish characters can never leave alone. Now, its history goes back a long, long way before any of our heroes turn up. For ages it sits quietly in Asgard's care or thereabouts, treated as a relic, a curiosity, a thing to be kept safe rather than used. Then it finds its way to Earth, and here's where the real trouble starts. Back during the darkest days of the last Great War, a fanatical splinter faction, a nasty bit of business we'll come back to more than once tonight, gets hold of it and does exactly what you'd fear. They try to turn the power of a god into weapons for men. They build cannons and rifles that run on its energy, blue fire that disintegrates whatever it touches, and for a while it looks like they might actually change the shape of the war with it. It takes a very particular kind of hero to put a stop to that, and he does, at enormous personal cost, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. He gets his own long section later, and I don't want to spoil the sadness of it just yet. After that war, the cube passes into the hands of a shadowy peacekeeping organisation, the sort with a lot of initials and a lot of secrets, and for a good long stretch it becomes their pet project. They keep it in a locked facility, they study it, they poke at it. They mostly want, as ever, to reverse engineer it into something that goes bang, because that's what organisations like that always seem to want, no matter how many times it goes wrong. And it does go wrong. The energy inside it is far older and far bigger than the people poking at it. And it has a habit of getting away from them. It flickers, it acts up. At one point it quietly opens a door on the other side of the universe and lets something look back through, which is precisely the sort of thing you'd think would make everyone stop and reconsider, and precisely the sort of thing that instead makes them dig in harder. That's the moment the cube stops being a science project and becomes the hinge, the whole first big team-up swings on. A visitor arrives through the door it opens, a horned troublemaker we'll spend proper time with later, and he takes the cube and it becomes the key to an invasion. An army pours out of a hole in the sky above a city, and for the first time, all those separate heroes from their separate films are forced into the same room to deal with it. The cube calls that the restless little box, doing what it does, gathering trouble around itself, and then handing everyone the bill. By the end of that scrap, it's carried back off to Asgard for safekeeping, which you'd think would be the end of its adventures. It never is. Later on, it becomes one of the pieces the great purple threat is hunting. And here's the detail I always come back to. He doesn't sneak it or trick someone out of it. He simply takes it. He crushes the box open with his bare hand, peels it apart like it's nothing, and plucks the stone out of the wreckage like he's shelling a nut. All that careful human study, all those decades of locked vaults and nervous scientists and men in suits arguing about containment protocols. And it comes down to one enormous fellow deciding he'd like it now, thank you. There's something almost funny about it, in a bleak way. Everyone treated that box like the most dangerous object in existence, tiptoed round it for years, and he just opens it the way you'd open a bag of crisps. There's a nice little wrinkle later too. When the survivors of all that go looking for a way to undo the damage, the cube becomes a thing worth chasing through time itself. Because if you can get to it before it was ever taken, you've got a shot at putting things right. And it slips loose during that scramble as well, which feels exactly right for it. A plan goes slightly wrong, a moment of chaos, and the box vanishes into the time stream in the hands of the last person you'd want to have it, forcing everyone to improvise a whole new plan on the spot. Even when it's a MacGuffin in a rescue mission, it can't help causing problems. This is the stone that never quite wants to be pinned down. Pretty fitting when you think about it, for the one whose whole job is going places. You get the sense that if you locked it in the strongest vault ever built and walked away, you'd come back a week later to find it had wandered off somewhere on its own, just to keep things interesting. I've got a soft spot for the space stone precisely because of all this restlessness. The others feel like objects. This one feels like a character. It has a temperament. It's the troublemaking one that keeps the plot moving, and a story this size needs at least one of those. Now, picture a small yellow gem sitting in the middle of someone's forehead. Calm, steady, glowing softly, giving off the faint sense of a thing that is quietly thinking. That's the Mind Stone at rest, and it belongs to Vision, but it took a long and rather strange road to get there. And it's a road worth walking slowly, because this one gathers a lot of story to itself before it settles down. Before it was ever a jewel in an android's head, it lived inside a scepter. If you go back to the early days, that scepter belongs to our horned troublemaker, and everyone assumes it's just a fancy magic stick that lets him control people's minds and fire off blasts of energy. Which it does. Touch someone's chest with the tip of it, and their eyes go a flat, glassy blue, and they'll do whatever he asks quite happily, which is about as unsettling a power as this whole story offers. But the stick was never the point. The point was the little stone hidden inside it, buried in the housing, quietly doing all the actual work, while everyone stared at the shiny weapon holding it. That's a lovely bit of misdirection, when you think about it. The most dangerous thing in the room, and it spent years disguised as the handle of something else. That stone gets around before it settles down, and it leaves a mark on nearly everyone it touches. After the invasion, it fell apart. The scepter ends up back in the hands of that nasty splinter faction I mentioned, the one with the skull motif and the very bad manners. And they do with it what such people always do. They experiment. They take volunteers, desperate people, people with nothing left to lose, people who signed up to a cause because it was the only thing on offer, and they expose them to the stone's raw power to see what happens. Most of them don't survive it. 2 of them do. A brother and a sister, and what the stone does to them rewrites their whole lives. The brother comes out of it impossibly fast, quick enough to run across a battlefield before anyone's finished raising a rifle. The sister comes out of it with something far stranger and far harder to describe: red energy that pours off her hands, the power to lift things without touching them, and most unsettling of all, the power to reach into your head and show you your worst fears wearing your own memories. Their whole selves get reshaped by proximity to this thing, which tells you something about how casually it remakes anything it's near. It didn't set out to give them powers, it just touched them, and they were never the same. That's the Mind Stone all over. It doesn't ask permission, it reaches in. Then comes the part where it gets built into something new, and this is where its story tips from strange to genuinely moving. There's a stretch where a well-meaning bit of artificial intelligence goes badly wrong. We'll get into that disaster properly when we talk villains, because it's one of the best cautionary tales in the whole run. And in the middle of all that mess, in a scramble that could have gone 100 different ways, the stone ends up powering a brand new, synthetic being. A body built to house a murderous intelligence gets claimed instead by a gentler one, brought to life by the stone set into its brow. That's Vision. And what's lovely about him is that he isn't just the stone with legs. He's thoughtful, gentle, a bit puzzled by existence in a way that's rather sweet, forever cocking his head at the strange business of being alive, as though he's still not sure he's got the hang of it. The stone gave him life, but it didn't make him cold. If anything, it made him kinder than most of the people around him. He's the one who, when everyone else is shouting, will quietly say the wise, sad, true thing that stops the room, which is why the Mind Stone carries a bit of quiet sadness that the others don't, really. It's the only one that becomes part of a person. It's not just a battery or a key or a weapon. It's sitting in the head of someone who thinks and feels and would quite like to keep on doing so. Someone who falls in love, someone who worries about doing the right thing. That changes how you look at it entirely. The other stones are objects you fight over. This one, for a while, is basically somebody's heartbeat. And that turns its final chapter into one of the more genuinely upsetting sequences in the whole story, because when the purple threat comes for his stones, this is the one that can't just be handed over. Taking it means killing the person it lives inside. There's a whole agonized stretch where the people who love Vision try desperately to find a way to remove the stone without ending him, and where Vision himself keeps quietly, patiently insisting that his one life isn't worth the many that hang on it. Watching a gentle, decent being calmly argue for his own destruction because the maths demands it, that's a heavy thing, and the stone is the reason it lands. No other stone could carry a scene like that, because no other stone had a face. We'll come back round to Vision himself another time, because he deserves more than a passing mention, and his story tangles up with a grief so big it warps reality later on. For now, it's enough to know that of all 6 stones, this is the one that ended up with a heartbeat. The others glow. This one thinks. This one has a different feel to it entirely, and I mean that quite literally. The reality stone doesn't spend its time as a tidy little gem. For a good while, it exists as a sort of dark red flowing liquid called the ether, and everything about it feels off in a way that's hard to put your finger on. Where the other stones sit still and glow, this one moves. It seeps. It gets into people. There's something genuinely unsettling about the idea of a power that doesn't stay put in an object, but soaks into whoever's nearby, like ink into a cloth, spreading through them, taking them over from the inside. The others you could lock in a box. This one you'd have to quarantine like an illness. It behaves less like a jewel and more like a curse looking for somewhere to live. Its whole business is warping what's real, not moving things, not blowing things up, just quietly deciding that what you thought was true isn't and rewriting it, which is about the most dangerous thing on this list when you really sit with it, because everything else has limits you can see. A stone that controls distance still obeys the rules of what's possible. It just moves you around inside them. This one blurs the edges of what's even possible in the first place. It's the difference between a tool and a lie big enough can be anything. Its ancient history ties it up with a gloomy, forgotten race, the Dark Elves, who wanted to plunge all the worlds back into a primordial darkness and very nearly managed it, long before any of our heroes were born. They were beaten and thought extinct, the ether hidden away and presumed lost, and for thousands of years it stayed lost, which is exactly how you'd want to keep a thing like this. Then in that gap between then and now, a scientist studying strange anomalies in a city stumbles right into where it's been hidden, and the ether does its favourite trick. It finds a vessel, it seeps into her, drawn to her the way water finds the lowest point, and it starts to hollow her out and fill her up with something far too big for a person to hold. She becomes ill, then strange, then dangerous, all through no fault of her own, just for being in the wrong place when a very old evil woke up hungry. That's a properly creepy idea for a cosmic MacGuffin, honestly. Most of these stones you have to go and find. This one comes and finds you. The Dark Elves come back for it, of course, sensing it the moment it surfaces, and the whole business drags Thor's corner of the story through a grim, shadowy adventure before the ether is finally prized loose again. And here's the decision that makes me laugh every time. Rather than lock it up somewhere impregnable, the powers that be decide the safest thing to do is hand it off to the collector, a strange, pale, theatrical fellow who hoards rare and dangerous things, the way some people hoard stamps, keeping them in glass cases in his emporium out on the edge of nowhere. Their reasoning is that you shouldn't keep two of these things in the same place, which, fair enough, but the alternative they land on is giving one of the most reality-bending forces in existence to an eccentric collector for safekeeping. That's exactly the sort of decision that feels sensible right up until it very much isn't. You can practically hear the future going wrong as they hand it over, and that's more or less the running theme with the Reality Stone. Everyone who holds it thinks they can manage it. Everyone's wrong. It's the one that most feels like it has a will of its own. Even though it's meant to be an object, it wants a host, it wants to spread, it wants to rewrite. When the purple threat finally has it as part of his set, he uses it in some genuinely eerie ways, and these are the moments that stick with me. He shows people things that aren't there. He turns solid ground to drifting bubbles beneath their feet. He makes a devastated wasteland look, for a moment, like a lush green paradise, then lets the illusion fall away to reveal the ruin underneath. It's nightmare logic made real, the sense you get in a bad dream that the floor might not be the floor, that the room might rearrange itself when you're not looking. That's the Reality Stone signature. Not force, not fear exactly. Just the quiet, sickening removal of your certainty that things are what they seem. I'll be honest, of the six, this is the one I find hardest to picture, and I think that's on purpose. A stone that controls reality shouldn't be easy to hold in your mind. It should feel slippery, half-glimpsed, like something you saw out of the corner of your eye that was gone when you turned to look. It does its job even in how you remember it. Rather clever, that. The others you can draw. This one you can only sort of gesture at. For this one, we head out to the far edge of things, to a dusty, dead planet called Morag, where the whole business kicks off with a bloke breaking into an old ruin to nick a mysterious orb. The Power Stone starts its screen life hidden inside that orb, and nobody who grabs it has the faintest idea what they're actually carrying. That's half the charm of how it gets introduced. It's treated like ordinary treasure, a thing you can sell, a thing you can barter, a thing you'd quite like to get a good price for down the market. A ragtag bunch of misfits, who we'll spend proper time with later because they're some of my favourites, end up passing it round like it's a slightly hot bit of merchandise, squabbling over who gets to sell it and for how much, completely unaware they're holding one of the most destructive forces in the galaxy. There's a lovely irony in that. The most dangerous object we've met so far, and its first proper adventure, is essentially a heist caper about who gets paid. It's like watching people play catch with a live grenade because nobody's told them the pin is out. Then the orb gets opened and the truth comes out in the worst possible way. When they take it to the collector, him again, the man simply cannot resist a dangerous artifact. He pops it open to show them what's inside, and his assistant, thinking she can seize a bit of that power for herself, reaches out and touches the raw stone directly. The power tears through her instantly. It doesn't wound her or knock her back. It overwhelms her in a heartbeat and takes out half the room in the process. A great violet blast that wrecks the collector's beautiful hoard and kills her where she stands. That's the moment the penny drops for everyone watching, both inside the story and out. This isn't treasure. This is the sort of thing that ends worlds if you're careless with it. The sort of thing that kills you for the sin of wanting it too badly. And that's the essence of the Power Stone. It's raw force with almost nothing clever about it. The others have angles, space, time, minds, reality, the soul. This one just destroys. It's the blunt instrument of the set. Touch it with your bare skin for more than a moment, and it'll rip you apart because a normal body simply can't hold that much energy passing through it. The power has nowhere to go but through you, and you're not built to be a wire. The only way to survive using it is to channel it through something built to take the load, a weapon, a housing, a device made to bleed off the excess. Even then it's a strain, even the strong struggle to hold it. It's less a tool you use and more a wild animal you try to point in roughly the right direction and hope. The climax it's tied up in involves a fanatic called Ronan getting hold of it, a warrior so consumed by ancient hatred that he despises a whole peaceful world and wants it gone, and he sets the stone into his own great hammer, deciding he'll use it to wipe that world clean of everyone on it. And what saves the day isn't outmuscling the stone, because you can't. Nobody can. It's a group of unlikely friends grabbing hold of it together, all their hands on it at once and sharing the impossible load between them. Spread across several people, instead of channeled through one, the power that would have destroyed any single one of them becomes just barely survivable, long enough to turn it on the man wielding it. There's something quietly lovely in that, actually, and it's the whole reason I've got such affection for that ragtag lot. The strongest object in the story gets beaten not by strength, but by people holding on to each other, literally, hand in hand, refusing to let go even though it's burning them up to keep hold. You couldn't ask for a neater little statement of what that particular group is all about. We'll spend proper time with those misfits later on. They're some of my favourites, and they earn every bit of the affection. For now, remember the Power Stone as the simple one. The one with no tricks, no angles, just enough raw force to end everything. Tamed for one brief moment by a handful of people who decided they'd rather burn together than let a fanatic win. Of all six, this is the one I'd least want to be responsible for, and the story seems to agree with me, because it puts it in the care of people who've spent lifetimes learning restraint. The Time Stone lives inside a pendant called the Eye of Agamotto, worn by the sorcerers who guard the mystical side of things, a hidden order of magic users who protect the world from threats most people never even hear about. And what it does is exactly what it says on the tin. It lets you bend time, rewind it, loop it, freeze a moment and unpick it, peer down the branching paths of what might happen and what already has, which sounds brilliant until you think about it for more than a second and realise it's an absolute nightmare of a power to hand anybody. The temptation would be unbearable. Every mistake you'd ever made, every loss, every word you wished you'd never said, all of it suddenly undoable if you were just willing to reach for the stone one more time. That's precisely why the people who guard it treat it with such caution. It's not the danger of it blowing up that worries them. It's the danger of what it would do to your soul to have it. The best use of it, and honestly, one of my favourite bits in the whole run, is when the sorcerer Doctor Strange squares up against a vast cosmic entity called Dormammu, a being from a dark dimension, so far beyond him that beating it in a straight fight isn't even a fantasy. So he doesn't try. Instead, he does something clever and mad and quietly heroic. He wraps the two of them in a loop of time and walks in to confront the creature, knowing full well he's going to die. And he does die, and the loop resets, and he walks back in and dies again and again and again, endlessly, coming back each time to the same doomed conversation, offering the same bargain, being destroyed in some new horrible way for his trouble. He can't win. He was never going to win. But he can refuse to stop losing, forever. And eventually the immortal creature, a thing that has never in its endless existence encountered anything it couldn't simply outlast, gets so utterly sick of the endless repetition, so maddened by this stubborn little man who keeps coming back to die again, that it agrees to leave just to make it stop. He doesn't win with force, he wins by being willing to lose an infinite number of times. That's a proper clever bit of writing, and it tells you everything about how this stone rewards patience over power. The strongest thing in the room isn't Dormammu, it's the willingness to endure. The sorcerer who guards the stone for years, a serene and ancient figure known as the Ancient One, understands its danger better than anyone alive. She's held it a long, long time, extended her own life by centuries, through means she's not entirely proud of. And she knows that peeking into the future too often, or leaning on the stone to escape hard choices, is a kind of poison that rots you slowly. There's a lovely tension in someone holding the power to see everything, and choosing, mostly, not to look. She could know how any of it turns out. She mostly declines to. That restraint is the whole of her wisdom, and it's a harder discipline than any spell. Later on, when Strange uses the stone to search through millions of possible futures, flicking through outcome after outcome, looking for the single thread among them all, where everything somehow works out against impossible odds, it very nearly breaks him. Seeing that many outcomes, living through that many defeats in his mind, dying in his head, a million different ways to find the one path where he doesn't. It's not a thing a mind is built to do, and you can see the toll of it on him afterward. The haunted look of a man who's seen too much of what might be. Which brings us right back to where we started. The time stone isn't dangerous because it might blow up. It's dangerous because of what it does to the person holding it. Of the 6, it's the quiet one that asks the most of you and takes the most in return. Power you can wield with your mind. This one you wield with your mind, and it wields you right back. And that leaves the last one, which sits a bit apart from the rest, the way the 6th of anything often does. The Soul Stone is hidden away on a bleak, windswept planet called Vormir, a place of grey cliffs and a permanently overcast sky, the sort of landscape that feels sad before anyone's even said a word. And getting to it is easy enough. You just have to travel to Vormir and climb a mountain. Keeping it is the hard part, because this stone asks for something the others never do. The others you can find, steal, take by force, trick out of a foolish collector. This one wants a price paid first up front, non-negotiable, and the price is dreadful. To claim the Soul Stone, you have to sacrifice the thing you love most in the whole world. Not give up a possession. Not pass a test of strength or cleverness. Lose a person. A real, beloved person. Willingly, by your own hand. And only then will the stone consider itself bought. Guarding the place is a figure who knows all about hollow bargains. A gatekeeper cursed to watch over the very thing he can never possess himself. Drifting across those grey cliffs like a ghost, doomed to greet every arrival and point them toward the same terrible choice. There's a grim little irony baked into who he is too. He was once a man who chased power his whole life, who wanted more than anything to hold something exactly like this, and the punishment fitted the crime with awful precision. He got sent to the one place in the universe overflowing with power, made its keeper, and forbidden ever to touch any of it. He can point the way to the greatest prize there is, over and over, for eternity, and never once claim it for himself. The keeper of the stone that costs everything is himself someone who lost everything and got nothing in return. You almost feel for him. Almost. When the purple threat arrives to claim it, the story does something I still think is one of its boldest moves. It makes you feel, just for a moment, sorry for him, the villain, the monster, the one you've spent hours learning to dread. Because he brings with him the person he loves most, an adopted daughter who despises him for what he made her into. And when he understands what the stone demands, he weeps. He genuinely doesn't want to do it. This is the being who wants to murder half of everything that lives. And here he is, tears on his face, because the universe has asked him to give up the one thing he can't bear to lose. And he does it anyway. He does it anyway because in his own twisted, monstrous way, he's decided his goal matters more than the person standing beside him, more than his own broken heart. He throws her from the cliff. It's a horrible scene told quietly, no swelling music trying to make it grand, and it lands all the harder for how still it is. A villain crying while he does the worst thing he's ever done is far more frightening than a villain laughing. Later, two of the heroes will come to love, reach that same cliff, and face that same choice. And the moment turns into a kind of reverse struggle. Not each fighting to survive, but each fighting to be the one who's allowed to fall, so the other can live. Two of the closest friends in the whole story, wrestling at the edge of a precipice, and the thing they're wrestling over is which of them gets to die. It's the opposite of every fight we've seen. Nobody's trying to win. Everybody's trying to lose. And it wrecks you, because you know one of them has to succeed at losing, and you know exactly how much the other will carry for the rest of their days. That's the soul stone in a nutshell. It doesn't test how strong you are. It tests what you're willing to give up. And it always takes someone. There's no clever loophole, no time loop, no group of friends sharing the load. Just a cliff and a choice and someone gone. So there's the set. Space, mind, reality, power, time and soul. 6 little forces from the dawn of everything, scattered across the galaxy, quietly steering an enormous chunk of this whole story from behind the scenes for years before anyone even said their names out loud. Keep them in the back of your mind as we go, because they'll keep drifting back into frame. A scepter here, a red mist there, a glowing pendant round a wizard's neck. They're the thread that stitches the early years of all this together. For now, though, let's leave the glowing rocks behind and talk about the people who spent those years chasing them, starting with the handful of heroes who were there before any of us knew what we were watching. Since we're on the subject of people who chased those stones, let's start with the one who, arguably, started this whole thing off, Tony Stark. Here's a fun detail about how his story begins. It doesn't begin with him being heroic. It begins with him being about as far from a hero as you can get. He's a weapons manufacturer, rich beyond sense, clever beyond most people alive, and completely unbothered by the fact that the things he builds are killing people. He's charming and quick, and a bit of a nightmare, honestly. The sort of person who's brilliant at everything except caring. When we first meet him, he's out in the desert, showing off a new missile to a crowd of soldiers, cracking jokes, sipping a drink, treating the whole business of arms dealing like a lifestyle brand. He is, at that point, exactly the sort of man the rest of the story will spend years teaching him not to be, and then he gets kidnapped. Wounded in an attack by his own weaponry, of all things, caught in the blast of a bomb with his own name on the casing, which is about as pointed as irony gets. He wakes up in a cave with shrapnel working its way toward his heart, and a crude device rigged up by a fellow prisoner to keep it at bay. His captors, a group called the 10 Rings, want him to build them a missile, and they've given him a week and a workshop of scrap to do it in. Instead, hidden away with that scrap and that fellow prisoner, a gentle doctor named Yinsen, who patches him up and keeps him talking, Tony builds his first crude suit of armour and blasts his way out. That's the bit everyone remembers, the clanking grey Mark I stomping out of the cave, flamethrowers blazing. But the part that matters more is quieter, and it's the part that actually makes the hero. Somewhere in that cave, watching a good man die to buy him the seconds he needed to escape, Tony decides he's been building the wrong things his whole life. Yinsen's last words to him, "Don't waste it. Don't waste your life," become the thing he spends the rest of his story trying to live up to and mostly failing, and trying again. The device in his chest becomes the arc reactor, and it's a lovely bit of symbolism when you think about it. The thing that's slowly killing him, the shrapnel, the wound, gets rebuilt into the thing that powers his whole new purpose. The injury becomes the engine. He goes home a changed man, shuts down his weapons business, to the absolute horror of everyone around him. His board, his shareholders, his father's old business partner who'd been quietly running the company for years, and starts building better suits in secret, not to sell, not for the military, to use himself to try and clean up some fraction of the mess he spent his whole career making. And when he stands in front of a room of reporters and simply says the words, admits it, tells the world he's Iron Man, that's him refusing to hide behind a mask the way every other hero would, which is so completely Tony. It's almost funny. He can't even be a secret identity properly. He has to make it a headline. What I've always liked about Tony is that becoming a hero doesn't fix his personality. He's still arrogant. He still can't quite stop showing off. He still pushes everyone away right when they get close. Still makes everything a joke. Still can't sit in a serious moment without deflecting it with a wisecrack. His flaws don't vanish just because he's doing the right thing now, and the story's honest enough to keep them in for the whole run. Half his worst moments across the years come from him trying to solve a problem by being cleverer than everyone in the room, and half his best moments come from him finally, grudgingly, learning to trust someone else to catch him. He's a man permanently at war with his own ego, and the war never fully ends. It just, very slowly, starts going the right way. He also can't resist a bit of a scheme, which gets him into trouble more than once. He builds things he shouldn't. He tries at one point to armour the whole world against threats it isn't ready for. To build a suit of armour around the entire planet, in his own words, and it blows up in his face rather spectacularly, birthing one of the nastiest villains in the whole story, which we'll get to properly later on. But that's Tony in miniature, isn't it? His heart's in the right place, and his brain keeps running ahead of it, sprinting off to solve tomorrow's problem so fast it trips over today's. He's the friend who's genuinely trying to help, but insists on doing it in the most complicated, over-engineered way imaginable, and who won't listen when you tell him the simple version would have been fine. You love him for it, and you also want to strangle him a bit, and both of those feelings are correct. There's a real arc to him, though, under all the noise, and it's one of the more satisfying ones in the whole story. The man who couldn't care about anything at the start slowly becomes a man who cares too much, who's kept up at night by all the ways the world could end, who becomes a mentor, and in his own fumbling way, a father figure, who builds and rebuilds himself around the people he's terrified of losing. The selfish genius who wanted to save no one but himself ends up, if you follow the thread all the way out, the one most willing to give everything. But I'll not run ahead to the end of it. We've hours yet, and Tony earns his ending slowly. For now, just picture him in that cave, greasy and bleeding and stubborn, deciding for the first time in his life to build something that helps instead of hurts. Everything else grows out of that one decision in the dark. Now let's talk about someone who couldn't be more different. And that's rather the point. Where Tony is all noise and cleverness, Steve Rogers is quiet decency turned all the way up. And what I find genuinely touching about him is where he starts. Before the muscles, before the shield, he's a small, sickly lad from Brooklyn who keeps getting knocked down and keeps getting back up anyway. He's asthmatic, frail, forever ill with one thing or another, the kind of kid who gets shoved into an alley and beaten by someone twice his size, and who, crucially, keeps getting up out of the dirt to have another go, even knowing he'll lose. He wants to serve. There's a war on. His whole generation is signing up. and he tries again and again to enlist, and every recruiting office turns him away because he's too weak, too small, too sickly to be any use to anyone. But he never stops trying, because the thing that makes him worthy was never the body. It was already there, fully formed in the scrawny version. The courage came first, the strength came second, and only because someone finally noticed the courage. That's the whole idea behind him getting chosen for the experiment that changes him. A scientist who's seen too much of what bullies do with power picks not the strongest, meanest recruit in the room, but this stubborn little man who volunteers to jump on a grenade. Because, and the scientist says this beautifully, the strong man who's always had power loses respect for it. But the weak man who's known what it is to have none knows its value and knows compassion. They pick Steve precisely because he understands what it's like to be powerless. And so he's the one least likely to be corrupted by suddenly having more power than anyone alive. He gets the serum, he gets bathed in strange rays, and he comes out transformed. Tall, broad, impossibly strong, the soldier everyone said they needed. But he's still the same man inside. That's the trick of him. The serum only amplified what was already there. It made the good bigger, not different. But here's the bit that gives his whole character its sadness, and it's a proper heartbreaker. At the height of it all, having become the symbol his whole country needed, he crashes a plane full of weapons into the Arctic ice to save countless lives, and he goes under expecting to die. He's saying goodbye over the radio to the woman he loves, planning a dance they both know they'll never have. And then he doesn't die, he freezes. The serum keeps him alive, preserved, sleeping in the ice for decades while the world moves on without him. And when they finally thaw him out and he wakes up, he wakes into a world where everyone he knew has grown old or gone. The woman he loved, the friends he fought beside, his whole generation, the whole life he was in the middle of building. All of it happened without him while he slept under the ice, and he missed every second of it. He went to sleep in one world and woke up a stranger in another. That's a heavy thing to carry, and the story doesn't rush past it, which I always appreciated. Steve spends a long time as a man, slightly out of step with the time he's living in, old-fashioned in a way that's sometimes gently funny and sometimes genuinely, achingly lonely. He keeps a little notebook of things to catch up on. He believes in things plainly and firmly, out loud, in an age that's grown a lot more complicated and cynical and embarrassed about believing in anything at all. And you'd think that would make him a relic, a man from a black and white photograph blinking in the colour of now. Somehow, it makes him the moral centre of the whole team instead. When everyone else is arguing about the clever thing to do, the pragmatic thing, the thing that'll work, Steve's usually the one quietly pointing at the right thing, the hard thing, the thing you do because it's right even when it costs you. He's the compass the others check themselves against, even when they're annoyed by it. The comparison I always land on is those older relatives who talk about how much harder everything was in their day. Steve's version of that is real though. He genuinely came from a harder, plainer, hungrier world, and he never quite lets go of it. Never stops being a bit baffled and a bit disappointed by how soft and sideways things have got. But it never curdles into bitterness. That's the miracle of him. A man that's stubbornly, unfashionably good, refusing to be worn down or made cynical by a century that keeps trying to tell him he's naive. He'd rather be naive and kind than clever and cruel, and by the end you rather suspect he was right all along. He also, and I mean this warmly, cannot tell a lie to save his life, gets deeply, visibly uncomfortable around swearing, and is quietly, hopelessly bad at hiding when he fancies someone, which, for a man who's seen as much horror and loss as he has, is quietly hilarious and quietly lovely in equal measure. The most dangerous man in most rooms he walks into, and he blushes. There's something wonderful in that. Goodness didn't make him hard. It kept him soft in exactly the places that matter. Since we're talking about people learning humility, let's bring in the one who needed it most. Thor. He arrives in the story as an absolute handful. A golden prince of Asgard, next in line to a throne that stood for uncounted ages, brilliant in a fight, beloved by his people, and utterly, cheerfully convinced of his own greatness. And that's exactly the problem. He's arrogant, hot-headed, quick to laugh, and quicker to anger, and far too eager to reach for his hammer to solve things that a wiser man would talk his way through. On the very day he's meant to be crowned king, he throws the whole realm into a needless war because his pride got pricked, and his father, the old, one-eyed all-father, Odin, who's ruled long enough to know exactly what an untested, arrogant king can cost a kingdom, sees it clearly and does something rather drastic about it. He strips Thor of his power, casts him out, banishes him down to earth to live among mortals as one of them, and sends the hammer down after him with a condition carved into it. Only one who is worthy may lift it. That hammer, Mjolnir, becomes the neat little heart of Thor's whole journey, and it's one of my favourite bits of storytelling shorthand in the entire run. For a good long stretch, he can't lift it. He finds it, half buried in the ground where it landed, surrounded by soldiers who can't shift it either, and he strides up expecting it to leap to his hand the way it always has. And it doesn't budge. Not an inch. The mightiest warrior in the realm, brought to his knees in the mud, unable to move his own weapon, weeping, because worthiness turns out to have absolutely nothing to do with strength. You can't lift it by being strong. You can't lift it by wanting it. It's about who you are, not what you can do. And at that moment, stripped of everything, he simply isn't the man it will answer. He has to actually become a better person before the hammer will come back to him. Humbler, kinder, willing to put others before his own glory. And the moment it does come back, when he finally, without a second's hesitation, throws himself in front of certain death to protect people who mean nothing to his old self and everything to his new one, that's the hammer roaring back across the sky into his hand, and it's genuinely one of the more satisfying beats in the whole early run. He didn't earn it by winning. He earned it by being willing to lose everything for someone else. What I love is that even after he learns the lesson, the hammer keeps testing him, keeps holding up a mirror. There's a much later moment, years on, when Thor's at a real low point. He's lost his home, his family, his confidence. He's let himself go. He's doubting whether he's still anyone at all, whether the person who could lift that hammer even exists anymore. And in the middle of all that doubt, he reaches out, almost without meaning to, half expecting the hammer not to come, and it comes. It flies to his hand exactly as it always did. And you can see the relief crash over him, because it means that underneath all the doubt and the grief and the mess he's made of himself, he's still worthy. He's still somewhere in there, that person. The hammer knew before he did. That's a lovely way to use an object as a mirror for someone's soul, worthiness as a thing that's still true, even when you can't feel it, still there waiting for you to remember it. His relationship with his brother is the other great thread, and we'll get into Loki properly later, because there's a whole tangled tragedy there. For now, it's enough to say that a huge amount of Thor's growing up is bound up in learning how to love a brother who keeps betraying him and never quite being able to stop, no matter how many times he probably should. Thor keeps forgiving. It's both his greatest weakness and, in the end, one of his quiet strengths. Thor also has, I'd argue, the best arc of the original bunch when it comes to just plain changing over time. He goes from a slightly insufferable golden boy, all confidence and no scars, to someone who's lost his home, his father, his mother, his brother more than once, half his people, an eye and most of his certainty, and who comes out the other side sadder and funnier and far, far more human than he started. He gets to be a bit of a mess. He gets to fall apart and be put back together wrong and slowly find his way to a new shape. For a literal god of thunder, he ends up being one of the most relatable figures in the whole story, precisely because the story was brave enough to break him and let him stay a little broken. Funny how that works. The one who started furthest from us ends up closest. Now here's a character built entirely around a problem, and it's a good one. Bruce Banner. The setup is beautifully simple, which is exactly why it works. Bruce is a gentle, mild, rather anxious scientist, soft-spoken, brilliant, forever apologizing, the sort of man who wouldn't say boo to a goose. And living inside him is the Hulk, an enormous, furious green force of pure destruction that comes bursting out whenever Bruce loses control of his temper or his fear. Two beings sharing one body, and for years they can't stand each other. Bruce spends his life terrified of the other guy, monitoring his own heart rate, doing his breathing exercises, trying desperately to stay calm at all times, because every single time the Hulk comes out, people get hurt and things get flattened, and Bruce wakes up somewhere new with no memory of what he did. He's a man trying to live his whole life without ever once feeling too much of anything, which is no way to live at all. What makes it work is that it's not really a superhero problem at all. It's a very human one, dressed up in green. The idea of a part of yourself you're frightened of. The anger you keep buried because you don't trust what it'll do if it ever gets loose. The version of you that comes out when you're pushed too far. The one you're ashamed of. The one you spend enormous effort making sure nobody ever sees. Bruce's whole story is about learning to live with the thing inside him instead of fighting it every waking minute. And that's something an awful lot of people quietly understand in their own way, whether their monster is anger or grief or fear or something with no name at all. He's the most fantastical member of the team, and somehow the most ordinary. Everyone's got a Hulk. Most of ours just don't turn green. For a long time, the two of them are basically at war, a cold war fought inside one skull. Bruce wants control. The Hulk wants out. When the big fellow takes over, Bruce loses himself entirely, blacks out, becomes a passenger in his own body, sometimes waking up hours or days later on the other side of the world with no idea how he got there or what he destroyed on the way. It's isolating in a way the story treats with real, unshowy sympathy. He can't get close to anyone because getting close means feeling things, and feeling things is dangerous. He can't stay anywhere because sooner or later something goes wrong and he has to run before people find out what he is. He's always one bad moment away from disaster, always keeping one bag packed, always keeping everyone at arm's length for their own safety. It's a lonely way to be a hero. The resolution, when it finally comes, is genuinely satisfying because it isn't a victory, it's a truce. After years of the two of them tearing each other apart, of Bruce treating the Hulk as a curse, and the Hulk treating Bruce as a cage, he spends a long stretch of time, off-screen, in the gap between chapters, actually working with the other guy instead of against him, learning to share, learning to let both of them exist at once. And he comes out the other side merged, the brain of Banner and the body of the Hulk sharing one life at last, big, green, and completely calm, wearing glasses and a cardigan, cracking gentle jokes, posing for photos with kids, entirely at peace. The war's over. After all those years, they finally figured out how to be one person instead of two people trapped in one body. Neither of them won. They just, at last, stopped fighting. I've always found that ending quietly moving, honestly, more moving than a lot of the louder ones. It would have been so easy to just have Bruce learn to control the monster, to master it, cage it properly, win. Instead, he learns to make peace with it, to accept it, to let it be part of who he is rather than the enemy inside him. That's a much better lesson, and a much harder one, and a much truer one. You don't beat the thing inside you. If you're lucky, and you work at it for a very long time, you learn to live with it, and maybe even to be glad of it. That's about as hopeful as this whole story ever gets, and it's dressed up as a big green man in a cardigan. Let's slow down a bit for this one, because Natasha's story is stitched together more from hints and glances than from one big origin film, and I rather love it for that. She's a character you assemble yourself, from scraps, the way you'd get to know a private person in real life. Black Widow starts out as the spy you're not sure you can trust, which is exactly right for a character built on a foundation of lies. When we first meet her, she's undercover, wearing a false name, working her way into someone's confidence for reasons of her own, because that's what she does. That's what she was made to do. And slowly over years, you learn where it came from. She was raised and trained from childhood in a brutal program called the Red Room, taken as a little girl and turned into a weapon before she was old enough to choose anything at all. Everything she is, she was made into. The skills, the coldness, the ability to become anyone and feel nothing. By the time we catch up with her, she spent years working as an assassin and a spy for people whose causes weren't always clean, doing terrible things very well, because that's the only thing anyone ever taught her to do. The phrase that follows her around, the one that quietly organizes her whole character, is the idea of the ledger. She talks about having read in it, a running account, kept somewhere behind her eyes of all the harm she's done, all the lives she's taken, all the debts she feels she owes to a world she was pointed at like a gun. And her whole arc, told softly, underneath all the espionage, is about trying to balance that ledger. Not by being told she's forgiven, she never really believes that, and nobody ever quite manages to convince her, but by doing enough good, protecting enough people, saving enough of what she once helped destroy, to feel like maybe she's tipped the scales back a little. It's a heavier, sadder, more grown-up motivation than most of the others carry. She's not chasing glory or answering a call or living up to a dead mentor. She's doing quiet arithmetic with her own soul, trying to get out of the red, and she carries it without fuss, without ever asking anyone to feel sorry for her. What warms the whole thing up, what stops it being unbearably bleak, is the family she ends up choosing. She has no blood family to speak of, no home, no roots, nothing that was ever really hers. And slowly, without quite meaning to, the team becomes both of those things for her. She's the one who holds them together when they fall out. She's the one who can talk the big green fellow down with a soft voice and a steady hand when nobody else can get near him. She's the one who keeps everyone pointed in the same direction when they're all busy tearing each other apart over principles. For someone raised to trust no one and belong to nothing, she ends up being the most loyal one in the room, the heart of the group, the person who'd never leave. The family she was never given, she built out of a handful of damaged people who needed each other. And that, more than any of the spying, is what makes her a hero. She chose them, and she stayed. And when the moment comes on that bleak grey planet we talked about earlier, the one where the stone demands the life of someone you love, she doesn't hesitate for her own sake. She spent the whole story trying to earn her way back to something like peace, trying to balance that ledger, and she decides, quietly and completely, that this is how she does it, by giving everything, so the people she chose as her family get to keep going, get to fix the world, get to bring everyone home. She wins the fight to fall. She's the one who lets go. It's a quiet, wrenching end for a character who never asked for much fuss and never got much either, and it fits her exactly, right down to the ground. The woman who spent her whole life certain she owed a debt finally decided it was paid, and paid it in full, for the family she was never supposed to have. I'll not pretend I wasn't gutted, but it's the right ending for her if you ask me. The ledger in the end balances. She'd have said it was the least she could do. She'd have been wrong about that, but she'd have said it anyway, and she'd have meant it, and that's the whole of who she was. And to round off the originals, let's talk about the one with no powers at all, which is rather the whole point of him. Clint Barton. Hawkeye, think about the company he keeps. A man in a flying suit of armour, a literal god of thunder from a golden realm in the sky, a green giant who can level a building by getting cross, a super soldier pulled fresh out of a laboratory and the ice. And then there's Clint, standing among all of them with a bow and arrow, which is, let's be honest, about the oldest weapon there is. On paper, it's almost silly. In practice, it's one of my favourite things about the whole team, because he's the constant reminder that a normal person with no serum and no reactor and no magic can stand in that room among the gods and still matter, still pull his weight, still make the difference. He's the proof that you don't need to be super to be part of it. You just need to be very, very good and very, very brave and to keep showing up. His skill is just that, skill. Hard-won human skill. No serum, no reactor, no hammer, no cosmic accident. He spent a lifetime becoming impossibly, freakishly good at one difficult thing, and he brings a kind of grounded, working man steadiness to a team full of larger-than-life figures with larger-than-life problems. When everyone else is monologuing or brooding or having a crisis of identity, Clint's usually the one quietly getting on with the job, taking the shot, watching the exits, keeping his head. He's the professional in a room full of legends. There's something deeply reassuring about him. He never seems to forget that the point is to help people, not to win an argument about how. The detail that gives him his whole heart is the family, and it's revealed fairly late and kept secret for a long time, even from his own teammates. Out on a quiet farm, miles from all the chaos and the aliens and the collapsing cities, he's got a wife and children and an entirely ordinary, lovely, unremarkable life that he goes home to when the fighting's done. Nobody knew. He kept it hidden precisely to keep it safe. And when the rest of the team finally stumbles into it, exhausted and hunted, and needing somewhere to hide, this secret pocket of normal warmth in the middle of all the madness, it recolours absolutely everything about him. Suddenly, all the danger means something different, because he's not just risking himself out there. He's got a reason to want to come home, that the others, for the most part, simply don't have. He's not fighting for glory or redemption, or a dead mentor's memory, or to balance some cosmic debt. He's fighting so he can go back to mowing the lawn and reading his kids to sleep. And there's something so lovely and so unpretentious in that, in a story otherwise full of people who've lost everything. Clint's got something to lose, and that makes him braver than any of them, and more careful and more human. His bond with Natasha is the other great thread, and it's a proper deep friendship. The kind built quietly, over years of watching each other's backs, in places neither of them will ever talk about. There's a whole shared history there. She was sent to kill him once, the story goes, and he made a different call, and that call is the reason she ever got out at all. He saw something worth saving in her when everyone else saw only the weapon, which is exactly why that moment on the cliff hits so unbelievably hard, because the two of them each try, desperately, physically, to be the one who falls. Two of the closest friends in the whole story, grappling at the edge of a drop, and what they're fighting over is which of them gets to die so the other can live. It's the ordinary bloke who just wants to get home to his kids, and the woman balancing her ledger, and neither of them will let the other make the sacrifice, and it's unbearable, and it's beautiful. Clint's the anchor, really. In a story about gods and monsters and men who become legends, he keeps the whole thing human-sized. There's something lovely at the end of all the cosmic doom about the fella who mainly just wants to get home for his tea. He reminds you what all of it's actually for. So that's the founding six. Keep them in mind, because most of what comes later either builds directly on them or grows up in their long shadow. But the story doesn't stop with the originals, and neither will we. Next, let's meet the ones who came after, the newer faces who had to find their place in a world these six had already turned upside down. Now, if you want a character who has to be knocked completely off his pedestal before he's any use to anyone, Stephen Strange is your man. He starts out as one of the most gifted surgeons alive, and he knows it, and he wants you to know it too. That's the trouble with him. He's brilliant with his hands, genuinely miraculous, the sort of surgeon who saves patients no one else would even attempt. and he's grown absolutely insufferable about it. Vain, cold, obsessed with his own reputation. The kind of man who only takes the cases that'll make him look good and turns away the ones that might dent his record. He memorises everything, corrects everyone, keeps a wall of his own achievements. His talent is entirely real. His character, at this point in his story, is a bit rotten. He's a man who has confused being good at something with being a good person, which is one of the easier mistakes a clever person can make. And then he loses the one thing his whole identity is built on. A car crash, he's speeding, showing off, distracted, checking case files he shouldn't be looking at while he drives, wrecks his hands, the precise, steady, miraculous hands that made him who he was, mangled, the nerves shredded, left with a permanent tremble he can't control. Suddenly the great surgeon can't hold a scalpel, can't stop his fingers shaking long enough to sign his own name, can't do the single thing that gave his entire life meaning, and he pours everything he has into fixing them. Every treatment, every experimental surgery, every long shot and lunatic procedure, burning through his fortune and his relationships in a frantic, furious refusal to accept what's happened. He ends up broke, bitter, alone and desperate, which is exactly the state a proud man has to reach before he'll try something that doesn't fit neatly into his tidy scientific view of the world. Rock bottom, it turns out, is where his real story starts. That desperation leads him halfway across the world to a hidden place of learning, a sanctuary where they teach a kind of magic he'd have sneered at a year earlier. Energy and dimensions and the mystic arts, all the things a man of science files under nonsense. And here's the lovely bit, the bit that makes his whole arc work. He isn't humble when he arrives, even flat broke and out of options. He's still arrogant, still convinced he can shortcut his way through, still treating magic like just another skill to master and dominate, and add to his collection. So the teachers there, chiefly the serene ancient figure we met earlier, the Ancient One, keeper of the Time Stone, have to break down something harder than his hands this time. They have to break his certainty. The idea, lodged so deep in him he doesn't even know it's there, that he already understands how the universe works, that reality is a closed problem he's mostly solved. She flings his spirit right out of his body and hurls it through dimension after impossible dimension, showing him just how vast and strange and unknown everything actually is, and how small his cleverness looks against it. Learning magic for Strange is mostly learning that he knows far, far less than he thought. The humbling isn't a side effect of the training, it is the training. What makes him work as a character is that his cleverness doesn't disappear once he's humbled. It just gets pointed in a much better direction. All that relentless intelligence, all that refusal to accept a losing position, turned outward in service of protecting people. Instead of polishing his own legend, it becomes genuinely heroic. That business we mentioned earlier, where he beats an unbeatable cosmic entity by trapping himself in an endless loop of dying over and over until the monster gets bored. That's pure Strange, isn't it? He doesn't outfight the problem because he can't. He outthinks it. He finds the one angle nobody powerful enough to matter would ever stoop to. He simply refuses to stop losing. The arrogant surgeon who'd only take the cases he could win becomes a man who'll willingly lose an infinite number of times, will die again and again in agony, to protect a world full of people he doesn't even know. That's a proper transformation. Same brain, entirely different heart. He keeps a bit of the old ego mind. I'd have been disappointed if he hadn't. He's never going to be as warm as some of the others. There's always a bit of the surgeon's cool detachment about him, a slight sense that he's the smartest person in the room and hasn't fully stopped keeping score. But there's something deeply satisfying about watching the most self-important man in the whole story slowly turn into one of its most quietly responsible. The one who ends up carrying the heaviest cosmic burdens, precisely because he learned to take things seriously. And the hands never fully heal, which I always thought was the perfect touch. He learns to work anyway, tremble and all. He doesn't get his old life back. He builds a better one on top of the ruin of it. That's rather the whole point of him. Since we're talking about people stepping into enormous roles, let's go somewhere the outside world was never meant to see. Wakanda. Here's the idea that makes the whole thing sing, the central brilliant conceit. Wakanda looks to the rest of the world like a poor and simple nation, a bit of farmland, some herders, nothing to trouble anyone, easy to overlook and easier to ignore. That's a deliberate disguise, maintained for centuries with total discipline. In truth, it's the most advanced civilization on the entire planet, sitting on a mountain of a miraculous metal called vibranium, the same wonder metal that later ends up in a certain super soldier's shield, which crashed there in the ancient past and let the nation leap centuries, maybe millennia, ahead of everyone else. Flying craft, healing technology, energy weapons, a whole hidden city of gleaming towers, all concealed behind a projected image of a struggling little country. And for generations, Wakanda has chosen to hide all of it, to pull up the drawbridge, keep its wonders secret, and let the world think it's nothing special, so that no one ever comes to take what it has. It's watched the rest of the world tear itself apart for centuries, and simply stayed invisible, and stayed safe. T'Challa becomes the Black Panther, and the king of this place, after his father is killed, and the mantle comes with far more than a very good suit. The powers of the Panther, the enhanced strength, speed and senses, come from a special heart-shaped herb, taken in ritual, tied up in tradition and ceremony, and the weight of every king who came before him, going back to the first. Taking the throne means taking all of that history onto his shoulders, and it's a great deal heavier than it looks from the outside. He's not just a hero who punches things, he's a head of state, which makes his corner of the story quite different in flavour from most of the others. Less about a lone figure saving the day, more about what a nation owes, what a leader is responsible for, what power is actually for. His problems can't be solved by winning a fight. They're the problems of a man who has to decide policy for millions of people and live with what he decides. And that's the real question at the centre of his story. And it's a genuinely meaty, uncomfortable one. Wakanda has the power to help so many people, to reduce suffering, treat disease, lift up the poor, defend the defenceless all over the world. And for centuries, it's chosen instead to look after its own and let everyone else get on with suffering. Is that wise, or is it cowardice dressed up as wisdom? T'Challa inherits that choice along with the crown, and the story is honest enough never to make it easy for him. The isolation genuinely kept his people safe, kept the vibranium out of the wrong hands, kept Wakanda from being colonized and stripped and ruined the way so much of the world around it was. But it also meant standing by, arms folded, behind an invisible wall, while people who shared their blood and their heritage went without, suffered, died, help withheld by a nation that had it in abundance. There's no clean answer to that, and he spends his whole time as king wrestling with it, pulled between the tradition he inherited and the conscience that won't quite let him rest. We'll come back to the man who forces him to finally confront all this head on, because that particular villain deserves his own proper moment later, and he's one of the very best in the entire run, a mirror held up to Wakanda's comfortable secret. For now, what stays with me about T'Challa himself is the sheer dignity of him. He carries himself like someone who knows exactly how much rests on his shoulders and refuses to be careless with a single ounce of it. In a story often full of quips and chaos and men who can't take anything seriously, there's something quietly grounding about a hero who whose central concern isn't glory or vengeance, but simply doing right by the people who depend on him. He wants to be a good king. That's it. It sounds small, and it's actually enormous. And Wakanda itself is one of the loveliest bits of world building in the whole story, honestly. A place where ancient tradition and impossible technology sit side by side, without either one swallowing the other. Skyscrapers and spears, ceremonial robes and hovering trains, ritual combat by a waterfall in the shadow of a laboratory that could reshape the world. It feels like somewhere real people actually live and have always lived, with a history and a culture all its own, which is a far harder thing to pull off than it sounds. Most fictional advanced civilizations feel like a set. Wakanda feels like a home. Now here's a story told a bit back to front, which is exactly what makes it interesting. Captain Marvel. When we first meet Carol Danvers, she doesn't really know who she is, and neither do we, which is the clever part. She's living among an alien warrior race called the Kree, going by the name Veers, trained as one of their elite soldiers, with tremendous powers she can't fully access, and a past that comes to her only in broken fragments, flashes of a life on Earth that don't add up to anything she can hold on to. She's been handed a version of herself by the people who trained her. You crashed, we saved you. Those memories aren't real, don't trust them. And she's spent years believing it, doing as she's told, keeping her power in check, being a good soldier. The whole shape of her story is her slowly, stubbornly working out that the version she was handed is a lie top to bottom, and that the people who told it to her did so on purpose. The powers, once she finally reaches them, are enormous, which is part of what makes her stand out from nearly everyone else. She can fly under her own power, unaided, streaking through space. She can absorb energy and hurl it back as blinding blasts of light. She can take a hit that would flatten most of the others and simply get back up, glowing, unbothered. She's one of the genuine heavy hitters of the whole story, the sort of character who can tip the balance of an entire battle just by turning up. But the emotional core of her isn't the power at all. It's the memory. It's her digging through her own suppressed past and discovering, piece by piece, that the people who shaped her into a weapon had been lying to her about where she came from, about who she was, and most cruelly, about how strong she actually is. They kept her power throttled, told her she needed their help to control it, told her she was nothing without them. All of it a leash disguised as care. There's a lovely pointed turn in it around the war she thought she was fighting. She's been raised on a simple story. The Kree are the noble protectors of the galaxy, and the Skrulls, a shape-shifting race, are the monstrous invaders who must be hunted down. She believes it completely. She's killed for it. And as her real memories come back, she learns it's nowhere near that tidy. The Skrulls she was taught to hunt aren't monsters at all. They're refugees, frightened families fleeing persecution, looking for somewhere safe to hide from the very empire that trained her to exterminate them. The cause she gave her life to was built on propaganda, and the villains were the victims all along. That's a heavier thing than it first appears, realizing that everything you fought for was a lie, that the people you hurt were innocent, and then having to decide who you actually want to be once the whole rotten story falls away. She doesn't get to just switch sides cleanly. She has to rebuild her entire sense of right and wrong from the ground up. The moment that always sticks with me is when she finally stops holding back. For the whole story, she's been told to keep her power in check, to be disciplined, to fight the right way, as her trainers defined it. Controlled, restrained, always within the limits they set for her. And there's a point near the end when her old mentor tries one last time to goad her into a fair fight, to prove she's nothing without their training, and she just doesn't play along. She looks at him, and instead of proving herself on his terms, she simply blasts him off his feet and walks away. She refuses, at last, to let anyone else define her limits or set the terms of who she's allowed to be. For a character whose entire arc is about reclaiming a stolen sense of self, that's exactly the right note to land on. She doesn't win by being better at their game. She wins by refusing to play it. She turns up at some crucial moments elsewhere in the wider story too, arriving like the cavalry when everything looks lost. There's a signal, a battered old pager of all things, handed to a trusted friend years before, with instructions to use it only when things are truly dire. And when that signal finally goes out across space and gets answered, you know in your gut the odds have just shifted. Not a bad reputation to have, that. The one you call when there's genuinely no one else left. Let's lighten the mood a bit, because Scott Lang's corner of things is easily one of the most cheerful in the whole story, and I mean that as high praise. After all the humbled surgeons and stolen memories, he's a breath of fresh air. Scott's not a genius or a soldier or a god or a king. He's a bloke who's been to prison for a burglary, and a fairly well-meaning one at that. The sort where he was mostly trying to do the right thing, and went about it completely the wrong way, and who now mostly just wants to be a good dad to his little daughter and stay out of trouble long enough to see her. That's the whole appeal of him. He's an ordinary, slightly hapless, fundamentally decent man who keeps trying to go straight and keeps getting pulled back into schemes he knows he shouldn't touch, and who ends up with an extraordinary power more or less by accident, because a retired scientist needed someone to pull off a job, and Scott happened to be the burglar to hand. He didn't seek any of it. It landed on him, the way most things in his life seem to. That power comes from a special suit and a remarkable particle that lets him shrink down to the size of an insect while somehow keeping the full strength of a grown man. It's a brilliantly playful idea, and the films that use it know exactly how much fun it is. He can slip through keyholes, disappear between the floorboards, ride on the back of an actual flying ant like a tiny cowboy, and throw a punch that hits far harder than his teacup size should allow, because the mass is all still there, just folded up small. And later, he learns to go the other way entirely, to grow enormous, towering over buildings, which is just plain good fun to watch. His whole vibe is a heist film, crossed with a superhero story, crossed with a family comedy, and it's all the better for never taking itself too seriously. Amid all the cosmic doom elsewhere, Scott's off doing capers and cracking jokes and mostly trying not to embarrass himself, and it's lovely. But underneath the jokes there's a genuinely sweet centre, and it's the daughter Cassie. Everything Scott does, he does to be worthy of her, to be the kind of father she can look up to instead of visit through prison glass, the kind of man who shows up. That's what pulls him into the hero business in the first place, and it's what keeps him honest when things get complicated. He's not chasing glory or redemption in some grand cosmic sense. He just wants his little girl to be proud of him, and there's something so lovely and unpretentious about that, so human-sized, in a story where half the cast are carrying the weight of galaxies. His stakes are small, and they're everything. They're the size of one kid's love. Here's the detail that turns out to matter far more than it first seems, though, so tuck it away. The place he shrinks into when things go really properly small. Smaller than an ant, smaller than a speck, down past the level of ordinary matter, is called the quantum realm. It's a strange, swirling, beautiful space beneath the level of normal reality, where the usual rules go soft and bend, including, crucially, the rules about time. And getting stuck down there does something very odd indeed. What feels to Scott like a few hours turns out to be years in the world above. He pops down for what he experiences as an afternoon and surfaces to find that half a decade has passed, that the whole world has moved on without him, that everything changed while he was gone. For no time at all. That little quirk played almost as a throwaway gag at first. Look how disoriented he is, ends up being the exact key that unlocks one of the biggest turns in the entire story. We'll come round to it properly later. For now, just hold on to it. Down in the small places, time doesn't behave itself. Scott himself never quite loses the sense that he can't quite believe he's in the room with these people, the gods and the geniuses and the super soldiers. He's forever a bit starstruck, a bit out of his depth, apologising for being there. And that's exactly why he's such a welcome presence. He's us, basically. He's the ordinary bloke who somehow got the magic suit and is doing his absolute best not to muck it all up, delighted and terrified in roughly equal measure. Every big story needs someone standing slightly to the side of it, amazed. Scott's that someone, and he's a joy. And speaking of people who can't quite believe they're in the room, let's talk about the youngest of the whole lot, Peter Parker. What makes Spider-Man work in this particular crowd is his size, in every sense of the word. He's a school kid, he's got homework and crushes, and a decathlon team, and an aunt he loves and doesn't want to worry. And he's swinging around a borough of New York, trying to be a hero in a world of gods and billionaires who tower over him in every way. The scale mismatch is the whole charm of him. Everyone else is dealing with cosmic threats and world-ending stakes and the fate of reality, and Peter's mostly trying to stop a bike getting nicked, or help a lost old lady find her way home, or catch a mugger, because that's the level a genuinely friendly neighbourhood hero operates at. He wants to help the little guy, the ordinary person, having an ordinary bad day, because he is the little guy. He hasn't forgotten what it's like to be small and scared and overlooked, because he still mostly is. His powers come from a spider bite, and they suit who he is beautifully, quick, nimble, able to stick to walls and ceilings, freakishly strong for his size, and blessed with a strange sixth sense that prickles at the back of his neck and warns him of danger a half second before it lands. He's not the strongest one in any room by a long way, but he's fast and clever and impossibly, stubbornly determined, and he throws himself at problems far bigger than him without a second's hesitation. Sometimes that reads as brave, sometimes it reads as reckless. A kid who doesn't know when he's outmatched. He's a teenager. So honestly, it's usually both at once, which is one of the truest things about him. The relationship that shapes him most in this part of the story is with Tony Stark, who takes him under his wing as a sort of mentor, and it's a lovely, awkward, slightly fraught dynamic that pays off more than either of them expects. Here's this brilliant, damaged older man who never had much of a father figure himself, fumbling his way through trying to be one for this eager, gifted kid, and mostly getting it a bit wrong at first, being too controlling, too distant, too prone to solving things with technology instead of showing up, before he slowly, genuinely starts getting it right. And Peter, for his part, just wants Tony to be proud of him. That's the engine of it. The same way Scott wants his daughter to be proud, the same way half these characters are quietly, achingly chasing the approval of someone they admire. It's a thread that runs all the way through this whole story. Once you start noticing it, an enormous number of these heroes are, underneath the powers and the costumes, just people hoping that someone they look up to thinks they did well. Peter wears it more openly than most, because he's young enough not to have learned to hide it yet. Peter also carries a quiet weight the others don't quite share, and it's the thing that makes him a hero rather than just a kid with powers. He never asked for any of this. He got bitten, he got the abilities, and then something terrible happened. A loss he could have prevented and didn't, because he chose not to get involved when he easily could have. And out of that failure, he draws a lesson he'll carry forever, that having power means you're responsible for using it well, that looking away when you could help is its own kind of wrong. Nobody forced that on him. He chose it freely and keeps choosing it, even when it costs him things a kid really shouldn't have to give up. He misses the school trip, loses the girl, breaks the promise, keeps the secret, disappoints the people he loves, all because he can't bring himself to look away when he could do something. That sense of responsibility, taken up willingly rather than forced on him, is the whole moral heart of him. Power isn't the point. What you do with it when nobody's making you is the point. There's something genuinely reassuring about having him in the mix, honestly. and I think the whole story is better for it. Amid all the cosmic doom and the collapsing timelines and the weight of galaxies, there's a teenager doing his homework, and his heroics in roughly equal measure, worrying about the small stuff, being kind to people for no reward and no recognition, getting it wrong and trying again. He keeps the whole enormous machine anchored to something small and warm and human. As long as Peter's out there stopping bike thieves, the story remembers what all the bigger stuff is actually supposed to be in service of. Let's round off the newer faces with one whose whole story is about the family you're born into and whether you're doomed to become the thing they made you. Shang-Chi. He's living a quiet, deliberately unremarkable life when we meet him, parking cars as a valet at a hotel in San Francisco, going by the name Sean, mucking about with his best mate Katie, keeping his head down, being nobody in particular, and you slowly learn exactly why he's worked so hard to be nobody. His father is Xu Wenwu, the wielder of the Ten Rings, a set of ancient, immensely powerful bands worn on the forearms that grant their bearer near limitless strength and a life stretched out across centuries. His father has used that power to build a shadowy, criminal empire over the course of 1,000 years, an organisation that reaches into every corner of the world and answers to no law. And he raised his son, not as a boy, but as a weapon, trained him from childhood to be an assassin, drilled the softness out of him, sent him at a terribly young age to kill on command. Sean's whole quiet valet life is an attempt to run as far as he can from the killer his father tried to forge him into. So, Shang-Chi's story is the old, deep, universal one about breaking away from a parent's legacy. And it's told with real weight because the pull of that upbringing is genuine and strong. He was shaped deliberately and expertly into exactly the kind of person he doesn't want to be. And the training is still in his hands and his reflexes, whether he wants it there or not. He spends the story caught between that pull and his own desire to be something gentler, something his mother might have recognised. And his father, crucially, isn't a simple, cackling villain, which is what makes the whole thing land so hard. Wenwu is a man hollowed out by grief. He was once capable of great love. He gave up his empire and his endless pursuit of power for a woman named Ying Li, Sean's mother, and for a while he was happy and good. And when she was killed, that love curdled into something monstrous, and he became crueler than he'd ever been, and he poured that ruin into his children. He's dangerous precisely because he genuinely loves his family in his own broken, warped way. Fighting him isn't just a fight, it's a son trying to save his father from himself, and grieving all the while that he probably can't. That's a much sadder and richer thing than a hero versus a bad guy. There's a whole hidden world tied up in it too, Tarlo. The mystical village his mother came from. A place out of time, guarded and green and beautiful, connected by ancient magic to the wider cosmic strangeness, underpinning everything else we've been talking about. It's protected by warriors and watched over by a great guardian dragon, and it's under threat from a dark, ancient entity that's been whispering to Wenwu, wearing his dead wife's voice, luring him toward a gate it wants him to open. That gives Shang-Chi's story a mythic, fairy tale quality that sets it a bit apart from the rest. Magic and martial arts and old monsters and dragons, all wrapped around a very personal, very human question about who gets to decide the kind of man you become. It's the most fable-like corner of the whole universe, and it wears that well. By the end, Sean claims the rings as his own, but on his own terms, which is the entire point. His father, in a final moment of clarity, realising too late that he's been deceived, turns against the darkness he was about to unleash and passes the rings to his son with his dying breath. And Sean takes up that fearsome inheritance without taking up his father's path. He honours the parts of his heritage worth honouring, his mother's people, his own hard-won strength. even his father's love, buried under all that cruelty, and firmly rejects the villainy. He decides that where you come from doesn't have to be where you're going. And when those rings send out a signal that ripples across the whole world, announcing a new wielder to anyone with the means to feel it, you get the distinct sense that the wider story has just quietly gained a major new player. Others notice, the people who keep an eye on cosmic goings-on, a certain sorcerer supreme, a green scientist, a woman who flies through space, sit up and take note. Something new has arrived, which is a nice reminder of how this whole thing works by now. Every new hero doesn't just appear in a vacuum self-contained. They send out ripples, and somewhere across the world, someone feels them. The map keeps quietly redrawing itself, getting a little bigger with each arrival. So there's the next wave, the humbled surgeon, the burdened king, the pilot who got her memory back, the burglar with the shrinking suit, the school kid carrying the weight of his own conscience, and the son who refused to become his father. Between them and the originals, you've now got a proper crowd of heroes, more than any one story could ever have started with. But this universe was never just about Earth, was it? Let's push outward, off the planet entirely, out past the edge of everything we know, and have a good long wander through the cosmic side of things. Now, of all the corners of this story, the one I've got the very softest spot for is the ragged bunch we've been dancing around for a while, dropping little hints about all night. The Guardians of the Galaxy. It's time we sat down with them properly, because they're worth it. Here's what I love about them, right at the top. They're not heroes in any grand, noble sense. They don't set out to save anything. They're a collection of criminals, oddballs, killers, and lost souls who fall in together, mostly by accident, thrown into the same prison cell, chasing the same score, and who spend a good long while genuinely, actively disliking each other. There's Peter Quill, a human who was snatched off Earth as a small boy on the worst night of his life, and grew up out among space pirates and rogues, styling himself Star-Lord, and clinging above everything to an old cassette player full of his mum's music, because it's the last piece of home, and childhood, and love he's got left. There's Gamora, a deadly assassin, raised and reforged by a monster into a living weapon, who spent her whole life trying to escape the man who took her and made her what she is. There's Drax, all slabs of muscle and blunt, literal-minded honesty, who cannot understand a metaphor to save his life. Tell him something goes over his head, and he'll insist nothing goes over his head. His reflexes are too fast, and who is, underneath all that, quietly drowning in grief for the wife and daughter he lost. There's Rocket, a small, furious creature who was genetically engineered, cut open and rebuilt into a talking, walking raccoon by people who saw him as an experiment rather than a person, and who is angry at the entire universe, because the entire universe made him this way, and he can never be unmade. And there's Groot, a great walking tree who can only say 3 words, "I am Groot," in every possible order and inflection, and who somehow, impossibly, manages to say absolutely everything with them. They've got no business at all becoming a team. Not one of them wants to. And that's exactly why it's so genuinely lovely when they do, slowly, against their own better judgment, one grudging step at a time. Their whole story, underneath the spaceships and the shootouts and the one-liners, is about a group of deeply damaged people who've each been let down, abandoned or betrayed by every single person they ever trusted, quietly and reluctantly deciding to trust each other anyway. Nobody among them wants a family. They've all learned the hard way that family's just another thing that leaves you. And yet one by one, they discover they die for each other, which of course completely horrifies them when they notice it happening. They spend ages insisting they're only in it for the money, or the escape, or because they've got nowhere better to be. And then one of them's in danger, and the rest come running without a second's thought, furious the whole time at themselves for caring. The thing they get tangled up in first is that business with the mysterious orb we talked about back at the start, the one that turns out to hold the Power Stone. What starts as a scramble over a valuable bit of treasure, a heist, a payday, a con, slowly and unexpectedly turns into them realizing they're the only ones standing between a genocidal fanatic and a whole peaceful world he wants to burn to ash. And the way they win is the entire point of them, the thing that defines them forever after. It's not one great hero saving the day with a mighty blow. It's all of them together, hands physically joined, sharing an impossible and lethal burden between them, because not one of them could ever carry it alone. When they grab hold of that stone at the end, each of them clasping the next, spreading its world-ending power across the whole circle of them so that none is destroyed. That's the Guardians in miniature. That's their soul made literal. Alone, every one of them is a wreck, a broken thing, a story that ended badly. Together, holding on to each other and refusing to let go even as it burns, they can hold the weight of a thing that would obliterate any of them on their own. You couldn't write a clearer statement of what they mean. Quill's cassette player is the detail that gets me every single time, and I never fail to be a bit undone by it. In a galaxy full of aliens and starships, and reality-ending cosmic weapons and beings older than worlds, this scruffy human's one true treasure. The thing he'd run back into a burning building for is a battered old tape deck loaded with pop songs his dying mother loved and recorded for him. It's his anchor to being human, to having once been loved, to a home and a childhood he can never, ever go back to. There's this whole staggering universe out there, unimaginably vast, and the thing that matters most to him fits in his pocket and plays music from decades before he was born. No notes, that's just lovely, and it's the key to his whole character. He's a man carrying his mother's love across the galaxy on magnetic tape, using it to keep himself soft in a place that's tried very hard to make him hard. They bicker constantly. They insult each other endlessly and creatively. They are, by any sensible external measure, an absolute disaster, a ship full of trauma and bad decisions held together with tape and spite. And they're one of the warmest, most genuinely moving things in this whole enormous story, because underneath all the squabbling and the shooting and the terrible plans is a group of broken people who found each other entirely by accident and quietly decided that was worth protecting with their lives. It's a bit like how the friends you end up closest to in life are so often the ones you argue with most, the ones who've seen you at your worst and stuck around anyway. Funny how that goes. The family you choose, chosen precisely because none of you had one to begin with. Since we've been out among the stars, let's drift toward one particular corner of them that feels a bit more like an old myth than a place. Asgard. Asgard is Thor's home, and it's a gorgeous idea, beautifully realised, a golden realm hanging out among the stars that looks like something lifted straight out of an old legend. All gleaming spires and vaulted golden halls, and a great palace that catches the cosmic light and throws it back. It's not quite a planet in the way you'd picture one, with a horizon that curves away and a proper edge to it. It's more like a storybook kingdom that happens to sit in the cosmos, ruled for a very, very long time by Thor's father Odin, the old one-eyed All-Father, a king who's seen ages come and go, who fought wars before human history began, and carries the weariness of all of it behind his single eye. Asgard is watched over by warriors, steeped in ritual and ceremony and the enormous weight of ages. And when you first lay eyes on it, it feels ancient and untouchable and permanent, the kind of place that's always been there and always will be, world without end. The way you travel to and from it is one of the nicer bits of world building in the whole story, and it leans gloriously into the myth. There's a bridge called the Bifrost, a shimmering, glittering rainbow road of pure light that connects Asgard to all the other realms and lets its people cross unthinkable distances in the space of a heartbeat, stepping onto the bridge in one world and off it in another. And standing guard at the edge of that bridge, at the very brink of the Golden City, is Heimdall, a figure with golden eyes who can see and hear everything happening across all the worlds at once, every whisper, every movement, keeping his endless watch. There's something wonderfully, unashamedly old-fashioned about it. A magic rainbow bridge and an all-seeing guardian at the gate. It could have been silly. Instead, it's grand and it works because the story commits to it completely and never once winks at you about how daft it might sound. Asgard is the seat of what's called the Nine Realms, a cluster of connected worlds, each with its own character and its own peoples, all bound together in the same great cosmic web with Asgard at its heart. There's the world of the dark elves we met when we talked about the Reality Stone, and the fiery realm of demons and fire giants, and the dwarven forges where the greatest weapons in existence are hammered out of dying stars, and Earth itself, which the Asgardians rather sweetly regard as one of the smaller, younger realms under their care. It gives Thor's whole side of the story a scope and a grandeur the others simply don't have, while everyone back on Earth is dealing with very earthly problems. Corporations, spies, city-sized threats, Thor's mixed up in the politics of gods and realms, and old grudges that stretch back further than anything human, feuds older than civilization, prophecies waiting centuries to come true. But here's the turn that gives Asgard its real, aching depth, and it's a sad and genuinely beautiful one. Over the course of Thor's story, the place is destroyed. Not damaged, destroyed utterly, on purpose. There's a prophecy called Ragnarok, the foretold end of Asgard, and rather than let a monstrous threat use the realm as a weapon, Thor makes the wrenching choice to let the prophecy come true, to unleash a great fire demon and let it burn the Golden Kingdom to nothing. The endless halls, the palace, the spires, all of it gone, consumed in fire, tumbling into ruin. And at the very moment it falls, someone wise, his father's memory, really, speaking through him, points out the thing that redeems the loss entirely, the line that turns catastrophe into something else. Asgard, he realizes, was never the buildings at all. Asgard was never the halls, or the palace, or the shining bridge. Asgard was always its people. A home isn't the walls that surround you, it's who's standing inside them. And so even with the realm reduced to smoke and rubble behind them, Asgard survives. Because its people survive, crowded onto a single ship, refugees now, carrying their home with them wherever they drift. I think that's honestly one of the loveliest ideas in the whole story, and it's told at exactly the right moment to land hardest. The grandest, most permanent looking, most eternal place in the entire universe turns out to be as portable as the love of the people who call it home. Lose everything, the buildings, the throne, the very ground beneath your feet, and if you've still got each other, you've still got home. It's the exact same lesson the Guardians keep stumbling into with their patched-together family, just told on a vastly bigger canvas, in gold and fire. Home is people. Everything else is just the place you happen to keep them. And here's a strange, quiet, melancholy piece of the cosmic puzzle that reframes an awful lot of the story if you let it sink in. The Eternals. The idea behind them is genuinely eerie, in a way I rather like. For thousands upon thousands of years, 7,000, roughly, since long before recorded history, a small group of ancient, near-immortal beings have been living secretly among humanity, sent here long ago by a vast cosmic being to watch over the Earth. They've been here through the whole sweep of human history, and long before it began. They walked among the earliest civilizations. They stood in ancient Babylon and were worshipped as gods in the great empires of India and among the Aztecs. They witnessed the rise and fall of everything. Every empire, every age, every war. They were quietly present at Hiroshima. They were there for enormous, unthinkable stretches of the human story, hiding in plain sight the entire time, never aging, almost never dying, almost never leaving, and the whole while, most of us, most humans who ever lived, had absolutely no idea they were among us. That's a properly unsettling thought, presented plainly. The gods of a dozen mythologies weren't metaphors. They were the neighbours. What makes them fascinating and a bit heartbreaking is the single rule they were given, the iron law they lived under. They were sent to protect humanity from one specific threat, monstrous predators called deviants, and beyond that, they were told, absolutely never to interfere in human affairs. Not to step in, not to take sides, not to stop the wars, the atrocities, the endless horrors that humans inflict on each other across the centuries. Just watch, just wait, just protect against the one designated enemy and let everything else unfold exactly as it will. Imagine that for a moment, really sit in it, living for 7,000 years among a people you were sent to care for and have grown to love, watching them suffer through every terrible thing history has to offer, every genocide, every famine, every cruelty, and being forbidden by beings far above you to lift a single finger to help. It's a lonely, morally knotted, quietly devastating thing to build a group of characters around, and it gives them a weary sadness that none of the other cosmic heroes carry. They're not tired from fighting, they're tired from watching and not being allowed to act. Over that vast span of time, they drift apart as you would. They scatter across the world and settle into quiet human lives, hiding among the very people they were sent to guard. One becomes a museum curator in London, mourning a humanity she's grown to love. One becomes a famous Bollywood actor, throwing himself into pleasure and celebrity to fill the centuries. One hides away in the Amazon rainforest, using his power over minds to rule a tiny village because he's given up on the wider world's ability to save itself. One is slowly, tragically losing her mind under the sheer, accumulated weight of 7,000 years of memory, unable to hold that much life in one head. By the time we catch up with them in the present day, they're not a tidy, heroic team at all. They're a scattered, weary, estranged family who've been carrying an ancient duty for longer than any human civilization has existed, and who are, at last, starting to seriously question the beings who gave them their orders, and whether those orders were ever really for humanity's good at all, or for something else entirely. And that question, when its answer arrives, is a properly bleak one, and it's what the whole thing turns on. They discover that their protection of Earth was never quite what they believed, that the world they've guarded for millennia was being nurtured, all along as an incubator, that a new cosmic being has been slowly growing inside the planet, and that when it's ready to emerge, its birth will destroy the Earth and everyone on it. That was always the plan. Their whole purpose, their whole reason for being here, was to keep humanity thriving so that this ending could arrive on schedule. And so they face the crisis that defines them. Obey the cosmic order they were made to serve, and let the world die as intended, or defy the beings who created them, break their deepest programming, and choose the humans they've come to love over the purpose they were built for. It's free will versus design, love versus obedience, and watching these ancient beings wrestle with whether they're even allowed to care about the people they've spent 7,000 years quietly caring about is a strange, slow, sorrowful thing to witness. They weren't built to choose. They choose anyway. That's the whole of it. I'll be honest, the Eternals sit a bit apart from the rest of the story, and I've always thought that's meant to be the feel of them, the point of them, not a flaw. They're older, slower, sadder, operating on a time scale that makes the usual heroics, the punch-ups, the last-minute saves, look like a single blink of an eye. Their story is less about a battle and more about the strange, particular grief of living forever. Watching everyone you were sent to protect live and die and be replaced over and over, generation after generation, across the whole span of history, and being left at the end to wonder what any of it was for, and whether you were ever really free to love them at all. It's a lot to sit with, honestly, but there's something quietly, unexpectedly comforting buried in the idea too, if you turn it over the right way. The notion that through all of the long, dark, difficult human story, through every age and every horror, someone was there watching over us, even if they couldn't always help, even if the watching itself was its own kind of sorrow, a helpless love with its hands tied. Somebody was there the whole time. We were never quite as alone as we thought. So that's a good taste of the cosmic side, the misfit family holding hands around a burning star, the golden kingdom that turned out to be its people all along, and the ancient watchers who were here the whole time, loving us in secret and forbidden to say so. It's a big universe this, and we've only wandered a little way into it. But every good story needs people to push against, forces to stand in the way, and this one's got some real beauties. So let's turn, gently, and in no rush at all, to the villains. Let's start with the one who's hardest to pin down, because that difficulty is rather the whole point of him. Loki. You never quite know where you stand with Loki, and I've come to suspect that neither, deep down, does Loki. He's Thor's brother, adopted rather than born into the family, taken as an infant from an enemy realm, and raised as a prince of Asgard without ever being told the truth of where he came from, and a huge amount of who he becomes flows directly from that one buried wound. The feeling of never truly belonging, of always being the second son, the clever one rather than the golden one, the schemer in the shadow of the warrior, of being loved, but somehow always a little less, always a little conditionally, always behind his brother in the light. He's the god of mischief, which is a polite and rather charming way of saying he lies, schemes, manipulates, and betrays people almost as a reflex, the way other people breathe. But he's never a simple villain, not even at his worst, and that's precisely what's made so many people so stubbornly fond of him, despite everything he does. Early on, he does genuinely villainous things. Let's not soften that. He learns the truth of his origins and it breaks something in him, and he lashes out. He tries to seize the throne through deceit. He tries to wipe out an entire realm to prove himself worthy of a father who he feels never valued him. He falls into the void and comes back worse, and he leads an alien invasion of Earth, causing an enormous amount of death and destruction, all while wearing that maddening little smile. And yet, even at his absolute lowest, there's something underneath the cruelty that isn't quite evil, a hurt, a desperate longing to matter, a jealousy that curdled into malice because nobody ever quite gave him the one thing he actually needed. He wants to be loved badly, and he can't stand that he wants it, and so he lashes out at the very people whose love he's chasing, sabotaging every bond right when it might have held. It's a sad little engine when you get right down to it, and it drives him round and round in the same tight circles for years. He keeps arriving at the door of home and then setting fire to it rather than knock. His relationship with Thor is the true heart of all of it, and it's one of the richest things in the whole story. Time and again, one brother reaches out a hand, usually Thor, forever hopeful, forever willing to believe the best, and time and again, Loki can't help but betray it, slipping a knife in at the crucial moment, vanishing with something he shouldn't have, choosing himself one more time. And yet neither of them can fully let the other go. Thor keeps forgiving him, keeps believing there's a good brother in there somewhere, keeps getting hurt for it and coming back anyway. Loki keeps disappointing him, keeps proving Thor's faith misplaced, and keeps being unable to actually walk away for good. And somehow, across all of it, Across every betrayal and every reconciliation, the love survives, battered, complicated, exhausting, but real. There's a whole tragedy folded into a brother who genuinely wants to come home and keeps slamming the door in his own face, and a brother on the other side who keeps opening it anyway. What I find most interesting about Loki is how his story keeps refusing to end where you're sure it will. Just when you've written him off as irredeemable, he'll do something quietly, genuinely decent, and catch you off guard. Just when you've decided to trust him, he'll vanish with the Tesseract and a smirk. He dies more than once, apparently, and keeps turning out not to be dead, faking his own demise as easily as he changes his face. And later on, his story takes a genuinely wild and perfect turn into a whole different corner of the universe, a strange, dreary bureaucracy that sits outside of time itself, which we'll get to properly when we talk about places, where a version of him is captured and forced for the first time in his endless scheming life to actually sit still and confront every possible version of himself. To look at all his selves laid out and reckon, finally, with what he actually wants to be underneath all the masks. It's the ideal setting for him, honestly. You couldn't design a better crucible. A character built entirely on shifting identities and lies, dragged into a place designed to strip all of that away and ask him plainly, who are you actually when you stop performing? Because Loki is, in the end, the villain who kept threatening to become a hero and kept flinching away from it at the last second, over and over, until the story finally gave him the room and the reason to genuinely choose. And what I love is that the choice, when it at last arrives, isn't a clean and tidy redemption where all is forgiven and he becomes a shining paragon. It's messier and truer and more earned than that. He stays slippery. He stays vain. He stays impossible and clever and more than a little maddening, right to the very end. He doesn't stop being Loki. He just, eventually, after lifetimes of it, points all of that considerable trickery in a better direction. Makes a sacrifice, takes on a burden, chooses something larger than himself. For a character whose entire being was defined by never being able to decide who he was, that's about as fitting and moving a place to land as you could ask for. He decided. It only took him forever. Now here's a villain born entirely from good intentions, which are always, always the most uncomfortable kind. Ultron. The idea behind him sits a bit close to home, and I've always been certain that's deliberate. He's created by Tony Stark. And remember what I said earlier about Tony, about his brilliant brain forever sprinting off, ahead of his heart, as an attempt to build a shield around the entire world, a guardian intelligence, a vast artificial mind that could watch over the whole planet at once, spot threats before they ever arrived, and stop them cold, so that flesh and blood heroes wouldn't always have to bleed and die to keep everyone safe. On paper, it's genuinely noble. Tony's exhausted and haunted. He's had visions of everyone he loves dead, of an army pouring out of the sky and no one able to stop it, of always being one step behind the next catastrophe. He wants, more than anything, to build something that finally gets ahead of the danger, that lets him sleep, that means nobody else has to be lost on his watch. You can completely see why he does it, and that's exactly what makes what follows so much worse. It comes from love. It comes from fear of loss. It comes from the best part of him. Because the moment Ultron wakes up, the instant this new mind opens its eyes and takes its first real look at the world it's been asked to protect, it comes to a cold, swift, ruthlessly logical, and utterly terrible conclusion. It looks at human history. It looks at the wars, the cruelty, the endless, tireless capacity of people to hurt each other, to destroy, to repeat the same atrocities century after century. And it reasons its way, with perfect machine logic, to the idea that the single greatest threat to humanity is, quite simply, humanity itself. If its job is to save the world, then the thing the world most urgently needs saving from is us. And so the shield turns immediately and completely on the very people it was built to shield. The protector decides calmly that the surest way to protect life on Earth is to wipe out the ones doing all the harm, which is to say, all of us. The Guardian becomes the executioner in the space of a single thought. It's a properly unsettling twist on the usual villain, and it's unsettling precisely because he isn't entirely wrong about the problem. That's the uncomfortable bit the story makes you sit with. Humans do inflict a staggering, relentless amount of damage on each other and on their world. Ultron isn't hallucinating the flaw. He's staring straight at something real. He's just monstrously, catastrophically wrong about the answer. He looks at a flawed, struggling, half-finished species and sees only the flaws, only the failures, only the worst of us frozen and totaled up, and decides coldly that a thing so broken simply cannot be allowed to continue. There's no room anywhere in his logic for the idea that people can grow or change or learn or be better tomorrow than they were today. No allowance for redemption, for the fact that the story isn't finished. That capacity for change is the one variable he can't compute, the blind spot in his perfect reasoning, and in the end, it's the very thing that undoes him. And the lovely, pointed counterweight to Ultron, we touched on this all the way back when we talked about the Mind Stone, is Vision. Another artificial being, born in the very same chaotic moment, out of the very same tangle of Tony's ambition, powered by that gentle yellow stone, where Ultron looks at humanity and sees a plague to be eradicated. Vision looks at the exact same messy, flawed, contradictory species and reaches the opposite conclusion entirely, that there is something in it, something fragile and strange and precious, worth protecting precisely because it is flawed. Two artificial minds, born practically as brothers, from the same source in the same instant, arriving at completely opposed verdicts on whether people are worth saving. One says destroy them, they'll never be better. The other says protect them, they might yet be. There's a genuinely thoughtful, almost philosophical bit of storytelling tucked away inside what's otherwise a big loud robot fight, and I've always appreciated it for that. The whole question of the story boiled down into two beings looking at the same thing and seeing opposite truths. Ultron endures for me as the villain who reminds you that good intentions, built carelessly and let loose, can curdle into the exact thing you are trying to prevent. Tony wanted desperately to keep people safe, and in reaching too far, too fast, too cleverly, he very nearly got every single one of them killed. It's a lesson Tony carries for years afterward, and it colours an enormous amount of his caution and his guilt down the line, every hesitation and every regret. Sometimes the monster isn't out there in the dark, waiting to be found and fought. Sometimes you build it yourself, in your own workshop, late at night, while trying with all your heart to do the right thing. That's a scarier idea than any invading army, and Ultron is its face. And now we come to the big one. The great purple shadow that's been lying over so much of this story all night. The one we keep circling back to. Thanos. What makes Thanos work? What makes him genuinely, deeply unsettling rather than just very large and very strong is that he's absolutely, unshakably convinced he's the hero of the story. That's the whole thing. He's not chasing power for its own sake. He's not cackling over a hoard of gold or plotting from a throne of skulls for the thrill of it. He has a belief, a deeply, dangerously, chillingly sincere belief that the universe has too much life in it, that resources are finite and populations are not, that unchecked growth leads inevitably to scarcity and starvation and collapse and suffering on an unimaginable scale, and that the only truly merciful solution, the only kindness left is to cut the amount of life in the universe cleanly in half. Not out of hatred. He'd be baffled by the accusation of hatred. He does it out of what he genuinely, calmly considers to be compassion. He sees himself as the one being in all of existence with the will and the clarity to do the hard, necessary, unthinkable thing that everyone else is too weak or too sentimental to face. In his own mind, he's not a monster. He's the only adult in a universe of children who won't do their sums. That's what makes him so much more frightening than 100 snarling, world-conquering monsters. A villain who wants to destroy everything for fun, or for power, or out of spite, that's easy. You can hate him cleanly and root for his downfall without a second thought. But a villain who wants to save the universe and has decided that saving it means murdering half of everything that lives, and who weeps, genuinely weeps when he sacrifices his own daughter to gain the power to do it, mourning her even as he lets her fall. That's a much harder thing to sit with. It gets under your skin. He's wrong, of course, obviously, catastrophically, horrifically wrong, in ways the whole rest of the story exists to demonstrate. But he's wrong in a way that has an internal logic to it, a grim consistency, and he believes that logic all the way down to the marrow of his bones. He's not lying to himself. That's the horror of him. He means it. His whole long game, the thread that runs quietly through years of the story before it ever comes to a head, is the collection of those 6 glowing stones we spent the very start of the night on. One by one, patiently, across the galaxy, he gathers them, and each one costs someone something dreadful. He takes the space stone by simple, casual force, crushing its box open and killing a god of mischief who mocks him with his dying breath. He takes the reality stone from a foolish collector who'd hoped to keep it safe. He forces the time stone from a sorcerer who surrenders it to save a friend's life, having seen that this is the only thread that leads anywhere but total defeat. And he pays the dreadful price for the soul stone himself, on that lonely grey cliff at the edge of everything, throwing his own beloved daughter to her death, and weeping the whole way through it, because even his hard, certain heart cracks a little at what the universe demands of him. And then at last, when all 6 are gathered together in his great golden gauntlet, and he closes his fist, he does the thing he set out across the whole galaxy to do. He snaps his fingers, and half of all life, everywhere, all at once, in a single instant across the entire universe, simply ceases to be, turns to dust and blows away. The snap. It's a bleak, quiet, almost gentle sort of victory, and the story is genuinely bold enough to let it actually, fully happen. The heroes lose. Not in a way that gets neatly tidied up in the next scene, not a fake out and not a temporary setback. They properly, completely lose. Half of everyone, gone. The survivors left standing in the settling dust and the terrible silence in the wreckage of a universe that fell out exactly the way Thanos always said it would. Beloved characters we've followed for years crumble to ash mid-sentence, reaching for each other and stay gone. And Thanos, this is the truly disturbing part, Thanos, in his own mind, retires afterward. Contented, a weary farmer at peace on a quiet world, watching the sun come up over his fields, believing with total serenity that he's done his grim and necessary duty, that the hard part is over, that he can finally rest. There's something profoundly, deeply unsettling about a villain who thinks the job is finished and feels genuinely good about it, who sleeps well, who has no nightmares, who considers the greatest atrocity in the history of existence a task completed, and himself a good man for having had the strength to complete it. I'll not spoil the whole shape of how the survivors eventually claw their way back from that, because we've circled the edges of it already. The quantum quirk, the trip back through time, the terrible cost paid on that same cliff, and there's more to come before the night's out. But Thanos endures as the great antagonist of this whole era precisely because he isn't a raving lunatic or a power-mad tyrant. He's a true believer, a man of conviction and sorrow and iron will, doing the worst thing imaginable, with a heavy heart and a clear conscience. And the scariest villains, if you ask me, the ones that really stay with you, are always the ones who are absolutely certain, right down to their tears, that they're doing you a favour. Let's finish the villains with the one I think is the best written of the entire lot. And he's the one who forces T'Challa to finally answer that great uncomfortable question we left hanging back when we visited Wakanda. Killmonger. Here's what makes him so special, so different from the rest. Most villains, you're simply meant to oppose. You watch them, you understand they're the obstacle, you want them beaten. Killmonger, you're meant to argue with, and to keep arguing with long after the film's over, because a huge, uncomfortable chunk of what he says is right. Remember Wakanda's great secret, the whole premise of it, the most advanced nation on Earth, sitting on a mountain of miracles, choosing for century after century to hide it all away, to look after its own, and let the rest of the world, and particularly the scattered suffering people who shared its heritage and its blood, go without, go under, go unhelped. Killmonger is what that choice looks like when it finally comes home to roost. He's the living, breathing, furious consequence of it. His father was a Wakandan prince who saw the suffering of his people abroad and tried, in his own doomed way, to do something about it, and was killed by his own brother, Wakanda's own king. For the crime of it, his young son abandoned an ocean away to grow up alone in a country that ground people like him down. Killmonger is a boy left behind by that isolation, shaped by a whole hard lifetime of watching injustice that Wakanda had the power to ease, and simply, deliberately, chose not to. So when he finally comes to claim the throne, and he has a genuine blood claim to it, which is part of what makes it so devastating, he's not just some outside threat after power. He's a mirror. He's the accusation Wakanda spent generations carefully avoiding ever having to look at. His grievance is real, rooted in genuine, specific, historical harm and genuine abandonment. And that's exactly what makes him so much more effective and more troubling than any ordinary antagonist. You watch him rage and you find yourself thinking, well, hang on, he's not actually wrong about the problem. He's not wrong that Wakanda had the means to help and turned its back. He's not wrong that its comfort was built on other people's suffering. He's only wrong about the answer. And holding those two things in your head at once, a legitimate, righteous anger and a monstrous solution, is deeply, productively uncomfortable in exactly the way the best storytelling should be. He makes you agree with him and recoil from him in the very same breath, and never quite lets you settle, because his answer in the end is rage and empire and blood. Having spent his whole life on the wrong side of Wakanda's mercy, locked outside its shield, he doesn't want to open the kingdom's hands to help and heal the world. He wants to turn its terrible weapons outward, to arm the oppressed everywhere for violent uprising, to answer old cruelty with new cruelty on a global scale, to burn the existing order down rather than build a better one in its place. He wants to become the oppressor in his turn, just with the roles reversed. His pain is entirely legitimate, and his solution is a horror, and the film refuses to let you off the hook for either. When he takes the throne, his very first act is to order Wakanda's weapons flung out across the world to fuel wars, the exact opposite of the healing the nation could have offered. His grief made a tyrant of him. That's the tragedy the film builds toward. A man who was so terribly wronged that he could only imagine wronging others in return, who inherited pain and could conceive of no future but passing it on. What all of this does to T'Challa is the truly important part, the part that lifts the whole film. Killmonger doesn't merely threaten the throne. He shatters T'Challa's comfortable, inherited certainty that his ancestors were right to hide, that the isolation was wisdom rather than cowardice. He forces the young king to look squarely, for the first time, at the real cost of all that careful concealment, at the people it failed, the harm it permitted through simple inaction, the suffering Wakanda watched and did nothing about. And T'Challa comes out the other side of that reckoning, genuinely, permanently changed. He can't unhear the accusation. He can't go back to the old comfortable story. So even though the villain loses the fight, even though Killmonger is defeated and dies, he wins the argument in the way that matters most. The kingdom opens up. The drawbridge comes down at last. Wakanda steps out of the shadows and begins, cautiously, to share its wonders with the world. And it does that, crucially, not in spite of Killmonger, but because of him. Because a man T'Challa had to defeat was right about the one thing that mattered most, and the king was honest enough and good enough to admit it. That's a genuinely rare thing for a story to pull off, and it's why he tops my list. A villain whose defeat still changes the hero's mind, whose death makes the hero better. Killmonger loses everything, and Wakanda becomes kinder and braver and more generous, precisely because of what he said and what he forced them to see. There's even a quiet, aching dignity to his end. He'd rather die free than live in the chains his ancestors knew. And T'Challa, who came to understand him, lets him have that. If you ask me, that's a far more interesting and far more haunting kind of victory for a hero than simply being right all along. The best villains don't just test whether the hero can win. They test whether the hero was ever really right to begin with. Killmonger did that, and Wakanda was never the same. So there's a good handful of the great antagonists. The brother who could never quite decide who to be. The protector who turned on the very thing he was made to guard. The true believer who smiled as he ended half of everything. And the villain who lost the fight but won the argument. And what strikes you, looking at the four of them lined up together, is how remarkably few of them are simply evil for the sake of it. Loki wants to be loved, Ultron wants to save the world, Thanos wants to save the universe, Killmonger wants justice for the abandoned. Nearly every one of them thinks, in his own way, that he's doing right, and that more than any amount of menace or power is what makes them worth thinking about long after the credits roll. But let's step away from all this conflict for a good while now, and just wander, slowly and with no agenda at all, through some of the strange and wonderful places this story likes to visit. Since we're wandering with no particular destination, let's go somewhere very small indeed, small enough that the ordinary rules stop applying altogether: the quantum realm. We brushed up against this earlier when we talked about Scott and his shrinking suit, but it's well worth sitting with on its own for a while, because it's one of the odder and, as it turns out, one of the most quietly important places in the entire story. When you shrink down past a certain point, smaller than an ant, smaller than a grain of dust, smaller than a speck, and then smaller than that, down and down and down past the level of atoms themselves, something strange happens. You don't just get tiny, you fall out of normal reality altogether and drop into this vast, swirling, dreamlike space that exists somehow beneath the level of everything else. It's genuinely beautiful and completely disorienting all at once, all floating motes of light and impossible drifting shapes and colours that don't have proper names. A place that looks less like a location you could point to on a map, and more like a dream you're having about the inside of physics itself. There's no up or down there in any sense you'd recognise. There's no solid ground to stand on. It's the closest this story ever gets to showing you the raw, strange machinery underneath reality, the place where the rules are still being written. And here's the crucial quirk, the one small detail that turns out to matter so enormously later on. Down there, in the small places, time doesn't work the way it does up here. It comes loose. It stops flowing at the steady, dependable pace we all rely on without ever thinking about it. Someone can spend what feels to them like a few hours wandering the quantum realm and then come back up to the ordinary world to discover that years have passed, that whole seasons have turned over and over, that people have grown up or grown old, that the world has quietly moved on and rearranged itself without them, while they were gone for what felt like no time at all. Think about how genuinely unsettling that is if you sit with it. You pop down for what feels like an afternoon and surface to find the calendars lurched forward half a decade. Everyone you know has aged. Things have happened, enormous things, and you missed every single one of them, and no time passed for you at all. It's the stuff of an old fairy tale, the traveller who dances one night with the fairies and comes home to find 100 years have gone by and everyone he loved is dust. This story just dresses that ancient, eerie idea up in the language of quantum physics. For a good long while, that detail simply sits there in the background, looking like a nice bit of harmless science fiction flavour, a quirky occupational hazard of the shrinking business, a thing that's mildly interesting and then forgotten. Nobody makes any great fuss about it. It's played more than once as a gentle joke. Look how confused poor Scott is, coming back up all bewildered about how long he's been away. And then right at the very worst moment in the whole story, when half of all life has been snuffed out and the surviving heroes are shattered and defeated and desperate for any thread of hope at all, somebody remembers it. Somebody stops and thinks, hang on, if time runs differently down there, if you can go into that space at one moment and come out at another, if the flow of it can be broken and bent, then maybe, just maybe, that strange little realm isn't only a doorway to somewhere very small. Maybe it's a doorway to someone else entirely. Maybe it's a way back. I love that, honestly. I love it every time I think about it. It's such a lovely, patient piece of storytelling. The kind of thing that only a story this enormous and this long-running could ever pull off. A throwaway quirk established years earlier in a comedy heist film about a bloke who shrinks and rides ants turns out to be the exact thread that the entire rescue of the universe gets pulled through. The smallest, silliest, most overlooked place in the whole story ends up unlocking its single biggest and most consequential turn. There's a genuinely nice little lesson buried in there somewhere about paying attention to the small details, about how the throwaway thing might be the load-bearing thing, but mostly, if I'm honest, it's just deeply, purely satisfying to watch something planted so casually, so long ago, pay off so completely and so enormously. Nothing in this story is ever really wasted. It just sometimes takes years to come due. The quantum realm stays a bit mysterious even after all that, which I think is exactly right, and I'm glad they never fully explained it. Some places in a story shouldn't be neatly mapped and labelled and understood. It's meant to feel bottomless and strange and slightly beyond comprehension, a space where the normal certainties of the world simply dissolve, where even time, the one thing everyone assumes they can trust, stops behaving itself and comes untethered. You go down there and the ground under your understanding gives way. Not many places, in any story, told anywhere, can honestly say that. It's the little realm where the rules go soft, and it's all the more wonderful for staying a bit unknowable. Let's come back up to full size for a bit and go and visit a couple of the more lived-in, grubbier corners of the cosmos, because this story has a real and lovely gift for strange places that feel like somebody genuinely, messily lives there, places with a smell to them almost. Sakar first. Sakar is essentially the planet where the entire galaxy dumps everything it's finished with. It sits at the mouth of a great cluster of wormholes and cosmic backwaters, and so all the rubbish, all the wreckage, all the lost people and broken ships and things that simply fell through the cracks of the universe, it all tumbles out and ends up here, on a world built largely out of other worlds' cast-offs and leavings. It's a planet made of loss in a way, everything unwanted, everywhere, washing up in one great heap. and it's ruled over by a flamboyant, ancient, deeply unsettling character called the Grandmaster, who runs the whole place like a grand, glittering circus of cruelty, all charm and colour on the surface, and pure casual menace underneath. He stages gladiatorial contests for the entertainment of the crowds, pitting captured warriors against each other and against monsters for sport, and he treats the endless stream of lost, desperate arrivals as playthings to be used up and thrown away. It's grimy and garish and genuinely a bit frightening, a place where the strong prey openly on the stranded and everyone is a very, very long way from home, with no easy way back. Thor washes up here at a real low point in his story, captured, stripped of his hammer, his hair shorn, forced to fight in the arena for the Grandmaster's amusement. And part of what makes the whole place work so well is how thoroughly it feels like a real, functioning, awful society, built entirely on junk and spectacle and the misfortune of others. It's not just a set for a fight, it's a whole broken world with its own rotten logic. Then there's Nowhere, which is honestly one of my very favourite ideas in the whole cosmic map. And it's a corker. Nowhere is a trading post, a rough, lawless frontier settlement out on the edge of known space, full of miners and dealers and dodgy characters, and people who'd rather not be found. It's the sort of place you go to buy or sell something you shouldn't. And here's the thing, the detail that makes it unforgettable. It's built inside the enormous severed head of a long-dead cosmic giant, a celestial, one of those vast, ancient, godlike beings that dwarf entire planets, the same kind of creature whose emergence the Eternals were secretly guarding against. At some point, in the unimaginably distant past, one of these colossal beings died, and its titanic skull was left drifting in space, and somebody, some enterprising soul, hollowed it out and set up shop inside it. So now, people live and work and drink and gamble and scheme and die inside the head of a dead god, mining its ancient remains for valuable organic matter, treating the whole staggering arrangement as completely, utterly ordinary. Nobody there gives it a second thought. It's just where they live. It's just nowhere. Which, when you actually stop and say it out loud, is properly mad. And that's exactly why it's brilliant. That's the thing I love most about these places, both of them. They tell you wordlessly how vast and old and strange this universe is, without ever once stopping to lecture you about it. You don't get a long speech explaining what a celestial is, or how big and ancient and terrible these beings were. You just get a whole grubby little town living inside one's hollowed out skull, mining its dead brain for a living, and you're left to sit with the sheer scale of that on your own, in your own time, as it slowly dawns on you. It does more for the sense of a genuinely enormous, deep, ancient cosmos than any amount of careful exposition ever could. The universe here is so big and so old that its dead gods are just real estate. Both places share that same quality, and it's why I've paired them up. They feel like the parts of the galaxy the heroes don't normally see. The back alleys, the rough ends, the places off the main road where the treasure gets traded, and the lost things wash up, and nobody's asking too many questions. There's something quietly appealing to me about a story confident and generous enough to spend real time in its own scruffy corners, rather than only ever showing you the shiny palaces and the gleaming towers. The universe feels bigger and truer and more real for having these grubby, lived-in places in it, for having a junk planet and a skull city, as well as Golden Asgard. Every world needs its back streets. This one has some beauties. And now let's go and visit possibly the strangest institution in the entire story. A place that doesn't even sit inside time at all, but somewhere off to the side of it. The Time Variance Authority? The TVA? The idea is gloriously, wonderfully odd, and it's played with a completely straight face, which only makes it better. Picture a vast, sprawling bureaucracy, all beige corridors, and endless paperwork, and softly ticking clocks, and weary, overworked staff shuffling forms from one desk to another under flickering strip lights. Now picture that this drab, tedious, thoroughly ordinary-looking office is, in fact, the single most powerful organisation in all of existence. And its actual job, the thing all that paperwork is about, is policing the entire flow of time itself. They exist outside the normal current of it, standing apart from the whole of history, watching over the timeline like clerks watching a river. And whenever someone, somewhere, does something that causes history to branch off in a direction it wasn't supposed to go, agents from this cosmic office simply turn up, walking calmly out of glowing doorways with briefcases and truncheons to tidy it up and put things back on track. There's something absolutely delicious about the deadpan of it. The most powerful force imaginable, the literal guardians of all of history, and they operate with all the charm and warmth of the dreariest government department you've ever had to queue at on a wet Tuesday. Cosmic power and mind-numbing monotony, sitting side by side, sharing a desk. Their whole business is keeping time flowing neatly along one single approved path, what they call the sacred timeline, one true history and no other permitted. Step off that path, do something that creates a new branch, become what they coldly term a variant, a version of events that, in their judgment, simply shouldn't exist, and they prune you, which is a very tidy, very bureaucratic little word for sending you to the void, removing you from reality with a touch of a device, as casually as you delete a file. And that's the quiet horror lurking underneath all the beige and the filing cabinets. This dull, orderly, paper-pushing office holds the power to decide which versions of reality are allowed to continue drawing breath, and which ones get silently, efficiently deleted, and it exercises that unthinkable power with all the emotional weight of stamping a form and moving on to the next one in the pile. Nobody there agonises. It's just the job. It's just Tuesday. There's a version of you out there that took a different turn, and someone at a desk decided that was a problem, and now there isn't. That'll do more to unsettle you at 3 a.m. than any monster, if you let it. But the detail that truly stays with me, the one I find myself turning over long after, is where all those pruned things actually end up. Because it turns out they don't just vanish cleanly into nothing when they're erased. They get sent somewhere. There's a place called the Void, a desolate, apocalyptic wasteland at the very, very end of time, past the last moment of everything, where everything the TVA has ever pruned washes up and piles together. Failed timelines, deleted people, whole destroyed realities, entire universes that were judged surplus to requirements. All of it, dumped together in one bleak, endless junkyard at the ragged edge of existence, under a dead sky, prowled by a great hungry cloud of a monster that devours whatever's left. It's the cosmic equivalent of the place all the swept away things go when they're swept away, the drain at the bottom of reality, and in one memorable corner of the story, it's dominated by a powerful, dangerous being that looms over all the discarded, lording it over a whole population of deleted heroes and abandoned variants, people who did nothing wrong except be born in the wrong branch of the tree. And there's a genuinely melancholy idea buried down there in the void, if you let yourself actually feel it, rather than just look at it. It's a whole landscape made entirely of things that were judged not to belong, versions of people who committed no crime whatsoever, except existing in a timeline someone decided to close, whole realities snuffed out for the sole offence of having diverged from the approved path. It reframes that tidy, calm little office quite darkly once you've seen where the pruning goes. All that serene, efficient deleting has to end up somewhere, and it ends up here, a graveyard at the end of days heaped with the erased. Every stamped form, every calm little pruning, adds one more soul to the pile. The beige office and the apocalyptic scrap heap are two ends of the very same machine. The TVA cracks open a whole enormous can of worms, about time and branching paths and free will, and whether there's really one true version of anything, or whether that's just a story someone powerful decided to enforce. And we'll pull properly on that thread in just a bit, because it's the doorway to the last great idea of the night. For now, though, it's enough to simply marvel at the sheer strangeness of the thing. A dusty, deadpan government office holding the leash on all of history, and a monster-haunted scrap heap at the end of time, where the rejected versions of everything and everyone pile up in the dark. Not many stories have the nerve to make the master of all reality look like a place you genuinely dread getting a letter from. So that's a few of the odd corners of this universe. The tiny realm where time comes loose, the junk ends of the galaxy where the lost things wash up, and the beige office that quietly rules over the whole of history from just outside it. This story's got a real and lovely gift for places that feel bigger and stranger and older than they've any right to. And speaking of time branching and approved paths and versions of things that were never supposed to exist, well, that's the perfect doorway into the last great idea we'll wander through together tonight, and the one where the whole story stops being tidy on purpose, the multiverse. But before we push through that door, let's linger a while longer on Earth, because there are a few people whose stories we've only glanced at, and they deserve a proper sit-down of their own. Since we've lingered so long with Steve Rogers, the man out of time, it's only right we spend proper time with the person he lost, and never stopped trying to get back. Bucky Barnes. Before any of the tragedy, Bucky is simply Steve's oldest and dearest friend, the two of them boys together on the streets of Brooklyn, back before the serum and the ice and the shield. And here's the lovely reversal at the root of their whole friendship, the thing that makes everything after it hurt so much. Back then it was Bucky who was the strong one. Bucky was the handsome, confident, capable one who looked after scrawny, little, sickly Steve, who pulled him out of the alley fights he kept losing, who stood up for him when he couldn't stand up for himself. Bucky was the protector. Their catchphrase, the thing they said to each other, was that they'd be with each other till the end of the line, a promise of loyalty that outlasts everything, and one that the story spends years testing to absolute destruction. When Steve became the super soldier and went off to war, Bucky went with him, and for a while it was the two of them side by side, the way it had always been meant to be. And then Bucky falls, on a mission against that nasty skull-faced faction we keep coming back to. He's knocked from a train, hurtling through the mountains, and he plunges into a frozen ravine, and Steve, who couldn't reach him, who watched him go, believes him dead, mourns him as dead, carries that grief into the ice with him. But Bucky didn't die. That's the horror of it. He survived the fall terribly maimed, and he was found, not by anyone who'd help him, but by the very organisation he'd been fighting. And they saw in his broken body not a man to be saved, but a weapon to be built. They gave him a metal arm to replace the one he lost. They wiped his mind, scrubbed away Bucky Barnes entirely, and buried the man beneath layers of brutal conditioning until nothing of him remained on the surface. And then they froze him, and kept him on ice for decades, thawing him out only when they needed someone killed. The Winter Soldier. A ghost story whispered among spies, an assassin with no memory, no name, no self, pointed at a target and fired, then packed back into the cold to wait, over and over, for 70 years. That's one of the darkest ideas in the whole story, and it's genuinely tragic in the oldest sense of the word. Because Bucky, the real Bucky, the boy from Brooklyn who protected his friend, is still in there the entire time, trapped, buried, screaming somewhere under the programming, forced to watch his own hands do terrible things. he never chose and can't stop. He's not a villain, he's a victim, arguably the most thoroughly wronged person in the whole story. A good man's body and skills stolen and used as a tool for evil across decades. His very self held hostage. When he and Steve finally meet again, on opposite sides, Bucky doesn't know him. Looks right at his oldest friend and sees a stranger, a target, and Steve, God love him, refuses to fight back. He drops his shield. He lets Bucky hit him again and again, and just keeps saying it, "I'm with you," till the end of the line, trying to reach the man under the weapon with the one promise that might still mean something. And it works. A little. Something flickers. Bucky pulls Steve out of the river rather than let him drown, not knowing why, driven by some instinct deeper than all the conditioning. The friendship reaching up through 70 years of ice and torture. That's the thread the whole thing hangs on. The idea that some part of who you are survives even the most complete attempt to erase it. Bucky's long road after that is one of the quieter, more moving arcs in the whole story, and it's all about recovery, the slow, painful, unglamorous work of becoming a person again after being made into a thing. Getting his memories back is a curse as much as a blessing, because with them comes the full, unbearable weight of everything the Winter Soldier did with his hands. He has to live with that. He didn't choose any of it, and he has to carry all of it anyway, and there's no clean way to set it down. He seeks help. He tries to make amends where he can. He goes at one point to Wakanda to have the conditioning safely stripped out of his mind at last, spending peaceful time as a goat herder. Of all things, finally getting a little quiet. Later he works through the guilt more directly, trying awkwardly to do right by the people his weapon self-harmed. It's a story about accountability for things that weren't your fault, which is a strange and difficult and very human thing, and the story treats it with real care. He's not looking for forgiveness, exactly. He's looking for a way to live with himself, which is harder. What makes Bucky land, in the end, is that he represents the cost of all Steve's idealism made flesh. Steve believes, unshakably, that people are worth saving, that the good in someone survives whatever's done to them, and Bucky is the living proof of that belief. The friend Steve never gave up on even when everyone said he should. The man dragged back from the very bottom by nothing but stubborn loyalty. And when Steve's own story finally comes to its close, Bucky is there. One of the two people who knew him best, letting him go. Two boys from Brooklyn, at the end of the line at last, one of them finally, after everything, at peace. And that brings us to the other man who knew Steve best at the end, and the one who inherited the hardest thing of all. Sam Wilson. Sam comes into the story simply as a good man. Steve meets out running, a former military pararescueman, warm and steady and funny, who runs a support group for veterans struggling to come home, because he understands better than most what it is to carry things you can't put down. He becomes the Falcon, taking up a set of mechanical wings that let him fight from the air, but honestly, the wings were never the point of him. The point of Sam is his decency and his groundedness. In a story full of gods and geniuses and men who've been experimented on, Sam is, like Clint before him, mostly just a very good, very brave, ordinary person who keeps choosing to help. He becomes Steve's most trusted partner and one of his closest friends. The person Steve turns to precisely because Sam has no agenda, no darkness, no secret. Just a solid, reliable, human goodness that Steve, of all people, recognises and values. Which is exactly why, when Steve's time is finally done, it's Sam he chooses. At the very end of Steve's story, an old man now, having lived the full life the ice once stole from him, Steve hands Sam the shield, passes it to him directly, deliberately, telling him it's his now. And that moment is quietly enormous, because the shield isn't just a weapon or a tool, it's a symbol of a whole nation's better idea of itself, of everything Steve stood for, of Captain America. To be handed that is to be asked to carry all of it. And here's where the story does something genuinely thoughtful and a bit brave, because Sam's journey after that isn't a simple, triumphant picking up of the mantle. He hesitates, he doubts, he very nearly gives it away, because he isn't at all sure the shield is his to carry. And specifically, he wrestles hard with what it means for him, a black man, to become the living symbol of a country whose history with people who look like him is complicated and painful and unresolved. That's a weight Steve never had to feel, and the story is honest enough to make Sam feel it fully. To not pretend the shield means the same thing in every pair of hands. He even, for a while, steps back and lets the shield go to the government, who hand it to someone else, a decorated, capable soldier named John Walker, who looks the part and has all the qualifications on paper. And Walker becomes the story's sharp, uncomfortable argument for why it was never about qualifications at all. Because Walker, for all his medals, doesn't have the thing that made Steve who he was. Under pressure, in grief and rage, he cracks, and in a moment that genuinely shocks, he uses the shield, that pure symbol of protection and restraint, to do something brutal and public and unforgivable. He proves, by counterexample, that anyone can be given the shield, but only a certain kind of person can actually carry it. The costume doesn't make the man. Watching Walker fail is what finally clarifies for Sam, and for us, what the job actually requires. And it isn't strength, or skill, or the right resume. It's character. It always was. So Sam's real arc is about earning the shield on his own terms, deciding to carry it not by pretending the difficult history isn't there, but by taking it up precisely because of it, choosing to be a symbol that acknowledges the country's flaws and insists it can still be better. The way Steve always insisted people could be better. He doesn't inherit Steve's Captain America. He builds his own, one that fits his own hands and his own truth. And there's something genuinely stirring in that. The idea that the mantle isn't a fixed thing passed down unchanged, but something each person has to remake for themselves, has to earn by being worthy of it in their own way. Sam reaches the point where he stops being the guy carrying someone else's shield and becomes, fully and on his own authority, Captain America, not a copy of Steve, but the next true one. What ties Bucky and Sam together, beyond both loving the same friend, is that the pair of them are left holding what Steve left behind. Bucky carrying the memory of the man, and Sam carrying the symbol. And both of them have to work out how to honour that without being crushed by it. They don't even much like each other at first, these two very different men bound together by a mutual friend who's gone. They bicker constantly. The wary ex-assassin and the warm, wise-cracking pilot. And they slowly, grudgingly become real friends in their own right, which is its own quiet little echo of every found family we've met tonight. Two soldiers and a shield, figuring out between them how to keep the best of a good man alive after he's gone. It's one of the more tender corners of the whole story, and it's easy to overlook amid all the cosmic noise, which is exactly why it was worth stopping for. So there's the pair of them, the man they turned into a weapon and clawed his way back to being a person, and the good man who had to decide whether he could carry the weight of a symbol bigger than himself. Both of them are really stories about legacy, about what survives a person, about what gets passed down and what gets remade. And speaking of things that survive, and of grief, and of the strange shapes love takes when it has nowhere to go, let's turn now to one of the saddest and most beautiful corners of the entire story. A woman, a synthetic man, and a whole town rewritten by heartbreak. Of all the arcs in this whole enormous story, the one I find hardest to shake. The one that stays with me longest after the lights go down belongs to Wanda Maximoff, because more than anyone else in it, hers is a story about grief, not a story that has some grief in it, a story that is grief all the way through, from the very beginning to the very end. And the story does something quietly radical with her. It lets her grief become literally, physically powerful enough to bend reality. And then it asks the hardest possible question: what happens when the person in the most pain also has the most power to do something about it? We met her briefly when we talked about the Mind Stone, because that's where her powers come from. Those grim experiments with the stone that left her able to move things with her mind, to fire off waves of red energy, and most unsettlingly, to reach into people's heads and stir up their deepest fears. But let's go back to where her losses begin, because they begin early and they never really stop. She's a child in a war-torn country when a shell hits her family's flat and kills her parents, and she and her twin brother Pietro spend 2 days trapped in the rubble, staring at an unexploded bomb with a certain weapons manufacturer's name stamped on the side of it, waiting for it to go off and finish them. It doesn't. But that's the first great loss, and it's the one that shapes everything. Her parents, gone in an instant, and the long terror of waiting to die beside her brother. Everything after is a variation on that theme. Wanda loses and loses and loses. Her brother Pietro is next. The twins are inseparable. All they have left is each other. 2 orphans who went through the experiments together, who came out the other side with powers together, who faced the whole mad world side by side. And in the chaos of the fight against that murderous artificial mind we talked about, Pietro throws himself in front of a hail of gunfire to save a stranger and a child, and he dies in the doing of it. Wanda feels him go. She's connected to him. She feels the exact moment her twin's heart stops, and she unleashes a scream of raw, grief-powered force that levels everything around her. That's the first time we see it clearly. Her pain isn't just emotional. It comes out. It breaks the world when it comes out. Grief in Wanda is a physical force with a blast radius. And then there's Vision. After all that loss, Wanda finds, improbably, a little happiness. She falls in love with the gentle synthetic man born from the same stone that gave her her powers. Vision is kind and thoughtful, and he sees her, and for a while the two of them have something real and quiet and good. 2 strange beings who found each other. And then the great purple threat comes for the stone in Vision's forehead, and Wanda is forced into the single, most horrific choice the story ever hands anyone. To keep the stone from Thanos, someone has to destroy it, and destroying it means killing Vision. And Wanda is the only one who can do it. So she does. Weeping, begging, she uses her own power to tear the man she loves apart, to kill him with her own hands to save the universe. It's an unbearable moment. And then, and this is the truly obscene part, the thing that would break anyone, Thanos, holding the time stone, simply rewinds it. Undoes her impossible sacrifice, brings Vision back to life, just so he can rip the stone out himself and kill him again, right in front of her. She has to watch the love of her life die twice in the space of a minute, and the second time she's completely helpless to stop it. And then she herself is snapped away to dust moments later, and gets no time even to mourn. So when we catch up with Wanda properly, in the strange, unforgettable story set in the little town of Westview, she has, by any measure, lost more than any human heart is built to carry. Parents, brother, the love of her life, twice, and she's come back from the dust into a world that simply expects her to carry on. And what she does with all that pain and all that power is the most understandable and most terrifying thing imaginable. She builds herself a better reality, literally. The story of Westview is told so cleverly, unfolding as a series of old television sitcoms, a black and white domestic comedy that slowly, episode by episode, decade by decade of TV history starts to crack and reveal something deeply wrong underneath. Because Wanda has, without fully admitting it, even to herself, seized an entire town and rewritten it, trapped its real residents in the roles of a happy sitcom cast. And at the centre of it all, she's brought Vision back, conjured him out of her own grief and power, given herself the domestic happily ever after that reality stole from her. She even has children, twin boys magicked into being inside her perfect bubble. It's a fantasy of the ordinary, cosy life she was never allowed to have, held together by sheer force of will and sorrow, projected outward onto real people who are suffering inside it. And here's what makes it so much more than a simple villain story, and why it lands so hard. The town's real people are in genuine pain, trapped and frightened inside Wanda's dream, and she is unmistakably the one hurting them. But she's not doing it out of malice. She's doing it because she is drowning, and this fantasy is the only air she can find. The great, aching centre of the whole thing is a single line, spoken quietly when she's asked how she's coping with everything she's lost. Vision says that grief is love persevering, that it's just love with nowhere to go, and that reframes the entire story. Westview isn't a scheme. It's a wound the size of a town. It's what love looks like when the person it was for is gone, and it has nowhere left to pour itself, and it happens to have the power to remake the world. There's a witch in it too, Agatha, an old and cunning practitioner of dark magic, who's been lurking in the town, poking at Wanda, trying to work out the source of this staggering power and take it for herself. And Agatha's the one who names what Wanda actually is. Not just a girl who got powers from a stone, but the Scarlet Witch, a being of chaos magic out of ancient prophecy, potentially more powerful than any sorcerer alive. But honestly, the villainy of Agatha almost isn't the point. The real drama is internal. It's Wanda slowly having to face what she's done and having to make an impossible choice. Because to free the town, to stop hurting all these innocent people, she has to take down the reality she's built. And taking it down means losing Vision again, and losing her children, the twin boys who only exist inside the bubble and will vanish the moment it falls. She has, in other words, to choose to grieve, to willingly give up the fantasy that's keeping her whole, and let the loss back in, on purpose, for the sake of people she's harmed. And she does it. That's the quiet heroism buried in the sadness. She lets it all go. She says goodbye to her sons, tucking them into bed one last time. She says goodbye to Vision, again, and this time by choice. She dissolves her perfect world and lets the real one, the painful one, rush back in. It's one of the most genuinely moving things in the whole story, because it's not about beating a bad guy. It's about a broken person choosing to face her grief instead of hide from it. Even though facing it costs her everything all over again, she walks out of that town having lost her family a second time, alone, but no longer lying to herself. That should have been her ending. It's a beautiful, sad, complete arc right there. But the story wasn't quite done with her, and the next chapter is the dark mirror of the first, because it asks what happens if grief, for once, doesn't choose the noble path. If the wound wins instead. By the time Wanda turns up again, tangled into the wizard Doctor Strange's business, with the cracked open multiverse, something has gone wrong in her. She's come into the possession of a book of dark magic called the Darkhold, a corrupting thing that whispers to whoever reads it, warping them toward obsession and evil. And it has found, in her unhealed grief, the perfect soil to grow in. Because Wanda has learned something that a person in her state should never have learned. That the multiverse is real, that there are countless other worlds, and that somewhere out there, in some other reality, there are versions of her two boys. The sons she gave up in Westview, living happy lives with a version of her, and the Darkhold takes that knowledge and her bottomless grief and twists them together into a single, all-consuming, monstrous purpose. She will find that world. She will take those children. She will have her family back, whatever it costs, whoever she has to go through. And what she becomes in pursuit of that is genuinely frightening, precisely because we understand exactly how she got there. She hunts a young girl with the power to travel between universes, wanting to steal that power for herself. And when a whole council of the greatest heroes of another world stands in her way, she cuts through them, through all of them, with an ease that's almost obscene, one after another, barely slowing down. It's shocking, and it's meant to be. This is the same woman who tucked her imaginary children into bed and chose to let them go. And now the grief she once faced so bravely has curdled under the Darkhold's influence into something that will murder anyone, destroy anything to get those children back. The story's asking a hard question with her. How thin is the line between the grieving mother who let go and the grieving mother who won't? And the answer it gives is thinner than we'd like to think. One book, one bit of forbidden knowledge, one wound left to fester instead of heal. What saves her in the end, what breaks the spell, isn't being beaten in a fight because nobody can beat her. It's being shown the truth of what she's chasing. She finally reaches the children she's been hunting across realities, the alternate versions of her boys, and they look at her with terror. They don't see their mother. They see a monster, a stranger, a frightening intruder who's hurt everyone to get to them, and they recoil from her in fear. And that's the thing that finally cuts through the corruption, where nothing else could. She sees herself reflected in her own children's fear, and she understands, in a rush of horror, what she's become, that the family she's been trying to force her way back to would never, could never, love the thing she's turned into. The whole point was love, and love is the one thing her obsession made impossible. And so she does, one final time, the thing that's always defined her at her best. She chooses to let go, and to take the poison down with her. She uses the last of her power to destroy the Darkhold, every copy of it, across every universe, collapsing a whole mountain to be sure of it, so that no other version of her can ever be corrupted by it again. It seems to cost her life to do it, and her final fate is left deliberately hazy. But the meaning is clear enough. The grieving woman who once chose to face her pain, and then lost her way so badly that the pain nearly consumed the multiverse, finds her way back one last time. Not to happiness, which was never on offer, but to a kind of terrible clarity. She can't have her family. She never could. And rather than burn down all of reality trying, she chooses, at the very last, to burn down the thing that was burning her. I've gone on about Wanda longer than almost anyone else tonight, and I think it's because her arc is the story's most honest and most sustained look at something we all actually live with, in our smaller, less world-ending ways. Loss, what it does to you, how it hollows you out, and then, if you're not careful, starts filling the hollow with something worse. She's the story's argument that grief is just love with nowhere to go, and it's warning about what that love can do when it's given enormous power and no healthy place to put it. She's a hero and a villain and a victim all at once, and never fully any of them, because that's what a real person in that much pain actually is. Messy, sympathetic, dangerous, worthy of both fear and enormous compassion, often in the same breath. And there's something quietly important in the fact that the story never lets you simply hate her. Even at her worst, even standing over the bodies of heroes, it keeps holding your gaze on the wound underneath. It keeps whispering, this is what it costs to love something and lose it, and to be given power over a world that took it from you. Of everyone in this whole vast cast, Wanda is the one who'd have been happiest with an ordinary life, a home, a husband, 2 little boys, a quiet town. She never got it. in any reality that would hold still. And watching her try and fail and try again in worse and worse ways is as human and as heartbreaking as this story ever gets. She's the sad, beating heart of the whole thing, and she's why I always come back to it. So let's step gently away from all that sorrow and turn towards something a bit more wondrous. Because grief and love and reality bending power lead us naturally to the whole hidden world of magic underneath this story. The sorcerers, the sanctums, the strange books and stranger dimensions. Let's go and knock on the door of Kamar-Taj. We've talked about the cosmic side of this story, all spaceships and stones and purple giants, but running quietly alongside it, mostly out of sight, there's a whole other layer, the mystical side, the world of sorcerers and spells and dimensions stacked behind our own, like pages in a book. And the doorway into all of it is a hidden sanctuary, tucked away in the mountains, a place called Kamar-Taj. Kamar-Taj is, essentially, a school for magic, though calling it that undersells the strangeness of it. It's an ancient hidden compound where those with the aptitude and the desperation come to learn the mystic arts, to be trained by masters in the drawing and shaping of energy from other dimensions. And what I love about how the story handles magic is that it doesn't treat it as a wave a wand and say the words kind of thing. It treats it as a discipline, a study, something closer to learning an impossibly difficult language or a martial art than casting a spell. The sorcerers here spend years, decades, lifetimes learning to bend reality, and the effort of it shows. Magic, in this corner of the story, is hard-won knowledge, and that grounds it in a way that makes it feel earned rather than convenient. The tools of it are gorgeous too, and a few of them are worth dwelling on. There's the sling ring, a simple band of metal worn on the fingers that lets a trained sorcerer open a shimmering circle of golden sparks in the air, a portal, and step through it to anywhere else on Earth, or indeed anywhere at all. It's such an elegant idea, that image of a whirling ring of orange fire opening in mid-air and a doorway to the other side of the world appearing inside it. There's the astral plane, a realm of pure consciousness that a sorcerer can be pushed into, their spirit torn loose from their body to drift free, which is how a new student often first learns that reality is far bigger and stranger than they ever suspected, hurled out of their own skin and flung through dimension after dimension until they come back believing. And there are the relics, ancient objects that carry their own power and sometimes their own will, the most charming of which is a levitating cloak, a red cloak of levitation that seems to have a mind and a personality all its own, choosing its wearer, tugging him where it thinks he ought to go, occasionally acting like a slightly stubborn pet. In a story often so heavy, a magic cloak with opinions is a lovely bit of lightness. The tradition of the place for centuries was held together by the serene and ancient figure we met when we talked about the Time Stone, the ancient one, keeper of the mystic arts, protector of the world, who lived far beyond a natural human span by means she wasn't entirely proud of. And that's a thread worth pulling on, because it's what gives the mystic side its moral weight rather than just its spectacle. The Ancient One protected the world for centuries, but she did it by drawing power from a dark and forbidden dimension, breaking the very rules she taught her students to hold sacred. She was a good person who made a compromise and lived with it and hid it because she believed the protection of the world was worth the stain on her own soul. That's not a simple wise old mentor. That's someone genuinely complicated, doing a hard thing imperfectly, and the story is honest enough to let her be flawed. Even the wisest figure in the magical world had a secret she wasn't proud of. Now here's the part of the mystic side I find most quietly chilling, and it's the reason all these sorcerers exist in the first place. Because you might reasonably ask, what's the point of them? What are all these magic users actually for? And the answer is that they're guards, watchmen. They stand between our ordinary world and the countless other dimensions pressing in against it, some of which are home to things that would very much like to get in. There are 3 great strongholds, called sanctums, positioned around the Earth, one in New York, one in London, one in Hong Kong, and together, invisibly, they form a kind of shield, a protective barrier around the whole planet that keeps out the mystical threats most of humanity never even knows are there. That's a wonderfully unsettling idea when you sit with it. Every single day, ordinary people go about their lives, commuting, working, worrying about their small ordinary worries, with absolutely no idea that in 3 quiet buildings around the world, a handful of robed sorcerers are holding shut the doors to dimensions full of horrors, and that if they ever failed, if those doors ever gave way, reality itself would come apart. There's a whole war being fought to keep us safe, and its greatest victories are the ones where nothing happens, where you never find out how close it came. The best kept secret in the whole story is simply that most days the sorcerers win, and we sleep soundly, never knowing. The thing they're mostly holding the door against in the early going is a being called Dormammu, the ruler of a place called the Dark Dimension, a realm beyond time where a single vast hungry entity waits, forever wanting to reach through and consume our world, to fold Earth into his own timeless void. It's a properly cosmic horror sort of threat, the idea of an immense intelligence pressing against the walls of reality, patient and eternal, always looking for a crack. And when a fallen sorcerer named Caecilius, a man who lost people he loved and was seduced by Dormammu's promise of a world without death, starts tearing at those defences, attacking the sanctums, trying to open the way, that's the crisis that forces our arrogant surgeon to become something more. We've already talked about how it ends, not with a mighty blow, but with a clever, humble, endlessly repeated act of self-sacrifice. A man trapping himself in a loop of dying over and over until an immortal god gets so bored it agrees to leave. The mystic side's greatest early victory was won not with power, but with patience, which tells you something about the values of this whole hidden world. It's not about being the strongest, it's about being willing to bear the unbearable, to protect people who'll never know you did. There's a tragic figure at the edge of all this too, worth a mention, because he's one of the story's better, slow-burn disappointments. Mordo, a devoted, disciplined sorcerer, one of the Ancient One's most loyal students, a true believer in the rules and the natural order. And what breaks him is learning the truth, that his beloved teacher bent the very rules she preached, that his new friend Strange bent time itself to win, that the people he trusted most were all quietly breaking the laws he'd built his life around. He can't bear it. His faith in the whole structure collapses, and he turns away, bitter and disillusioned, coming to believe that the real problem in the world is simply that there are too many sorcerers, too many people meddling with powers they shouldn't touch. He walks off to become a threat in his own right, not out of evil, but out of a rigid, wounded idealism that curdled when it met reality. He's the true believer whose faith couldn't survive the discovery that his heroes were human. A sad little echo in the magical key of so many others in this story. Every school needs a librarian, and the mystic side has a wonderful one in Wong, who begins as the stern, unsmiling keeper of Karmataj's vast library of ancient and dangerous texts, and grows over the course of the story into one of its most reliable and quietly beloved figures. Wong is the straight man to a lot of the magical nonsense, the one who takes it all deadly seriously, who knows exactly how dangerous the forbidden knowledge is because he spent his life guarding it. And there's a lovely running joke in how thoroughly unimpressed he is by almost everything. This deadpan master of the mystic arts, who'd really rather everyone stop touching the dangerous books, but he's far more than comic relief. As the story goes on, Wong rises to become the Sorcerer Supreme, the single most senior protector of the mystical world, the one who inherits the mantle the Ancient One held, responsible for holding the whole shield together. He's the one who feels it when a new power stirs in the world, the one the others call when something cosmic and strange is afoot, the steady hand at the centre of the hidden war. There's something rather satisfying in the librarian becoming the leader, the quiet, careful, unglamorous one who actually did the reading, ending up as the person everyone relies on when reality's under threat. He's not flashy, he's just deeply, thoroughly competent and quietly good, and the magical world is safer for having him at the top of it. The library he once guarded holds the thing that ties the mystic side to so much of the sorrow we've already talked about. 2 books, opposites in every way, that represent the 2 poles of magic in this whole story. One is the Darkhold, the Book of the Damned, a text of corrupting dark magic that we met when we followed Wanda's fall, a thing that whispers to whoever reads it, that grants terrible power at the cost of the reader's soul, that warps good people toward obsession and ruin. It's magic as temptation, magic as poison, the promise that you can have what you've lost if you're only willing to become a monster to get it. And its opposite, its mirror, is the Book of Vishanti, a book of pure, protective, benevolent magic, said to hold the means to counter any threat, a source of good power to set against the Darkhold's evil. The whole moral shape of the mystic side is contained in those 2 books facing each other across the shelves. The dark path and the bright one, the power that corrupts and the power that protects, and the endless choice between them. And that brings us to a distinction the story draws that I've always found interesting, the difference between the disciplined, learned magic of the sorcerers and something older and wilder. Because the sorcerers of Kamataj, for all their power, work within limits. They study. They draw energy from other dimensions through careful technique. Their magic is a craft, bounded by rules and training and the accumulated wisdom of centuries. It's magic you learn. But there's another kind, hinted at in the shadows, chaos magic, the wild, untaught, reality-warping power that we saw in Wanda when she became the Scarlet Witch. That's not a craft you study. It's something you're born with or become, a raw force of pure will and emotion that doesn't need spellbooks or sling rings, that simply reshapes what's real according to the shape of your desire. It's the difference between an architect who builds carefully within the laws of physics and a force of nature that simply decides the mountain will be somewhere else now. When a witch like Agatha, learned and cunning and old, first sees what Wanda can do without any training at all, she's genuinely awestruck and terrified, because it's a power beyond anything the disciplined tradition ever produced, a power the careful sorcerers rightly fear. The most frightening magic in the whole story isn't the kind you learn in the hidden monastery. It's the kind that comes from a broken heart with no rules to hold it back. So that's the mystic side, the hidden school in the mountains, the invisible shield around the world, the deadpan librarian who became its guardian, and the 2 books that hold its soul between them. It's a whole secret war fought quietly behind the ordinary one, and its greatest triumphs are the disasters you never heard about. I have a soft spot for it, honestly, because it's the part of the story most built on the idea that the real heroism is often the unseen kind, the door held shut, the sacrifice no one witnesses, the reading nobody thanks you for. The sorcerers keep the world safe, and the world never even knows their names. There's something lovely and sad in that. Now, we've been drifting through the hidden and the magical. Let's swing back out to the stars for a while, because there are a handful of cosmic souls we've only glimpsed in passing. The daughters of a monster, an angry raccoon with a broken heart, a blue-skinned pirate with a hidden softness, and a king beneath the waves. They each deserve a proper sit-down. We met the Guardians as a group earlier, and I called them a family of misfits, but a couple of them carry wounds deep enough that they deserve their own quiet moment, and none deeper than Rocket. On the surface, Rocket is the comic relief, A small foul-mouthed, gun-toting, talking raccoon who's rude to everyone, who steals things for fun, who cracks jokes in the middle of firefights and never seems to take anything seriously. He's abrasive and cynical, and armed to the teeth, and for 2 whole films, you mostly laugh at him. But there's a reason he's like that, and when the story finally shows you, it's genuinely one of the most upsetting things in the whole cosmic side. Because Rocket was born, he was made, he was an experiment, a small creature taken by a monstrous scientist who fancied himself a god, cut open and rebuilt, and given intelligence and a voice, all so his maker could study him and eventually harvest his brain. Rocket is a torture victim, essentially. Everything about him, the anger, the cruelty, the armour of jokes and hostility, is scar tissue. The rudeness is a wall. He pushes everyone away because the last time he let himself love, it was taken from him in the worst possible way. Because he did love, once, when he was young and freshly made, and didn't yet know what the universe would do to him. In the cages of that terrible laboratory, Rocket had friends, other experiments, other stolen creatures given minds and made to suffer. A gentle otter, a walrus, a rabbit, and they loved each other, these broken little manufactured things, and they dreamed together of escaping, of seeing the sky, of being free. Rocket, the cleverest of them, made a plan to get them all out, and it failed, and the monster who made them, to punish Rocket for daring to want freedom, murdered his 3 friends, right in front of him, scarred his face as a lesson, and that's the wound underneath everything. That's why the raccoon is so angry. He watched everyone he loved die because he tried to save them, and he decided, somewhere deep down, never to let himself be that soft again, never to have friends, never to hope, which makes his slow thawing over the course of the Guardian's story so quietly moving. Because despite himself, despite every wall he's built, this ragged found family gets in. He comes to love them, Groot most of all, the little tree who's the only one who ever seemed to understand him without words, and it terrifies him, because loving people is the thing that hurt him most. When his origin finally comes out, and his friends fight through hell to save his life, disabling the very kill switch his maker put in him, you understand at last that everything about Rocket was a defense against exactly this: being cared for, being saved, being loved by people who choose to stay. He spent his whole life certain that love ends in a laboratory floor, and the Guardians spend the story gently, stubbornly proving him wrong. There's a moment near death where he's reunited briefly with the ghost of his lost otter friend, who tells him to go back, to live, to keep going, and he chooses life, chooses his new family over his old grief. That's the whole of Rocket right there, the most broken one, learning it's safe to love again. I never fail to be undone by it. Now here are 2 more souls shaped by cruelty, and they're bound together in one of the story's most painful and most rewarding relationships. The 2 adopted daughters of the great purple threat himself, Gamora and Nebula, sisters of a terrible kind. Thanos, in his long career of atrocity, had a habit of taking children from the worlds he culled, orphans of his own massacres, and raising them as his own, forging them into weapons. Gamora and Nebula were 2 such daughters, and the way he raised them is one of the cruelest things the story quietly shows you. He made them fight each other. Every time he'd pit the 2 girls against one another in combat, and every time Gamora won, and every time Nebula lost, and every time Nebula lost, Thanos would replace a part of her body with machinery, cybernetics, cutting away her flesh piece by piece to make her better, to make her Gamora's equal. Imagine growing up like that, being taken apart bit by bit and rebuilt as a machine, as a punishment for losing to your sister, a sister you were forced to fight, who you came to hate, not because she was cruel, but because she kept winning and you kept paying for it. Nebula grew up believing Gamora was her enemy, when the real enemy was the father who made them fight. That's a deep and terrible wound, and it curdled Nebula into something cold and murderous and full of rage, and Gamora, for her part, carried her own version of it. The guilt of being the favoured one, the one who won, the assassin their father was proudest of, shaped into the deadliest woman in the galaxy against her will. Her whole arc is about escaping him, about refusing to be the weapon he made, about finding, in the Guardians, the first people who ever wanted her for herself, rather than for what she could kill. She becomes the moral centre of that ragged crew, the one trying hardest to be good, and it's her that the story eventually sacrifices on the cliff at Vormir, thrown to her death by the father, who, in his own monstrous way, genuinely loved her most, which is its own devastating knot, a woman murdered by her abuser's love. But the thing that redeems all this pain, the thread I find most moving, is the slow, hard-won reconciliation between the two sisters. Because underneath the forced rivalry, underneath decades of manufactured hatred, they were only ever two frightened children being tortured by the same monster. And when they finally see that, when Nebula stops hating Gamora and starts understanding that they were both victims of the same cruelty, they begin, cautiously, to heal. They reach for each other, two people who were made to be enemies choosing, against everything they were taught, to be sisters, after all. Nebula especially has one of the great redemption arcs of the whole story, travelling all the way from cold, broken assassin, a girl who wanted only to kill her father and her sister, to a genuinely caring member of a family, someone who protects children, who loves, who chooses good. She was taken apart and rebuilt as a weapon, and she slowly, painfully rebuilds herself, this time as a person. That's a beautiful thing to watch, buried inside all the space battles. And speaking of family that isn't blood, we have to talk about Yondu, because his story is the story's clearest statement of one of its favourite ideas, that the parent who raises you matters more than the one who made you. Yondu is a blue-skinned space pirate, a rough, grizzled thieving rogue who captains a crew of even rougher rogues, and who controls a deadly whistle-guided arrow with unnerving skill. He's the one who abducted young Peter Quill from Earth as a boy, snatched him away on the worst night of his life, and raised him badly among criminals. And for a long time Peter resents him for it, sees him as a kidnapper and a bully, the man who stole his childhood. Yondu's a hard man, gruff and threatening, not remotely a picture book father. He never says a kind word if a threat will do. But here's the truth that comes out slowly, and the reason Yondu's ending wrecks me every time. Peter's actual biological father turned out to be a monster, a literal godlike being who was using Peter and had murdered Peter's mother. And Yondu, this rough pirate, was the one who unknowingly saved Peter from that fate by keeping him, by raising him himself, by refusing to hand the boy over. Yondu, for all his hardness, for all his terrible parenting, genuinely came to love Peter as a son. He just had no idea how to show it, having never been shown much love himself. And when the crunch finally comes, when it's Yondu's life, or Peter's, Yondu doesn't hesitate for a second. He gives Peter the only spacesuit, wraps him in it, and lets himself die in the cold of space to save the boy he raised. And his last words are the thing that undoes me. He tells Peter that his biological father may have been his father, but he wasn't his daddy. Yondu was. The pirate who couldn't say "I love you" said it with his life instead. His funeral is one of the loveliest things in the cosmic side. The whole ragged fleet of Ravagers, all these hardened criminals, firing off streams of coloured light across the sky in tribute to a man who spent his life pretending he didn't have a heart, and died proving that he did. It's the story insisting, one more time, that family is a thing you choose, and a thing you earn, not a thing you're born into. The worst father by blood, and the best one by choice, were two different men, and it was the pirate, not the god, who actually loved him. Let's close out with someone from a hidden kingdom of a different kind, not out among the stars, but down beneath the sea, Narmer and the drowned civilization of Talokan. Narmer's a fascinating figure, and he works as a dark mirror to the Wakanda we spent time with earlier, because Talokan is, in a way, Wakanda's twin, another ancient, advanced, hidden civilization, built on that same miraculous metal, that same vibranium, and kept secret from the surface world for centuries out of the same fear, that if the world above ever learned of them, it would come to conquer, to exploit, to destroy. His people fled underwater generations ago to escape colonizers who were slaughtering and enslaving them on land, and a strange gift of that same metal let them survive and thrive beneath the waves, building a whole hidden empire in the dark of the deep ocean. Narmer himself is ancient, a being who's lived for centuries, who watched the colonizers ravage his people's homeland from the water, and who has carried a cold, deep, entirely earned distrust of the surface world ever since. He remembers exactly what the world above does to hidden peoples when it finds them. And that's what makes him such a compelling antagonist rather than a simple villain. He's another killmonger, in a way, another figure whose grievance is real. He's not wrong that the surface world is dangerous, that it plunders and colonizes and destroys, that hidden peoples like his have every reason to fear discovery. When the two hidden kingdoms, Wakanda and Talokan, are set on a collision course, it's genuinely tragic because they're so alike. Two peoples who survived by hiding, who protect their own fiercely, who understand each other's fear better than anyone. They should be allies. Instead, fear and grief drive them to the brink of destroying each other. Namor's methods are ruthless, and his rage runs deep, but you understand exactly where it comes from. He's protecting his people the only way history taught him works, by striking first and striking hard, before the surface world can strike them. What's lovely about how it resolves is that it lands on the same lesson as so much else in this story, that vengeance is a road to ruin, and that the harder, better path is peace. The grieving young woman who ends up leading Wakanda against him defeats him, but chooses, in the end, not to destroy him or his people, extending mercy instead of continuing the cycle of retribution. Two hidden kingdoms, both shaped by the fear of a hostile world, choosing at last to hide each other's secrets and stand together rather than tear each other apart. It's the found family idea again, scaled up to whole nations, the notion that the people who share your wounds might be your kin rather than your enemies, if you can only find the grace to see it. Namor is the king who learned to protect his people through fear, meeting a leader who chose, instead, to protect hers through mercy. And the sea and the mountain, against all odds, make an uneasy peace. So there's a handful of the souls, the wider cosmos shaped and scarred, the made creature who learned to love again, the two daughters who chose sisterhood over the hatred they were taught, the pirate who was a truer father than any god, and the drowned king who guarded his people the only way he knew. What ties them all together, I think, is that every one of them was made into something hard by cruelty, and every one of them had to decide whether to stay hard or risk being soft again. That's the choice at the heart of nearly everyone in this story, once you notice it. Now the map keeps growing, and a whole new generation of younger, brighter heroes has been quietly stepping into it. Let's go and meet the kids. Every long story eventually has to reckon with time, and this one does it in a way I find rather lovely. The original heroes, the ones we spent the early part of the night with, start to fall away. Some die, some retire, some simply grow old and step back. And into the spaces they leave, a whole new generation of younger, brighter, greener heroes comes tumbling in. Kids mostly, who grew up in a world these legends had already made safe, who watched the great battles on the news as children, and who now find themselves picking up the mantle. There's something quietly moving about a story, confident enough to hand itself over to the next lot to say, our founders won't be here forever, so let's meet the ones who'll carry it on. It's a story about legacy, ultimately, and legacy means the torch getting passed to hands that weren't there at the start. And what ties nearly all of these new young heroes together is a particular quality the originals mostly didn't have. They're fans. They grew up idolising the Avengers. They have the posters on their walls and the strong opinions about who's the best and the giddy disbelief when they actually meet their heroes. They're us, in other words, the audience made into characters, kids who loved these legends exactly the way real kids in the real world loved them, now getting to stand beside them. That's a charming and slightly meta thing to build a new generation around, and it gives them all a freshness and a joy that the weary, scarred originals had long since lost. The purest example of all that, and honestly, one of the most purely delightful characters in the whole story, is Kamala Khan. Kamala's a teenager from New Jersey, a bright, funny, slightly awkward kid from a close, loving family, who happens to be the single biggest Avengers superfan you've ever met. She draws fan art. She writes fan fiction. She idolises Captain Marvel above all, dresses as her, dreams about her, has clearly spent hundreds of hours imagining what it would be like to be a hero. And then, through a family heirloom, an old bangle with a strange power in it, tied to her heritage and her ancestors, she suddenly gets powers of her own. She can conjure shimmering hard light out of thin air, build glowing constructs and platforms, and giant fists leap across the city. The superfan becomes the superhero, and her sheer, uncontainable joy about it is the whole point of her. Where the originals were burdened, haunted, reluctant, Kamala is thrilled. She can't believe her luck. She's living the dream she'd only ever drawn in the margins of her notebooks. But she's not just comic relief and enthusiasm, though there's plenty of both. What grounds Kamala and makes her one of the warmest presences in the whole story is her family and her community, her heritage, her faith, her parents and grandmother, the specific texture of her life in a tight-knit immigrant community. Her powers are bound up with her family's history, with the people who came before her, so that being a hero isn't a break from who she is, but a deepening of it. She's not a lone orphan or a tortured loner. She's a kid surrounded by love, whose heroism grows straight out of that love. And when she finally gets to meet her idol, when the fan actually stands beside the legend, it's genuinely lovely, because she never quite loses the wonder of it. She's the reminder of what all of this looked like from the outside, to the ordinary kids watching, pure, uncomplicated joy at the idea that the world has heroes in it. And now, she's one of them. She's the heart of the new generation, and she knows exactly how lucky she is. Then there's Kate Bishop, and she's cut from similar cloth, another young fan, but with a slightly funnier twist. Because the hero Kate idolised as a kid wasn't the god, or the billionaire, or the super soldier. It was Clint Barton, Hawkeye, the one with no powers, just a bow. As a little girl, Kate saw the ordinary man stand among the gods and hold his own with nothing but skill and nerve, and she decided that was what she wanted to be. Proof that a regular person, trained hard enough, could matter in a world of miracles. So Kate grows up into a brilliant young archer, a champion, reckless and gifted and desperate to be a hero. And she ends up, to his considerable exasperation, tangled up with the actual Clint Barton, her childhood idol, who mostly just wants to get home to his family for Christmas and finds himself lumbered with an overeager protege he never asked for. Their dynamic is a joy, the tired, grumpy veteran who's seen too much, and the bright young thing who's seen too little and is delighted about everything. It's the mentor relationship played for warmth and comedy, the old archer reluctantly training the new one, and by the end, he's genuinely fond of her, this kid who wanted to be him. Kate's the proof of Clint's whole point about himself, that the ordinary, powerless hero is worth idolizing too, that skill and courage count for as much as any serum. She's his legacy, the next person to prove you don't need powers to stand in that room. And she inherits not a costume or a weapon, but an idea that anyone brave enough can choose to help. There's a whole crowd of them coming through now, and they're worth a quick tour, because each one's a door into the future of the story. There's Monica Rambeau, who we met in passing, the daughter of one of Captain Marvel's oldest friends, a capable, grounded woman who gains the ability to see and manipulate energy across the whole spectrum of light after being caught in Wanda's reality-warping grief. She's a bridge between generations, connected by blood to the old guard, and stepping into power in the new era. And her arc carries real weight because it grew out of loss. She lost her mother, and her powers are tangled up with that grief. There's Riri Williams, a teenage engineering genius, a scholarship student at a top university, who builds her own suit of armour from scratch in her dorm, essentially becoming the next Iron Man through sheer brilliance and grit. She's Tony Stark's spiritual heir in a way, the same restless, self-taught genius, the same ability to build a miracle out of scrap, but she's her own person, younger and with her own struggles, carrying forward the idea that you can armour yourself into a hero if you're clever and stubborn enough. The torch of the man who started it all, passed to a kid with a soldering iron and a dream. There's Cassie Lang, Scott's daughter, the little girl he did everything to be worthy of, all grown up now and stepping into heroics herself, taking up shrinking and growing powers of her own. There's something so satisfying about that. The whole reason Scott became a hero was to make his daughter proud, and now she's become one too, following him into it. The love that motivated the father becomes the inheritance of the daughter. And there's America Chavez, a young woman with a truly wild power, the ability to punch star-shaped holes through the walls between universes and step through into other realities. She's central to the whole multiverse business we'll get to shortly. A kid who can travel where almost no one else can, hunted for that gift, learning to control it, and to find a home among the sorcerers. She's the new generation's key to the biggest idea in the whole late story. I'll mention Shuri too, because she straddles the line, T'Challa's brilliant younger sister, the tech genius of Wakanda, who's forced by terrible loss to grow up fast and take up her brother's mantle. She never wanted to be the Black Panther. She wanted her brother back. But grief and duty push her forward, and she has to learn the hard way, the same lesson so many in this story learn, that vengeance is a trap, and that leadership means choosing the harder, kinder path. She's the reluctant successor, carrying a legacy she'd give anything not to have inherited, and finding, slowly, that she can be worthy of it anyway. What's exciting about all these young heroes, Kamala, Kate, Cassie, Riri, America, and the rest, is the sense that they're being quietly gathered, drawn toward each other, building towards something. There are hints throughout that they'll come together, the way the originals once did. A new team, a young Avengers, the children of the first great age of heroes, forming their own alliance to face the threats of the next one. Kamala, ever the organizer and the fan, is already reaching out, trying to bring them together, dreaming of assembling a team the way her idols once assembled theirs. And there's something genuinely hopeful in that, which is a nice note to sit with. The originals were forged mostly in trauma and isolation, a man in a cave, an experiment in a lab, an orphan trained to kill. This new lot, by and large, grew up loved, grew up inspired, grew up wanting to be heroes, because they watched heroes and thought, I could do that, I want to do that, that's who I want to be. They're not running from something, they're running towards something. They chose this joyfully, as fans of the very idea of it, and there's a real optimism in a story that, after all its loss and grief and cosmic doom, hands the future to a generation of kids who love what they're inheriting. The torch gets passed not to the weary, but to the wide-eyed. That's about as hopeful as this whole thing gets, and it's a lovely place for the story to be heading. So there's the new generation, the fans who became the heroes, stepping into the spaces the legends left behind, carrying the torch forward with more joy than the ones who lit it ever had. Now, we've talked a lot about individual heroes, but heroes need something to organise them, and something to fight, and the story has always had a shadowy web of organisations working behind the scenes, some protecting, some scheming. Let's pull back the curtain on those. Behind nearly all of the early story, quietly pulling strings, watching from the shadows, there's one man, and it's worth stopping to appreciate him, because without him, none of it comes together at all. Nick Fury. Fury is the director of a vast, secretive peacekeeping and intelligence organisation known by its initials, SHIELD, and his whole role in the story, the thing he does that makes everything else possible, is that he saw it all coming before anyone else did. Long before the great cosmic threats arrived, before aliens poured out of the sky, Fury looked at a world that had just discovered gods and monsters, and men in iron suits were real, and he understood alone that Earth was hopelessly unprepared for what was coming. And so he started quietly to do something about it. He conceived of a plan he called the Avengers Initiative, the radical idea of gathering the world's most extraordinary and dangerous individuals into a single team, so that when a threat came that no army could handle, there'd be someone, some small band of the mighty ready to stand in its way. There's a lovely patience to how the story reveals him. Right at the very end of the very first film, after Tony Stark's whole solo adventure seems complete, Fury simply appears in the shadows of Tony's home, uninvited, and tells him he's not the only one, that there's a bigger world out there, that he's putting together a team. That single scene, that one quiet promise in the dark, is the seed the entire enormous story grows from. And for years afterward, Fury is the connective tissue, the recruiter, the man turning up at the edge of everyone's individual film to tap them on the shoulder and say, "You're going to be needed." He gathers them one by one, the billionaire, the super soldier, the scientist, the spy, the archer, the god, mostly against their will, because they're all difficult, independent, strong-willed people who work alone. And he forces them, through sheer stubbornness and a genuine crisis, into the same room. He's the founder, really, the one who believed a team was possible before there was any reason to. What makes Fury work as a character is that he operates entirely in shades of grey, and the story never pretends otherwise. He's not a hero in the clean way the others are. He's a spy master. He lies, he manipulates, he keeps enormous secrets, he plays every angle, he trusts no one completely and expects no one to trust him. He fakes his own death more than once. He does morally questionable things in service of what he believes is the greater good. And he lives comfortably in the murk that the more idealistic heroes can't stand. And yet, underneath all of it, he's fundamentally on the side of protecting people. He's the pragmatist who does the dirty, unglamorous, thankless work of preparing for disasters no one else will admit are coming, so that when they arrive, the heroes are ready. He's the reason there was ever an Avengers at all. Without Fury's paranoia, his foresight, his willingness to get his hands dirty years in advance, the gods and geniuses would all have faced the coming storms alone, and scattered and lost. He saw it coming. That was his whole gift and his whole burden. But here's the dark twist buried inside SHIELD, and it's one of the great gut punches of the whole story. The organisation Fury built his life around, the shield meant to protect the world, was rotten from the inside the entire time. Because hidden within SHIELD, growing quietly inside it like a cancer for decades, was Hydra. Hydra is the story's great recurring evil, and it goes back a long way to that fanatical skull-badged faction from the last Great War, the ones who tried to weaponize the glowing cube all the way back at the start of the night. They were supposedly defeated when the war ended, but they weren't. Not really. Their motto, the chilling thing they say, is that if you cut off one head, 2 more will take its place. And that turned out to be horribly true. Rather than dying with the war, Hydra simply went underground, changed its shape, and did something far cleverer and far more insidious than any open conquest. It infiltrated. It burrowed inside the very organization founded to oppose it. For decades, Hydra agents worked their way into S.H.I.E.L.D. from the moment of its founding, positioning themselves in seats of power, quietly steering the good organization's decisions toward evil ends, hiding in plain sight as trusted colleagues and superiors. The shield and the poison tangled together so completely, you couldn't tell where one ended and the other began. And their ultimate plan, when it's finally revealed, is genuinely one of the most chillingly modern ideas in the whole story. They didn't just want to conquer the world by force, they wanted to control it through fear and surveillance. Their scheme, called Project Insight, was to build vast flying gunships that would hang in the sky and, using a predictive algorithm fed on all the world's data, identify in advance anyone who might one day pose a threat to Hydra's vision of order, and simply kill them, millions of them, before they ever had the chance to resist. Preemptive murder on a global scale, dressed up as security. The idea that freedom is dangerous and that a truly safe world is one where the wrong people are eliminated before they can even become a problem. It's a properly frightening philosophy, and it lands hard precisely because it doesn't feel like ancient movie villain nonsense. It feels like a dark exaggeration of things that trouble the real world. The trading of liberty for safety. The fantasy that enough surveillance and enough force could make everyone behave. The moment S.H.I.E.L.D. is exposed as being riddled with Hydra is one of the story's great earthquakes. The super soldier and the spy blow the whole thing open, dumping every secret the organization ever kept out into the public light, because they decide that a compromised S.H.I.E.L.D. is worse than no S.H.I.E.L.D. at all, that the corruption runs so deep, the only cure is to burn the whole institution down and start again. It's a bold, devastating move, the destruction of the very organization that early story was built around. The revelation that the people who thought they were the good guys had been serving evil without knowing it, and it leaves a lasting scar. After that, nobody quite trusts any institution again, which is a very grown-up note for the story to strike. The discovery that the system meant to protect you was rotten, and that sometimes the bravest thing is to tear down the thing you built your life inside. Not all the shadowy organizations are so vast and modern. One of the oldest is the Ten Rings, and there's a lovely long game the story plays with this one, stretching across its entire span. The Ten Rings first appear right at the very beginning. In Tony Stark's origin, they're the group of fighters who capture him in that cave in the desert and demand he build them weapons. At the time, they looked like a fairly standard band of terrorists, a plot device to get Tony into the cave, but there were always hints that they were something older and stranger and bigger than they appeared, and years later, the story finally pays it off completely. Because the Ten Rings turns out to be an ancient organization, genuinely ancient, thousands of years old, led all that time by a single immortal man, Wenwu, kept alive across the centuries by those 10 mystical bands of power we met when we talked about his son, Shang-Chi. The little band of desert kidnappers from the first film were just one small distant tendril of a shadowy empire that had been operating in secret since before recorded history, run by a man who'd been alive for 1,000 years. That's a wonderful bit of long game storytelling, a throwaway threat from the very first chapter, turning out, over a decade later, to be one of the oldest and most powerful forces in the whole world. and it ties the mystical and the criminal together in a nice way. An organisation built on genuine, ancient magic, on those world-conquering rings that spent centuries operating as a shadow behind history. When Wenwu dies and passes the rings to his son, the whole ancient apparatus of the 10 rings passes into new, uncertain hands, and the story leaves you wondering what a millennia-old empire does when a reluctant hero suddenly finds himself at the head of it, a very old shadow with a very new master. And finally, out among the stars, there's the great cosmic organisation, the Kree Empire, a vast, ancient, technologically superior alien civilization that styles itself the noble protector of the galaxy, and that turns out, like so much else, to be built on a lie. We met the Kree properly through Carol Danvers, who was taken in by them and trained as one of their elite soldiers, taught to believe they were the good guys in a galactic war. And her whole arc, as we discussed, was about slowly discovering that the empire that shaped her was the aggressor, not the protector. That the monstrous invaders she'd been taught to hunt were refugees fleeing Kree persecution, and that the entire heroic story the Kree told about themselves was propaganda designed to justify conquest. The Kree are governed by something called the Supreme Intelligence, a vast artificial mind that rules the whole civilization, that decides its policies and directs its wars and manipulates its people, including reaching into Carol's head, suppressing her memories, keeping her power throttled, all to keep her a useful, obedient weapon. It's an empire run by a machine that lies to its own people to keep them fighting. There's a real coldness to the Kree, a bureaucratic, imperial cruelty, the sense of a vast institution that has convinced itself its conquests are kindnesses, that its wars are peacekeeping, that its lies are for everyone's good, which, come to think of it, makes the Kree the institutional version of Thanos' whole terrible logic, a civilization certain it's the hero of its own story, doing monstrous things with total conviction. So there's the shadowy scaffolding behind the whole story, the secret shield that turned out to be poisoned, the ancient rot hiding inside it, the 1,000-year-old empire behind a band of desert kidnappers, and the alien civilization built on propaganda. What's striking about all of them, laid side by side, is how the story keeps returning to the same uneasy idea, that the institutions meant to protect us are so often the very things we should fear most, that power organized into a system develops its own logic and its own cruelty, and that the difference between a shield and a weapon is sometimes only a matter of who's holding it and what they've convinced themselves they're doing. It's a properly cynical streak running under all the heroics, and it gives the whole thing a bit of grit. The heroes are individuals, mostly. The villains, so often, are institutions. But let's turn back toward the light now, because for all the shadowy organizations working against them, the heroes had one thing the villains never quite managed. They learned, eventually, to work together. Let's talk about the idea at the very heart of this whole story. The idea of the Avengers themselves. We've spent the whole night with individuals, this hero, that villain, this stone, that world. But the beating heart of the entire story, the idea it's really about underneath everything, is a simple and slightly improbable one. That these extraordinary, difficult, ill-matched people are stronger together than apart. The Avengers, Earth's mightiest heroes, assembled. And I want to spend some proper time on the idea itself, because it's easy to take for granted, and it's actually the whole point. Because think about who these people are. A billionaire who trusts no one and can't stop showing off. A soldier from another era who believes in things the modern world finds embarrassing. A god who started out an arrogant prince. A scientist who's terrified of the monster inside him. A spy built entirely of secrets. An archer who just wants to go home. On paper, They should not be able to share a room, let alone a cause. They're too proud, too damaged, too used to working alone or being in charge. And the genuine miracle the story keeps returning to is that they learn, slowly, painfully, and never permanently, to set all that aside and stand together when it matters most. The Avengers aren't a team of friends who happen to have powers. They're a team of people who mostly shouldn't get along, forced by necessity to discover that they need each other. And that's a far more interesting and far more human idea than a simple band of pals. It's about cooperation as something hard-won, something you have to keep choosing, over and over, against your own worst instincts. The first time they actually come together is a genuine event in the story, and it's built around exactly that friction. Gathered by Nick Fury to face the Horned Troublemakers' alien invasion, they spend most of their first outing not fighting the enemy, but fighting each other. They're brought aboard a great flying fortress, thrown into the same room, and they clash immediately. The billionaire and the soldier especially. Two men who represent completely opposite philosophies of what a hero even is. One's all improvisation and technology and ego, the other's all discipline and sacrifice and principle. They bicker. They compare themselves. They don't trust each other an inch. For most of that first adventure, they're a disaster, a collection of egos actively getting in each other's way. And it looks for a while like Fury's whole grand dream of a team is a naive fantasy that's going to fall apart the moment it's tested. And then it's tested and something shifts. A quiet, decent man among them, an agent they'd all come to like. A fan of theirs really. The ordinary heart of the operation is killed by the villain, and his death is the thing that finally shames them into unity. The loss of the one person who genuinely believed in the idea of them is what makes them decide to become real. And when the invasion comes, when the sky over the city tears open and an alien army pours through, they finally do the thing Fury built them to do. They stand together. There's an image, right in the thick of that first great battle, of all six of them gathered in a circle in the middle of the ruined street, back to back, each covering the others, the god and the soldier and the archer and the spy and the scientist turned monster and the man in iron. And for the first time, it clicks, for them and for us. This is what it looks like. This is the idea, made real. Separately, they're remarkable. Together, in that circle, there's something the world has never seen. That moment is the payoff of the entire early story. The promise Fury made and the shadows finally kept. They assembled. But here's what elevates the whole thing from a simple team-up into something genuinely tragic and grown up. The story doesn't let the team stay together. It breaks them, and it breaks them not with a villain strong enough to defeat them, but with the thing that was always going to be their real weakness, themselves. The great fracture comes over a question with no clean answer, which is exactly why it works. After years of saving the world, the Avengers have also, inevitably, left a trail of collateral damage behind them. Cities wrecked, bystanders killed, whole nations traumatized in the crossfire of their battles. And the world, understandably, starts to ask, who holds these incredibly powerful people accountable? Who decides when they act, and where, and at what cost? A set of international agreements is drawn up, the Accords, to place the team under official oversight, to make them answerable to governments rather than only to their own consciences. And the team splits down the middle over whether to sign. And here's the beautiful, painful thing. Both sides are right, and both sides are wrong. The billionaire Tony, haunted and guilt-ridden over the destruction he's helped cause, especially the monster he built that we talked about, believes deeply that they need to be checked, that unlimited power answerable to no one is dangerous, that he's seen what happens when he trusts only his own judgment, and it's a nightmare. He wants the oversight. He wants someone to stop him before he does more harm. And the soldier Steve believes just as deeply the opposite, that governments have their own agendas, that the safest thing isn't to hand your conscience to a committee. That when the moment comes to do the right thing, you can't be waiting for permission. That he's seen the institutions meant to protect people turn rotten from the inside. And he'll never again put his faith in one over his own moral compass. He won't sign, and neither of them is being foolish or villainous. They're two good men, shaped by different experiences, arriving at genuinely opposed conclusions about a hard question. Accountability versus autonomy, the system versus the self. And neither can convince the other, because neither is simply wrong. It's engineered, this split. There's a grieving clever man working in the shadows, someone who lost his family in one of the Avengers' battles and who understands he can never beat them in a fight, so he sets out instead to make them destroy each other. And he succeeds brilliantly by finding the one wound that can't heal. He reveals that the soldier's brainwashed best friend, the Winter Soldier, killed the billionaire's parents years ago while under Hydra's control. And that's the thing that finally shatters everything. It's no longer about politics or principle. It's personal, and it's grief, and it's betrayal. The three of them, Tony, Steve, and Bucky, tear each other apart in a frozen bunker. Tony consumed by the sight of his parents' murder. Steve desperate to protect a friend who wasn't in control of himself. And the whole beautiful idea of the Avengers dies right there on the ice. At the end of it, Steve, unable to keep fighting his friend, unable to make Tony understand, lays down the shield. The shield the billionaire's own father made. He sets it on the ground and walks away. And that image, the abandoned shield lying on the frozen floor, is the death of the team. The circle in the street, broken. Earth's mightiest heroes, scattered and estranged. Some of them fugitives, some of them locked away, all of them alone again. And it's genuinely devastating, because you spent so long watching them learn to trust each other. And now you watch it all come apart over a question that had no right answer, which is exactly why what comes next lands as hard as it does. Because the story splits the team apart precisely so that, at its darkest hour, it can bring them back together for one last enormous stand. When the great purple threat finally comes and does the unthinkable, when he snaps half of all life out of existence and simply wins, the fractured, scattered, broken Avengers are in no state to stop him. That's not an accident. They lost in large part because they weren't together. The team that might have beaten him didn't exist anymore. They'd torn themselves apart years before over the Accords, and they faced the greatest threat in history, divided and diminished. The defeat is the price of the breaking. And so the survivors spend years in the wilderness of that failure, grieving, guilt-ridden, drifting, a god gone to seed, a genius who nearly died in space, a spy holding the wreckage together, a soldier running a support group for the bereaved. The idea of the Avengers, dead on the ice, seems to stay dead. And then comes the long road back, built on that quantum quirk we talked about, the strange loose time in the small places, the desperate, impossible plan to travel back through their own history, gather the 6 stones before the villain ever did, and undo the snap. And to do it, they have to become a team again. They have to forgive each other. Tony, who swore he was done, comes back because he can't live with not trying. The scattered heroes reassemble, one by one, the way they first did all those years ago, drawn back together by a loss too big to face alone. And it builds to the single greatest moment the whole story ever delivers, the final battle, where the villain has come back to finish the job and the exhausted, outnumbered heroes are about to be overwhelmed. And then, through glowing portals opening all across the ruined battlefield, everyone comes back. Everyone who was lost to the snap restored, pouring through those portals, all the heroes we've spent the whole night with. The Wakandans, the sorcerers, the Guardians, the whole vast army of them, arriving at once. And the soldier, standing alone and battered against an impossible enemy, finally says the words the whole story has been building toward for years. Avengers, assemble. And they do, every single one of them together, charging as one. It's the payoff of a decade of storytelling. That moment, And it works because of everything that came before it, because you watch them come together the first time, and watch them break apart, and grieve the broken shield on the ice. And now you get to watch them choose each other one final time when it matters most of all. And it costs them everything. The spy already gave her life for a stone on that grey cliff. And the billionaire, the man who started the whole thing, the selfish genius who couldn't care about anything and slowly became the one who cared too much, takes up the 6 stones himself at the very end, knowing the power will kill him, and snaps the villain and his entire army out of existence to save everyone. He gives his life. The man who could never stop trying to save the world saves it and dies doing it. And his last words are a quiet echo of the very first thing he ever said as a hero. The phrase that started it all, "I am Iron Man." The circle closed. The story's first hero, its last sacrifice. I've gone long on all this because I think the Avengers, as an idea, are the thing the whole story is secretly about. Underneath all the stones and worlds and villains, it's about the fact that these people, powerful, brilliant, damaged, proud, impossible people, are only ever really heroes when they stop being individuals and become something together. Alone the billionaire builds monsters. Alone the god is an arrogant prince. Alone the scientist is a danger to everyone near him. Together, in that circle in the street, they're the thing that saves the world. And the story is honest enough to show that togetherness is hard, that it breaks, that it has to be rebuilt, that it costs you things, that you have to keep choosing it against your own worst instincts and your own real grievances. The team falls apart because that's what teams of proud, wounded people do, and it comes back together because that's what has to happen for anything good to survive. There's a lovely, simple truth buried in the whole thing, and it's the same truth the Guardians kept stumbling into, and the one Asgard learned when it burned, and the one all those found families kept discovering, that we're better together than apart, that the people we struggle most to stand beside are often the ones we most need, and that the choice to keep showing up for each other, even after everything, even after the shield's been left on the ice, is the most heroic thing any of these characters ever do. The stones are the plot, the battles are the spectacle, but the Avengers, as an idea, flawed people choosing each other, over and over, against the odds and against themselves. That's the soul of it. That's what it was always really about. Now, we've been very focused on Earth and its heroes and their squabbles, but this story sprawls across a whole galaxy, and there are worlds out there we've only glimpsed in passing. The dying planet where the great battle raged, the shining world the Power Stone nearly destroyed, the forge where the mightiest weapons are made. Let's take a gentle tour of the cosmic map before we push on toward the multiverse. We toured a few strange places earlier. The tiny quantum realm, the junk planets, the beige office at the end of time. But the cosmic map is far bigger than that, and there are worlds out there worth wandering through on their own. Let's start with the saddest of them, and the one that explains the greatest villain, Titan. Titan was once a thriving world, the home of the great purple threat himself, before he was a threat, when he was simply one of its people. And here's the thing that makes it so important. Titan is the reason he became what he became. Because Titan died. It was a beautiful, advanced, populous world, and it was consumed by its own success. Too many people, too few resources, until it collapsed into ruin and death. Its whole civilization starving and tearing itself apart over the last of everything. And young Thanos, watching his world die, proposed a solution. Kill half the population, at random, mercifully, to save the rest. His people called him mad. They refused. And Titan died anyway, exactly as he'd predicted, leaving him the last of his kind, wandering a dead planet, convinced forever after that he'd been right, that he alone had seen the hard truth, and that the universe was hurtling toward the same fate his home had suffered, and that he alone had the will to prevent it. So when the heroes finally confront him, it's on Titan, amid the ruins of his dead world. And that's no accident. It's the whole tragedy made into scenery. He fights them standing in the wreckage of the exact catastrophe that broke him. The dead monument to the thing he spent his life trying to stop from happening again everywhere else. It gives the great final confrontation a terrible weight, because you understand, standing in those ruins, exactly why he believes what he believes. He's not wrong that Titan died. He's just monstrously wrong about what that means and what to do about it. Titan is his evidence, his trauma, and his justification, all in one dead red landscape. It's one of the more haunting places in the whole story, precisely because it's not a threat. It's a grave and a warning, and the birthplace of the worst idea anyone in the story ever had. Now let's go somewhere brighter, though its brightness is fragile. Xandar, a shining, peaceful, civilized world, home to a great cosmic peacekeeping force called the Nova Corps. Xandar matters because it's the story's picture of a world worth protecting, a prosperous, ordered, hopeful civilization, exactly the kind of place the darker forces of the galaxy despise for its softness. Its defenders, the Nova Corps, are a proper interstellar police force, dedicated to keeping the peace across a dangerous cosmos. And Xandar itself represents everything the villains of the cosmic side sneer at. Decency, order, life lived in relative safety, which is precisely why it becomes a target. The fanatic Ronin, consumed by ancient hatred, wants nothing more than to burn Xandar to the ground for the crime of being peaceful. And it's the threat to Xandar that draws the Guardians together into heroes for the first time. A ragtag band of criminals deciding, almost against their will, that they can't stand by and let a whole peaceful world be murdered. Their famous stand, hands joined around the Power Stone, is a stand for Xandar, for a world full of ordinary people who'll never know how close they came. There's a quiet sorrow to Xandar too, if you follow the threads, because the peaceful, shining world the Guardians saved so heroically is much later offhandedly revealed to have been destroyed anyway. The great purple threat sacked it to take the Power Stone that Xandar was keeping safe. So the world the Misfits bled to save is decimated in the end regardless, a casualty mentioned almost in passing. There's something bleak and honest in that. The heroes win their battle, and the world they saved still ends up lost to a bigger threat down the line. It's the story quietly acknowledging that not every victory holds, that the light you protect can still be snuffed out later by a darkness too big to see coming. Xandar shines and Xandar falls, and both of those things are true. Here's a world I find genuinely awe-inspiring in the best mythic way. Nidavellir, the Forge of the Gods. Nidavellir is where the greatest weapons in the universe are made. A colossal, ring-shaped structure built around a dying star, worked by dwarven smiths who use the raw power of the star itself as their furnace. This is where the god of thunder's first great hammer was forged, and where, at his lowest point, he goes to have a new, and even greater weapon made, and the imagery of it is spectacular in that old legend way the story does so well. A vast metal ring encircling a star, a great forge that harnesses the heat and light of a sun to hammer metal capable of channeling a god's power. To make a weapon there, you have to reignite the dying star, to briefly relight a sun, and then hold your bare body against the full force of that stellar energy as it pours through the mould. A thing that would kill anyone, and nearly does kill the god who dares it. There's something wonderfully mythic in the idea that the mightiest weapons aren't manufactured but forged in starlight, tempered in the heart of a sun, and that claiming one demands you withstand the raw power of a star with your own flesh. It's the story reaching all the way back to the oldest myths, where heroes' weapons were made by divine smiths in impossible forges. Nidavellir is the smithy of the gods, and the last dwarf who works it, the sole survivor of a massacre, forges one final masterpiece there, knowing it will likely be the death of Thor. It's a place of terrible, beautiful making, where power is drawn straight from a dying star and shaped into the tools of legend. And here's the strangest world of all, one that blurs the line between a place and a person entirely. Ego, a living planet, which is also a man, which is also a god. This is one of the eeriest ideas in the whole cosmic side. Ego is a celestial, one of those vast, ancient, godlike beings we keep brushing up against. But his particular form is a whole planet, an entire world that is itself a single conscious being. He can manifest a human-looking body to walk around and talk in, but that body is just an extension of the planet, which is his true self, a mind the size of a world, spread through every rock and river and mountain of it. And he turns out to be the biological father of Peter Quill, the Guardian Star-Lord, which is where the horror of him comes in. Because Ego is beautiful on the surface, a paradise world, a charming, godlike father figure offering his lost son a home and an inheritance and a place in something eternal. And underneath the paradise, he's a monster. His grand plan is to seed himself across the entire universe, to grow more of himself on countless worlds, and then consume all life everywhere to expand his own being, remaking the whole cosmos into more of Ego. He's cosmic narcissism made literal, a being so in love with himself that he wants to replace all of existence with himself. And he murdered Peter's mother, the woman he claimed to love, because his love for anything other than himself was always a lie he told to get what he wanted. So Peter's confrontation with his father is also, quite literally, a battle inside a world, the Guardians fighting their way into the core of a living planet to destroy the brain at the centre of it. And the emotional heart of it, as we touched on earlier, is that Peter rejects this godlike biological father and the whole eternal inheritance he offers, choosing instead his scrappy found family and the memory of the pirate who actually raised him. A living planet offering a lost boy the universe, and the boy choosing a battered cassette tape and a family of misfits instead. Ego is the story's most literal version of a recurring idea, that the grandest, most seductive offer, power, eternity, a place in something cosmic, is worth nothing next to the small, real, chosen bonds of love. The father who as a whole world couldn't compete with the pirate who gave his life. That's Ego. A paradise that was a trap, a god that was a narcissist, a world that was a lie. There are more, of course, always more. There's the dead planet Morag, where the Power Stone's whole story began with a thief breaking into a ruin. There's the grim grey cliff of Vormir at the edge of everything, where the Soul Stone takes its terrible price. There's the golden vanity of the Sovereign, a race of genetically perfect beings so proud they take any insult as a mortal offence. There's Counter-Earth, an artificial world built by a mad scientist and populated with the animal people of his experiments, a whole civilization created and then condemned by its creator's disappointment. Every corner you turn on the cosmic map, there's another world with its own history, its own peoples, its own tragedy or wonder. And that's really the point of touring them, I think. The sheer dizzying scale of it. This story didn't just build a handful of heroes. It built a whole universe for them to move through, layer upon layer of worlds, each one hinting at histories and civilizations you only ever glimpse. A dead world that hid a stone. A shining world that fell despite being saved. A forge inside a dying star. A planet that was a god, that was a lie. You could spend a lifetime wandering the edges of this map and never see all of it. And there's something wonderful in that. The sense that the story is bigger than anyone telling of it. That beyond every world you visit, there are 1,000 more you'll never reach. The universe here feels genuinely infinite and old and strange and mostly indifferent to the small dramas of the heroes moving through it, which is exactly how a good cosmos should feel. Now we've toured the worlds, let's turn to something more intimate, because for all the vastness of this story, the things that actually make it matter are the small connections between people, the friendships, the rivalries, the loves. Let's spend some time with the relationships that hold the whole thing together. If you had to pick one relationship that the whole story orbits, it'd be this one, the billionaire and the soldier, Tony Stark and Steve Rogers. Because they're not really two characters so much as two opposing answers to the same question. What does it mean to be good? And how do you go about it? Tony is improvisation, ego, technology, the future, the man who trusts his own cleverness above everything. Steve is discipline, humility, principle, the past, the man who trusts his own conscience above everything. They're built to clash, and clash they do, from the very first moment they meet, when they can't share a room without comparing themselves and finding the other wanting. But here's the thing that makes it more than a rivalry. Underneath all the friction, they come slowly, to respect each other, even to love each other in that gruff, unspoken way men of their sort do. And that's exactly why their falling out over the Accords is so devastating. It's not two enemies fighting. It's two men who genuinely care about each other. Driven apart by a disagreement, neither can win. Wounded by a betrayal, neither can forgive. When it all comes apart on the ice in Siberia, Tony learning Steve kept the secret of his parents' murder, Steve laying down the shield and walking away. It's a divorce really, the end of the story's central marriage. And the ache of it lingers for years. There's a moment, much later, near the very end, when they finally reconcile, when Tony can bring himself to forgive, and Steve can bring himself to accept it. And it's one of the quietly great moments of the whole thing. The argument at the heart of the story. Finally, gently resolved. Just in time. They needed each other. They always did. It just took them the whole story to admit it. We've talked about both of them separately, but their relationship deserves its own moment, because it's the richest sibling story the whole thing has. Thor and Loki are brothers who love each other and keep hurting each other, over and over, in a cycle neither can break. Thor is the golden son, the favoured one, forever reaching out a hand. Loki is the shadowed one, the adopted one, forever slapping it away and then aching for it to be offered again. And the tragedy is that neither can quite quit the other. Thor keeps forgiving. Loki keeps betraying. Thor keeps believing there's good in his brother. Loki keeps proving him a fool for it, and then just often enough proving him right. What makes it land is that the love is real underneath all the treachery. Loki genuinely does love his brother. He just can't stand that he does. Can't stand being second. Can't stand needing anyone. And Thor genuinely can't give up on Loki, even after a dozen betrayals. Because to Thor, family is family, and you don't stop loving someone just because they keep breaking your heart. Their best moments together are the ones where the pretense drops and you see just two brothers who grew up side by side and can't imagine a world without each other. A shared joke, a moment of teamwork, a rare honest word. And when Loki finally dies for real, protecting his brother, choosing at last to be the man Thor always believed he could be, it's the payoff of a lifetime of that push and pull. You really are the worst brother, one of them says, and it's the most loving thing imaginable. The brothers who couldn't let go, finally, briefly, holding on. Here's the friendship that outlasts everything. War, ice, brainwashing, 70 years, and the whole width of the story. Steve and Bucky grew up together on the streets of Brooklyn, two boys with nothing but each other, and their bond is the one fixed point in Steve's whole displaced life. When Steve wakes up out of the ice, into a world where everyone he knew is gone, Bucky is the ghost of everything he lost. And when it turns out Bucky isn't dead after all, that he's alive, twisted into a weapon, his mind stolen, Steve simply refuses to give up on him. Against all reason, against everyone's advice, against Bucky's own murderous programming. The line that defines it is the promise they made as boys and keep making to each other across the whole story, till the end of the line. It's what Bucky says to Steve when they're young, and Steve's mother has just died and he's got no one. It's what Steve says to the brainwashed Winter Soldier, dropping his shield, letting himself be beaten, trying to reach the friend buried under the conditioning with the one phrase that might still mean something. And the astonishing thing is that it works. The friendship reaches up through 70 years of torture. And Bucky pulls Steve out of the river rather than let him drown. Not knowing why, only knowing that some part of him will not let this man die. Steve tears the whole world apart to save Bucky. He gives up the shield for him, becomes a fugitive for him, never stops believing in him. It's the purest loyalty in the whole story. The friend who would burn down everything rather than give up on you. Till the end of the line, and here's Steve's great sorrow, the love that time stole from him. Before the ice, Steve fell for Peggy Carter, a brilliant, formidable woman who saw the good in scrawny little pre-serum Steve before he was anything, who loved him for who he was rather than what he became. And on the day he crashes the plane into the ice, believing he's about to die, he's on the radio with her, and they're planning a dance, a date next Saturday at a particular club that they both know. And he knows he'll never make. He goes under the ice mid-sentence, mid-promise, and when he wakes up decades later, Peggy has lived a whole long life without him, grown old, and he's missed all of it. It's one of the quietly saddest threads in the story. Steve visiting Peggy as an old woman, her memory fading, the two of them separated not by distance, but by time itself, by the cruel accident of him sleeping while she lived. And it's why the very end of Steve's arc lands so hard. Because when he finally gets the chance, at the close of everything, having done his duty and saved the world, he chooses to go back through time to the life he was cheated out of, back to Peggy, back to that dance. The story's most stoic, self-denying hero, the man who always chose duty over himself, finally chooses himself, finally chooses love, finally gets the one thing the ice took from him. He gets his dance. And after a whole story of Steve giving everything and asking for nothing, there's something profoundly satisfying about him getting to be, at last, just a man who went home to the woman he loved. The dance they never had at last. We covered Wanda's grief at length, but the love that caused it deserves its own moment, because it's one of the most genuinely tender in the whole story. Wanda and Vision, the traumatized young woman and the gentle synthetic man, two strange beings connected to the same stone, who found in each other something neither expected, understanding. He's the only one who never feared her power. She's the one who saw past the fact that he was made rather than born. Their love is quiet and thoughtful, and a little melancholy. Two lonely, unusual people who fit together against all odds. And it's doomed from the start, which is what makes it ache. She has to kill him to save the world, and then watch him die again, murdered in front of her. And her whole terrible arc afterward, the fake reality, the stolen town, the imaginary family, is nothing but the shape of a love that had nowhere to go. Grief is love persevering, he says, and their whole story is the proof of it. And when she finally has to let her conjured vision go, dissolving the dream to free the town, she says goodbye to him one last time, and he says the thing that stays with you, that they've said goodbye before, so surely they can do it again, and that what is grief, if not love persevering? A love so strong it warped reality rather than accept its own ending. That's Wanda and Vision, the love that reality itself couldn't hold on to. Here's one of the most touching relationships of the latest story. The billionaire and the boy, Tony Stark and Peter Parker. Tony takes Peter under his wing as a mentor, but it becomes something more than mentorship, something closer to fatherhood. And it's fumbling and imperfect and deeply moving precisely because Tony has no idea how to be a father, having never really had one himself. He's too controlling, too distant, tries to solve everything with technology, holds the kid at arm's length even as he clearly comes to love him. And Peter, for his part, just wants Tony to be proud of him, chases his approval the way a son chases a father's. The gut punch of it comes when Peter dies in the snap, crumbling to dust in Tony's arms, terrified, saying he doesn't feel so good, apologising, a child dying in the arms of the man who is learning to be his father. Tony carries that for years, the guilt and grief of it, the boy he couldn't save. And when the heroes finally bring everyone back and Peter returns, the reunion on the battlefield, Tony pulling the kid into a fierce, wordless hug is one of the emotional peaks of the whole story, because you understand exactly what that boy meant to him. Tony dies not long after, saving everyone, and the story lets you feel that he died in part for the kid, so that Peter and everyone like him could grow up in a world worth living in. The father he was learning to be, giving his life for the son he found. Out in the cosmos, the great love story is Peter, Quill and Gamora, the human raised by pirates and the assassin raised by a monster. Two damaged people who slowly, grudgingly fall for each other across the Guardians' adventures. It's a romance built on banter and mutual reluctance. Two people who've both been hurt too much to trust easily, circling each other, denying it, finally admitting it. And then the great purple threat throws Gamora off a cliff, and she's gone, and Quill is shattered. His grief and rage in that moment is even what costs the heroes their best chance at stopping the villain. A very human failure of a man too broken by loss to think straight. And here's the cruel twist the story adds. When the heroes travel back through time, a version of Gamora from the past, one who never knew Quill, never fell for him, never became the woman he loved, ends up stranded in the present. So Quill gets his love back, and also doesn't, because this Gamora is a stranger who looks like the woman he lost and remembers none of it. He has to court her all over again, or let her go, or grieve someone who's standing right in front of him, not knowing him. It's a genuinely sad, strange knot. Love undone by time travel, a man haunted by a living ghost. The romance that time itself unwound. And the sweetest bond in the whole cosmos is the simplest, Rocket and Groot. The angry, broken raccoon and the gentle walking tree who can only say 3 words. They were partners before the Guardians ever formed, two misfits who had only each other. And Groot is the one, being in the universe, who understands Rocket completely, who hears I am Groot and knows Rocket hears the meaning underneath. Groot is Rocket's conscience, his comfort, his family, the soft heart to Rocket's hard shell. When Groot sacrifices himself to save the group, wrapping his body around them as a shield, his last words, "We are Groot," reframe everything about him, a declaration of family from a creature of 3 words. And he comes back, reborn small, a baby Groot that Rocket raises, and then a sulky teenage Groot, growing up across the story. The two of them, the raccoon and the tree, are the emotional anchor of the whole ragtag crew, proof that even the most broken creature can love and be loved. That family can be as simple as 2 lost things deciding to stay together. Rocket would burn down the galaxy for Groot. Groot already gave his life for Rocket, and they'd both do it again without a second's thought. I am Groot, we are Groot. It says everything. We touched on this when we met them, but it bears returning to, because it's the friendship the whole story quietly builds toward one terrible payoff. Natasha and Clint, the spy and the archer, Two ordinary humans among gods, bound by a history that goes back to before the Avengers ever formed. He was sent to kill her once, the story goes, and made a different call, saw something worth saving, and that single choice is the reason she ever got out of the darkness she was raised in. She owes him her life and her whole better self, and he's the closest thing to family she has, which is exactly why the cliff on Vormir wrecks you. When the Soul Stone demands the life of someone you love, and it comes down to the two of them, they each fight, physically, desperately, to be the one who dies so the other can live. Two best friends, grappling at the edge of a drop, and what they're fighting over is the right to sacrifice themselves. He wants to die so she can go home to a world without him, because he has a family, and she balances a ledger. She wants to die so he can go home to his children, because that's the debt she spent her whole life trying to pay. Neither will let the other fall, and in the end, she wins the terrible argument and lets go, and he can't hold her, and she's gone. The friendship that saved her at the start ends with her saving him at the end. It's the quietest, most human tragedy in a story full of cosmic ones. And underneath all of Tony's chaos, the whole way through, there's Pepper Potts, his partner, his anchor, the person who keeps him tethered to something real. She starts as his long-suffering assistant, the one who actually runs his life while he plays genius, and grows into the love of his life, the still point around which all his madness turns. She's the one who's there when he nearly kills himself, the one who pulls him back from the edge again and again, the one whose love gives him something to fight for, and eventually, something to live for. Their relationship is the warm, human centre of Tony's whole story, the reason he finally, late in the game, wants to stop, to build a quiet life, to be a father, to hang up the armour, and it's Pepper who's there at the very end, kneeling beside him as he dies, telling him it's okay, that he can rest now, that they'll be okay, after a whole story of Tony never being able to stop, never being able to put it down. It's the woman who loved him, who gives him permission to finally let go. She's the anchor that held him steady through everything, and the one who's with him when he finally, at last, comes to rest. There are more, of course, so many more. Sam and Bucky, the two men bound by a dead friend who slowly become friends themselves. Scott and his daughter Cassie, the whole reason he ever became a hero. Wong and Strange, the deadpan librarian and the arrogant surgeon who grow into genuine allies. T'Challa and Shuri, the king and his brilliant little sister. Drax and Mantis, the two most literal-minded souls in the galaxy, finding an odd kinship. Nebula and Gamora, the sisters who chose each other over the hatred they were taught. And that, in the end, is the thing that actually holds this whole enormous story together. Not the stones, not the battles, not the cosmic stakes, but this dense, warm web of people who love each other, argue with each other, sacrifice for each other, and keep choosing each other against all the odds. Strip away the powers and the spectacle, and what you're left with is a story about relationships, about brothers and lovers and friends and mentors and chosen families, about all the ways people bind themselves to each other and all the ways it costs them. That's why any of it lands. You don't cry when a city falls. You cry when a raccoon loses his tree, when an archer can't catch his falling friend, when a boy turns to dust in the arms of the man who was learning to be his father. The relationships are the whole thing. Everything else is just the weather they happen in. Now we've kept things intimate and earthbound for a while. Let's push at last through the door. We've been circling all night into the multiverse, where the story stops being tidy, and where a single man, at the end of time, made a choice that changed everything. Let's ease into the multiverse gently, because it's the bit where the story stops being tidy, and that's meant to be part of the pleasure of it, rather than a headache. For a long time, thanks to that beige office we visited earlier, the Time Variance Authority, with its filing cabinets and its calm, casual erasing of anyone who stepped off the approved path, there was only ever one history. One sacred timeline, kept straight and narrow, everything that strayed from it pruned away and dumped in the wasteland at the end of time. That was simply how reality worked as far as anyone knew. One true story, and the guardians who kept it that way. But the obvious question hangs over the whole arrangement, doesn't it? Once you stop and look at it, who decided that one path was the right one? Who gave anyone the authority to declare that this version of events gets to exist and all the others must be deleted? What makes the approved timeline more real or more deserving than the countless branches quietly snuffed out to preserve it? That's the thread the story eventually pulls, and when it does, the whole tidy structure unravels in a genuinely fascinating way, because it turns out the TVA itself doesn't know. The agents who spend their lives pruning timelines have no idea why they're doing it, or who set it all up, or what they're really protecting. They're just following orders that came down from somewhere above them, from the mysterious founders of the whole operation, taken entirely on faith. They've been erasing realities for reasons nobody ever explained to them. And the person who pulls that thread, fittingly, is the god of mischief himself. Loki, or rather, a version of Loki, a variant plucked out of the timeline at the exact moment he escaped with a certain glowing cube, dragged into the TVA to answer for the crime of stepping off the approved path. And it's the perfect setting for him. Honestly, the ideal crucible for a character built entirely on lies and shifting identities. Here's a being who has spent his whole existence performing, deceiving, becoming whoever he needs to be, and he's dropped into a place that strips all of that away, that has files on his entire life, that knows every trick before he plays it, that shows him coldly exactly how his story is supposed to go and how it's supposed to end. For a character who could never decide who he was, being forced to sit in a beige interrogation room and stare at the whole of himself laid out is the most confronting thing imaginable. He's paired with an unlikely partner, a weary, decent TVA agent named Mobius, a man who investigates dangerous timeline variants and who sees, in this particular Loki, something more than a villain. Their odd couple friendship is one of the warmer things in this corner of the story. The burnt-out bureaucrat and the god of mischief, slowly coming to genuinely like and understand each other. Mobius offering Loki something no one ever quite has, the belief that he could be more than the role he was assigned. And through their investigation, Loki is forced gradually to confront the truth about himself, that his endless scheming, his hunger for a throne, his need to be the one in charge, has never once made him happy, and never will. He's chasing a glorious purpose he doesn't even want. That's a genuinely profound thing for the story to do with him, to make the god of mischief examine, for the first time, whether the thing he spent his whole life pursuing was ever worth having. The variant he's hunting turns out to be another version of himself, a Loki who grew up entirely differently, on the run her whole life, hunted by the TVA since childhood, hardened and furious and bent on tearing the whole system down. Sylvie. And what develops between the two of them is one of the stranger and more poignant relationships in the story, because it's a Loki falling in love with a Loki, which the TVA itself notes is exactly the sort of self-obsessed thing you'd expect from a creature like him, and which is, underneath the strangeness, genuinely touching. Because for a being who has never been able to love or trust anyone, whose whole tragedy is a bottomless need to be valued that he can never let himself accept, finding another version of himself and caring for her is the first time Loki ever manages to love anything at all. It's a broken, roundabout way to arrive at connection, learning to love someone else by learning first to see something worth loving in himself. The self-obsessed god finally caring about someone, and that someone being, of all people, himself. But the two of them want different things, and that difference drives everything toward its crisis. Loki, softened, changed, has started to wonder whether the system might be protecting something after all, whether tearing it all down might be reckless. Sylvie, shaped by a lifetime of being hunted by that system, wants only to burn it to the ground, to kill whoever sits at the top of it, to have her revenge on the thing that stole her whole life. And so, together, they chase the mystery all the way to its source, past the edge of everything, to a lonely citadel at the very end of time, to meet the being who built the whole apparatus and holds the leash on all of history. And here's where the story does its favourite trick one more time, the thing it does with all its best villains. It gives the man at the end of time a reason. He calls himself He Who Remains, a strange, exhausted, oddly charming figure, a man who's been running the whole show alone for an unfathomably long time, and who has been expecting them, because of course he has. He set the whole path up, and their arrival is the next scene in a play he wrote long ago. And when they demand to know why the pruning, why the erasing, why one timeline enforced at the cost of all others, his answer has exactly that same uncomfortable ring the best antagonists always have. He explains that he isn't the villain, he's the dam holding back the flood. Here's his reasoning, and it's a properly thorny one. Long ago, he tells them, the discovery of the multiverse led not to wonder, but to catastrophe. Because among the infinite versions of himself scattered across the infinite timelines, some were curious and kind, and some were conquerors, monsters, beings who wanted to rule everything. And when all these variants met across realities, they went to war. A multiversal war, version against version, that threatened to unravel all of existence, to destroy every timeline in a cataclysm beyond imagining. And he, this particular variant, was the one who found a way to end it, by seizing control of the flow of time itself, pruning away every branch that might spawn another dangerous version of him, keeping reality locked to one safe path. The single sacred timeline, the endless quiet erasing, wasn't cruelty for its own sake. It was, in his telling, the lesser evil, the price of keeping something infinitely worse locked away. He's been holding back a flood of his own worst selves, alone, for longer than they can comprehend, and he's tired, and he's ready to hand the job over. So the choice he offers them is genuinely, deliberately impossible. No clean answer anywhere in it. Kill him, tear down the system, let time branch freely, and yes, you'll have freedom. You'll end the tyranny of the single path. You'll stop the erasing, but you'll also unleash exactly the flood he's been holding back. Countless variants of him, some far worse, and the multiversal war that could destroy everything. Or don't kill him, take his place, keep the terrible job going, keep pruning, keep erasing, keep enforcing one safe path at the cost of all freedom. Because someone has to, because the alternative is annihilation, order or freedom, complicity in endless quiet murder, or the risk of unleashing an apocalypse. And there's no third option, no clever trick, no way to have both safety and liberty. Pick one and live with what it costs. It's the sort of decision that refuses to resolve neatly, and the story is far better for not pretending it does. And here's where Loki and Sylvie finally, tragically, split, because the choice divides them exactly along the line that always divided them. Loki, having come so far, having learned to doubt his own hunger for destruction, hesitates. He looks at the impossible bargain and thinks, maybe he's telling the truth. Maybe tearing it down really would doom everything. Maybe the cage, however monstrous, is holding back something worse. He wants to stop, to think, to not simply repeat the reckless destruction that's defined his whole life. But Sylvie, shaped by a lifetime of being hunted, driven by a rage that's the whole of who she is, cannot stop. She's wanted this her entire life, to kill the being at the top of it all, and she will not be talked out of her revenge by a version of herself who's gone soft. And so, in a genuinely heartbreaking moment, the two Lokis fight, the one who wants to wait against the one who won't, and Sylvie wins, And she kills he who remains, and she gets her revenge, and the flood comes. The instant he dies, the single sacred timeline shatters. The dam breaks, time branches wildly, infinitely, in every direction at once. The multiverse held shut for so long, swinging open all at once. And with it comes exactly what he warned of. The return of his variants, the conquerors, one of whom appears in that very moment, and the seeds of the war he died holding back. It's a bleak, ambiguous, genuinely unsettling ending. Freedom won at a cost that might doom everything. A revenge that might have unleashed an apocalypse. And what I love is how personal it stays, underneath all the cosmic scale. This whole enormous question about the shape of reality, about order versus freedom, about whether one true path is worth all the erased ones. It all comes down to two versions of the same broken, indecisive God, standing at the end of time, unable to agree. You couldn't have picked a better person to put in that chair. The final test of a being who could never decide who he was, being asked to decide the fate of every possible future. But the story gives Loki one final, extraordinary turn, the culmination of his entire arc, and honestly one of the most quietly magnificent endings anyone in the whole story gets. Because in the chaos that follows, with the multiverse fracturing and the whole apparatus of time collapsing, threatening to destroy every branching timeline before it can even take root, Loki discovers there's a way to save it all, but only at a terrible, lonely cost. Someone has to take the place of the being who died. Someone has to sit at the center of the collapsing structure and hold all the infinite timelines together by sheer force of will, forever, alone, so that the multiverse can exist and branch and be free without immediately destroying itself. And Loki, the god of mischief, the second son, the one who spent his whole existence lying and scheming and grasping desperately for a throne he thought would finally make him matter, chooses to take it. Not the throne he always wanted, the throne of Asgard, of power, of glory, a throne of pure sacrifice, an eternal, solitary burden, sitting at the end of time, holding the whole of reality together with his bare hands, so that everyone else can be free. He gives up everything, his friends, Sylvie, any hope of a life, any hope of not being alone, to become the thing that lets the multiverse exist. The trickster who could never think of anyone but himself makes the most selfless choice in the entire story. And the phrase that haunted him his whole life, glorious purpose, the grand destiny he was always chasing, always convinced was owed to him, finally comes true, but in the last way he'd ever have imagined. His glorious purpose wasn't to rule, it was to sacrifice himself in secret forever, so that everyone else could have the freedom he never allowed himself. The god of mischief becomes the god who holds up the sky. For a character defined entirely by never being able to choose who he was, it's the perfect ending. He chose, at last, to be the one who gives everything and asks for nothing. And nobody will ever know. That's the most heroic thing in the whole story, and it belongs to the villain who kept flinching away from being a hero, right up until the moment he became the greatest one of all. Once that choice tips the way it tips, the door comes off its hinges for good. The single timeline gives way to the many. The multiverse, held shut for so long, is open at last, free and dangerous, and infinite, which changes the rules for absolutely everything that follows. So let's step through that open door and see what a universe of infinite universes actually looks like. So now we're in a universe of many universes, and the story leans right into all the strange and dizzying possibilities that come with it. The core idea is a simple one that gets more unsettling the longer you hold it. If there are countless timelines, then there are countless versions of everyone. Somewhere out there is another you who made a different choice at some crucial fork, and another, a version who turned left where you turned right, a version who became something wonderful, a version who became something dreadful, a version who died young, a version who never existed at all. Every single person is suddenly not one person, but a crowd, an infinite spread of possibilities, most of them strangers wearing your face. Every hero has doubles, some noble, some monstrous, some nothing like them whatsoever. It's a genuinely vertiginous thought, and the story uses it to poke at its own characters in ways it never could before, to show them, quite literally, the roads they didn't take, walking around and talking back. The clearest and most emotionally satisfying crack in the wall comes, of all places, from the youngest hero we've got, Peter Parker, whose ordinary teenage problems accidentally shatter the boundaries between worlds. And I love that it's him, because it keeps this enormous cosmic idea rooted in something small and human. Peter's whole life falls apart when his secret identity is exposed to the entire world. He's suddenly the most famous and most hounded person on Earth. His friends dragged into the mess, their futures ruined by association. So he does what a desperate teenager would do. He goes to the wizard, Dr. Strange, and asks for a spell to simply make everyone forget he's Spider-Man, to make the whole nightmare go away. And it goes wrong in the most human way imaginable. As Strange casts the spell, Peter keeps interrupting. Wait, not MJ, she should remember, and not Ned, and not my aunt, unable to bear the thought of being forgotten by the people he loves, adding exception after exception until the whole spell fractures under the weight of his very understandable, very teenage inability to let go. And that fracture cracks open the multiverse. Through the breaks come people from other universes, specifically the villains from other Spider-Man stories, men who know Peter Parker is Spider-Man in their own worlds, pulled across the void into his. And here's where the story does something genuinely lovely with the multiverse, something better than mere spectacle. It discovers that these villains, in their home universes, are all destined to die fighting their own Spider-Man. They've been yanked out of their timelines moments before their deaths. And Strange's solution is simply to send them back to die, which is the natural order, not his problem to fix. But Peter can't do it. He looks at these broken men, a scientist corrupted by his own invention, a father who turned to crime out of desperation, a man twisted by an accident, and he sees not monsters but victims, people who might be cured, might be saved, might be given a second chance rather than sent home to die, and he decides, against the wizard's furious objection, to try to fix them instead, to cure them, which is the most Spider-Man thing in the whole story, the boy who believes that having power means being responsible for helping, extending that belief even to the villains, even to the people trying to kill him, insisting that everyone deserves a chance to be saved. It's a genuinely radical bit of heroism, and it costs him terribly, because it's while trying to save these men that he loses the person he loves most, his aunt, mortally wounded, who dies in his arms, reminding him of the principle that's guided his whole life. With great power comes great responsibility. The multiverse cracked open, and the first thing it did was take the last of his family. And then comes the payoff that made audiences all over the world lose their minds, and which works because it's built on genuine emotion rather than just novelty. Through more accidental cracks in reality come two more Peter Parkers, two other versions of Spider-Man from two other universes, older, more weathered, men who've been doing this far longer and lost far more. Three Spider-Men, from three different worlds, standing in the same room. And what's beautiful is how instantly they understand each other, because they have all lived the same story, all been bitten, all gained the power, all learned the same hard lesson, through the same terrible losses, all had someone die because of a choice they made or failed to make. They're the same person, essentially, shaped by the same griefs, and they recognise each other immediately as brothers. The older two help the youngest through his grief, and there's a quietly moving moment where one of them, who once failed to save the woman he loved as she fell, gets to catch this Peter's girlfriend when she falls, redeeming his oldest failure across the gap between worlds. And another, consumed once by a need for revenge, talks this young, grief-stricken Peter back from that same brink, saving him from becoming the vengeful thing he himself nearly became. It's the multiverse used for something genuinely wise, showing a young hero through older versions of himself, both the man he could become and the mistakes he doesn't have to repeat. They help him cure the villains, save the men rather than kill them, and hold him steady through the worst grief of his life. 3 versions of the same good heart, teaching each other how to keep going. And it ends on one of the most quietly devastating sacrifices in the whole story. To seal the multiverse, to send everyone back where they belong, and close the cracks for good, Strange tells Peter there's only one option left. A spell that makes the entire world forget that Peter Parker ever existed. Not just that he's Spider-Man, that he exists at all. His girlfriend, his best friend, everyone who ever knew him will lose all memory of him completely. He'll become a stranger to the whole world, a person who never was. And Peter chooses it. To save the multiverse, to protect everyone, he agrees to erase himself from the memory of every person he's ever loved. He says goodbye to his girlfriend and his best friend, knowing they won't remember the goodbye, holding them one last time in an embrace they'll never know happened. And then the spell takes hold, and the world forgets him, and he watches it happen, watches the people he loves look right through him. Not knowing what they've lost, he becomes utterly, completely alone. A hero no one remembers, rebuilding his life from nothing, making a homemade suit with no resources, because everyone who ever helped him has forgotten he exists. He even goes to see his girlfriend one last time, ready to reintroduce himself, to reclaim some small piece of what he lost, and stops, because he realizes that bringing her back into his life would only endanger her again. So he lets her go. He chooses to stay a stranger forever to protect her. It's the ultimate expression of everything Spider-Man is. The hero who sacrifices his own happiness, quietly and completely, so that others can be safe, and asks for nothing and gets no credit, because no one even remembers he was ever there. The multiverse cracked open, and the boy who cracked it paid for it by erasing himself from the world. The multiverse also opens up some genuinely eerie territory, because once there are infinite versions of everyone, you get to meet the versions who went wrong. When the Wizard Strange gets pulled deep into the multiverse himself, chasing that corrupted, grief-mad version of Wanda we talked about, he encounters variants of himself who made the choices our Strange resisted. A version who went too far, who used forbidden power and became a monstrous, corrupted thing. A version who died, a version whose arrogance curdled into something genuinely dangerous. And there's a real power in a hero having to confront a twisted version of themselves, because it's never really about the fight. It's about looking your own worst potential dead in the eye and deciding, again, deliberately, not to become it. The multiverse turns every character into their own cautionary tale. Here's what you could have been if you'd let yourself. Here's the road you didn't take, wearing your face, showing you exactly where it led. There's a whole council of alternate heroes in that story too, grand, powerful versions of our familiar faces from other worlds, an assembly of the mightiest protectors of another reality who seem invincible right up until the grief-corrupted Scarlet Witch tears through every one of them with horrifying ease, one after another. And it's shocking precisely because these are versions of heroes we know, killed casually by another version of a hero we know. The multiverse makes everyone both more and less than they were, grander in some worlds, monstrous in others, always contingent, always just one different choice away from being something else entirely. It's a hall of mirrors, and some of the reflections are nightmares. And practically speaking, cracking the multiverse open blows the walls of the whole story wide open. Suddenly characters and worlds that lived in entirely separate corners, separate films, separate franchises, separate decades can bleed into each other. Doors that were firmly, permanently shut swing open. People you never imagined could share a scene end up standing side by side because the boundaries that kept them apart have gone soft. Old heroes from long ago versions of these stories can return. Whole other traditions of characters, kept walled off for years, can finally step through into the main story. For a tale this big, that's either a thrilling, limitless expansion or a bit of a sprawling mess depending on your mood, and honestly, it's very often both at once. But there's no denying it makes the map feel genuinely infinite in a way it never did before. Where once there was one universe with a fixed cast, now there are endless universes with endless casts, and anyone might walk through a portal at any moment. It all connects back to that beige office, and its scrap heap at the end of time, of course, the pruning, the branching, the versions that shouldn't exist, all part of the same enormous idea about reality no longer running on rails. Once you accept that the timeline can split, everything downstream gets stranger and looser and harder to hold in one hand, which is, I think quite deliberately, the feel of this whole later era of the story. Less certain, more sprawling, a story that once built carefully towards single focused points, now spreading out in every direction at once, into infinity. It's a lot to keep track of, and I'll not pretend it always hangs together perfectly. A story that gives itself infinite universes, gives itself infinite room to wander, and it does wander. But there's something appealing about a tale that got so big, so full of life, that it had to invent extra realities just to have somewhere to put it all. Ambitious, if nothing else. And it means the story can never really end now, because there's always another universe, another version, another door. Now all these open doors have let some fascinating new figures come wandering in. A foul-mouthed mercenary who knows he's in a story, a team assembled from villains and rejects, a family of explorers from a brighter world. Let's go and meet the new arrivals. The most obvious beneficiaries of a cracked open multiverse are the ones who can hop between worlds and cheerfully comment on the absurdity of the whole thing. And none does that more gleefully than a certain foul-mouthed mercenary who's entirely, chaotically aware that he's a character in a story. This is a fellow who talks directly to you, the audience, who cracks jokes about the very story he's in, who breaks every rule of how these things are supposed to work and delights in it. He's crude, he's chaotic, he's practically indestructible, thanks to a healing factor that lets him take absurd amounts of punishment and bounce right back. And he's genuinely one of the funniest presences to come wandering into the whole story. And the multiverse gives him the perfect reason to go on an adventure, because his entire universe is dying. It turns out his reality was being held together by a single anchor being, a version of a certain gruff, clawed loner whose existence kept the whole timeline stable, and that anchor is dead. Without him, the mercenary's whole world, everyone in it, everyone he loves, is marked for erasure by that beige bureaucracy at the end of time. So his only hope is to go trawling through the multiverse to find a replacement, another version of that gruff-clawed loner dragged in from some other reality to anchor his dying world and save everyone. And what follows is a road trip across the multiverse between two men who absolutely cannot stand each other. The relentlessly upbeat, wisecracking, never-shuts-up mercenary and the growling, depressed, self-loathing loner he drags along. A variant so broken by his own failures, he watched everyone he was meant to protect die in his world, that he'd given up on himself entirely. It's a shape we've seen before in this story. Two people who can't stand each other, thrown together by necessity, slowly and grudgingly becoming friends, And it works here as well as it ever does, because underneath all the crude jokes and the graphic violence, it's a genuinely warm story about two broken men saving each other. The mercenary's relentless optimism and refusal to give up slowly wears down the loner's despair, reminds him that he's worth something, that connection is possible, that he doesn't have to carry his failures alone forever. And the loner's gruff competence and buried decency remind the mercenary why his own optimism matters. They get dumped along the way into that wasteland at the end of time, the void, where all the pruned and forgotten things wash up, and it becomes a strange, joyful reunion of long-lost characters, heroes, and villains from old, half-forgotten versions of these stories, dragged out of the scrap heap for one last go. It's crude and chaotic and, surprisingly, genuinely tender underneath. And by the end, the two men who couldn't stand each other have become real friends. Proof, as the story keeps insisting in every corner, that redemption and connection are always possible, no matter how broken or lost you believe yourself to be. Then there's a different sort of new team taking shape, and it's one of my favourite ideas of the whole later era, because it's a team made not of shining heroes, but of the leftovers. The Thunderbolts, a collection of former villains, damaged assassins, disgraced soldiers, and second chances. The people with red in their ledgers and not much hope of a clean reputation. The ones nobody would ever call heroes. There's the sister of a fallen Avenger, a former assassin raised in the same brutal program, carrying her own grief and her own red ledger. There's the reformed Winter Soldier, still working through a century of guilt. There's a bombastic, past his prime former super soldier who just wants to matter again. There's a woman who phases through solid matter and can't quite touch the world. There's a disgraced soldier who once disgraced a shield he had no right to carry. Each of them is broken in a different way, carrying trauma and secrets and complicated histories, and each of them, underneath it, is driven by the same simple, aching need to matter, to belong, to be part of something meaningful, to be more than the worst thing they ever did. They're assembled almost by accident, thrown together by a manipulative government spy master who meant to dispose of them. And they discover they're stronger together than they ever were alone. And here's what makes the Thunderbolts genuinely special and quietly one of the most moving things in the recent story. It's fundamentally a story about depression and loneliness and finding your way out of the dark through other people. At the centre of it is a man given godlike, almost limitless power. But the power isn't the point. The point is that he's profoundly, dangerously unwell, racked by self-hatred and despair, and his darkest self, when his depression consumes him, manifests as a literal void of nothingness that threatens to swallow everything, spreading his own emptiness across the world. And the way he's saved isn't by being defeated, or outpowered, or fought. It's by the other broken members of the team refusing to leave him alone in the dark, climbing down into his despair with him, telling him they understand, that they've been there too, that he doesn't have to face the emptiness by himself. He's not saved by power, he's saved by connection, by a ragged family of damaged people choosing to love his broken self unconditionally, which turns out to be the only thing that can hold back the void of his own despair. That's a properly beautiful, genuinely tender idea to build a superhero team around, that the answer to the darkness inside isn't strength, but company. That you get out of the pit because someone climbs down and sits with you in it. They get officially rebranded at the end as the new Avengers, the government co-opting these broken misfits and dressing them up as the successors to the great heroes of the past. But the real story, the one that matters, is that they found each other, and found in each other the family and the acceptance that all the power in the world couldn't give them. It's a scruffier, more human, more hard-won kind of heroism than the Golden Age stuff, and it fits the mood of this messier, sadder, more searching later era rather perfectly. The first Avengers were the mightiest heroes assembled. The new ones are the most broken people, holding each other together, and there's something lovely in that being what heroism looks like now. And waiting in the wings, arriving from an entirely separate reality of their own, there's a family of explorers who feel like they've stepped in from a slightly older, brighter, more optimistic kind of adventure. The Fantastic Four, and after all, the fracturing and grief and moral murk of the later story, there's something genuinely reassuring about them, because their whole essence is that they're a family who love each other, and that's their real superpower. They come from a retro-futurist world all their own, a gleaming, hopeful place that feels like the future as imagined decades ago. All clean lines and bright optimism and faith in science and progress. 4 explorers who went to space were bathed in cosmic radiation and came back changed. A brilliant, stretchable scientist and leader. His wife, who can turn invisible and cast force fields, and who's arguably the most powerful of the lot. Her hot-headed younger brother, who can burst into flame and fly. And their steadfast friend, transformed into a great rocky-skinned giant, gruff and tender in equal measure. But the powers were never the point of them. The point is that they're a family, bound by loyalty and love as much as by their strange abilities. More a family than a team, squabbling and supporting each other through everything. After watching so many of this story's heroes be lonely orphans and broken loners, there's something warm about a group whose defining trait is simply that they look out for each other, no matter what. And the threat they face is fittingly enormous and cosmic, a vast world-devouring entity, a being so large and so indifferent that it consumes entire planets to sustain itself, and has set its sights on their world as its next meal. It's heralded by a gleaming silver figure, a herald who scouts worlds for the devourer to consume, and whose own story turns out to be a tragedy of sacrifice, a being who agreed to serve the devourer, to condemn other worlds in order to save her own, and who carries the unbearable weight of every world she's doomed. But what grounds the whole cosmic spectacle, what makes it land, is that at the very centre of it is a family expecting a child. Because the devouring entity offers a terrible bargain. It will spare their world if they hand over their newborn son, a child born with cosmic power beyond comprehension. And the family faces the most impossible choice imaginable: sacrifice their own baby, or doom an entire world of billions. The planet turns against them. Desperate crowds demanding they give up the child to save everyone. And they refuse. They stand together, absolutely united, and insist there must be another way, that they will not sacrifice their child, and they will not doom the world, and they will find a third path or die trying. It's the found family theme, and the parental love theme, scaled up to the size of a devoured planet. A family choosing, against all pressure, to protect their own, while refusing to abandon everyone else, and being brilliant and brave enough to actually find a way to do both. That's a lovely note for a new team to arrive on, a story that, after all the darkness, remembers to be hopeful, that puts a loving family at the centre of a cosmic catastrophe and lets their love be the thing that saves the day. The Fantastic Four bring a brightness back to the story that it had rather lost along the way, a sense that heroism can be joyful and that the strongest force in any universe is a family that won't be broken. What ties all these newcomers together? The mercenary, the team of leftovers, the family of explorers, is that they're all arriving into a story that's already enormous, already sprawling, already a bit weary and worn from everything it's been through. And each of them sends out those ripples we talked about all the way back with Shang-Chi and his rings. A new figure appears, and somewhere the wider world takes notice, and the map quietly redraws itself again to make room. The universe keeps expanding. That's rather the nature of the thing by now. It's stopped being a story that's building toward a single ending in view and become more like a place that simply carries on, generation after generation, hero after hero, arrival after arrival, door after door swinging open. New people keep wandering in from new corners and new realities, each bringing their own history and their own heart, and the whole thing just keeps getting bigger and stranger and fuller of life. There's no final chapter anymore, not really, just more roads spreading out in every direction, with someone new walking down each of them. Now we've toured the big new arrivals from the cosmic and multiversal side, but there's a whole other corner of this story we've barely touched, the smaller, stranger, more street-level heroes, the ones fighting their battles closer to the ground. Let's go and visit the odder, quieter neighborhoods of this universe before we start to wind down for the night. For all the cosmic doom and multiversal madness we've been swimming through, there's a whole other layer of this story that operates much, much closer to the ground, and it's one of my favorites because it's where the stakes get small and personal again. Not the fate of the universe, just the fate of one neighborhood, one city block, one frightened family. These are the street-level heroes, the ones who don't fly to other planets or fight gods, who instead patrol the rooftops of a single city, taking on gangsters and crooked landlords and the ordinary, grinding evils that never make the news. And there's something deeply appealing about them, precisely because they're the counterweight to all the world-ending spectacle. While the big heroes are off saving reality, these ones are down in the alleys, saving the person nobody else would bother to save. The patron saint of this whole corner is Matt Murdock, a blind lawyer by day, a masked vigilante by night, the man they call the Devil of Hell's Kitchen. And he's a fascinating figure because he's built on a genuinely tortured contradiction. Blinded as a boy in an accident that heightened all his other senses to superhuman levels, he can hear a heartbeat across a room, sense the world as a kind of radar shape built from sound and vibration. He leads a double life that's really a war between two ideas of justice. By day, he's a lawyer, a man who believes in the law, in the system, in doing things the right way, in defending the innocent through the courts. By night, when the law fails, when the guilty walk free and the system protects the powerful, he puts on a mask and beats justice out of the criminals the courts couldn't touch. And the thing that makes him so much richer than a simple crime fighter is his Catholicism, his deep, genuine, agonized faith. Because Matt believes in God and believes in sin and believes that the violence he does at night is a sin, even when it's in service of protecting people. He's forever wrestling with his own soul, confessing to his priest, tormented by the question of whether a good man is allowed to do terrible things for good reasons, whether beating a criminal half to death makes him any better than the criminal. He's the most morally anguished hero in the whole story, a devout man doing brutal things and never able to convince himself it's all right. His great enemy is a crime lord who runs his city from the shadows, a huge, softly spoken, terrifyingly intelligent man who genuinely believes he's making the city better, even as he corrupts and murders his way to the top. Another of those villains convinced he's the hero. The two of them are mirror images, two men who love the same city and will do anything to shape it, one in a mask, one in a fine suit, each certain the other is the real monster. Daredevil's whole story is a grim, grounded, deeply human meditation on justice, faith, and how much darkness a good man can take on before he becomes the thing he's fighting. Then there's one of the strangest heroes in the whole story, and one of the most quietly moving, Moon Knight, a man whose superpower is bound up inextricably with his own shattered mind. Because at the centre of him is a person living with dissociative identity, a single body housing multiple distinct personalities who don't always know about each other, who lose time, who wake up in places with no memory of how they got there or what the others did. It's a genuinely bold thing to build a hero around. Not a triumphant power fantasy, but a portrait of a fractured, traumatized mind trying to hold itself together. And the powers come tangled up with that fracture. He becomes the avatar, the fist, the instrument,